Chapter 101, I'm saying this for your sake. I figured Katori Batsunsea, the captain of Squad 8, would eventually catch a man and get married one day. Aside from when she's fighting, she has a gentle personality and genuinely enjoys taking care of people. But Saito Furufushi? This girl I truly didn't expect. While she doesn't go around killing people indiscriminately anymore thanks to my guidance, she's still a battle-crazed lunatic with a tomboyish attitude. What are you looking at? Nothing. Bore ing. Since she has the body of a child, no matter how you look at it, I thought marriage was completely off the table for her. Honestly, if anyone married someone with that physique, I'd have to suspect the husband was a damn pedophile. Of course, Saito might have just overwhelmed her future husband with a physical assault, but, well, even if she's a madwoman, could she really pin down a man from the Kachiki family, one of the 4 noble houses? This is a headache. It had been a while since I felt my temples throb this much. It actually made me a bit dizzy. Thanks to that, the contents of the meeting went in one ear and right out the other. Nothing registered in my head, and in the end, the meeting finished with me just standing there blankly, doing absolutely nothing. Phew! I tried to organize the scraps of info left in my brain like a disk defragmenter, but nothing came up. The only piece of information I had was that Saito Furufushi would soon become Kachiki Furufushi. Fuck, I didn't retain anything else, but I'll have to ask someone for the meeting notes later. Hey, huh? Oh, it's you. What is it? Surprisingly, the one calling me was Saito. No, she's a Kachiki now. I'll just stick to calling her Furufushi. Anyway, Furufushi gestured with her chin for me to follow and started walking with heavy strides till we arrived at a tea house near the main headquarters. What do you want? I don't even know what they have here, so what's the point of asking? Just get me a green tea. 2 ginger teas and dango over here. Why did you even ask me if you were going to order whatever the hell you wanted, brat? The ginger tea is better here. She's unbelievable that I let out a deep sigh and rested my chin on my hand. So what did you want to talk about? Well, that can wait until the tea gets here. It's not like you have anything better to do anyway. Hey, what do you take me for? A lunatic who whines about hating work but goes out of his way to create more work and then solves it all by himself. I opened my mouth to retort, then promptly shut it. She was surprisingly accurate, so I had no comeback. Eventually, just as she planned, the tea and dango arrived. It wasn't until half the dango and tea were gone that we finally started talking. Is it okay for a girl about to get married to be hanging out with a man who isn't her fiancé? Gah! Are you actually trying to flex your manliness right now? You're way too late for that. She really is a madwoman. Knowing we were both joking, we exchanged casual insults and shared a small chuckle. Since it looked like she wasn't going to speak until the dango was completely finished, I stuffed the last few skewers into my mouth. Just as I was chewing, Furufushi let out a heavy sigh. Seeing that tomboy sigh was a refreshing change of pace, so I blinked in surprise. Furufushi looked me straight in the eye and gave a small, faint smirk. Thanks for everything. A lot of shocking things were happening today that I never thought I'd hear the word thanks come out of her mouth. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Are you going off to die somewhere? I cracked a joke with a smirk, but Furufushi just blinked and scratched her head. It's not like that. I just realized I've never properly said thank you to you until now. Usually this would be the timing for her to swear at me for even suggesting she couldn't say thanks, yet here she was, giving such a lukewarm response. For a fleeting second, some very unsavory thoughts crossed my mind. Saito Furufushi being blackmailed, or her being forced to marry into a noble house in exchange for never leaving the estate again and living only to bear children. Blackmail, coercion, and all sorts of other unholy scenarios. But the more I thought about it, the more I knew that couldn't be it. If anything like that actually happened, knowing her personality, she would never take it lying down. The moment someone tried to threaten her, she would have released her bankai or whatever and scorched the entire surrounding area to the ground. But if it's not that, why would she be thanking me so sincerely? The tomboy I know wouldn't do this. Let me say it again, that girl would definitely not say thank you. Like this. Seriously, there's nothing wrong, right? If the Kachiki family is intimidating or threatening you as a clan, don't hide it. I don't give a damn if they're one of the 4 noble houses, I'll tear the Soul Society apart for you. I have the power to do it. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's really nothing like that, you stupid bird brain. Am I not allowed to say thank you once in a while? Just how much of a socially stunted psychopath do you think I am? Pretty much exactly what you just said. I blinked and asked again while thinking that. So you really just wanted to express your gratitude? Yes, you dense as a brick dumbass. Why are you so sharp about useless things but turn into a complete moron when it comes to this? Well, anyone would react this way if someone who normally doesn't act like this suddenly says thanks with a serious face. When I answered while scratching my head, Furufushi seemed to realize she didn't have much of an argument. She started to shout, then stopped and let out a long, weary groan. Ugh. Just what the hell is your perception of me? Exactly the same as my first impression. That's because you never leave your gym. For your information, I'm known as a pretty good captain in my squad. Fine. Sorry for the misunderstanding. But why the sudden gratitude? Is there something you want? I don't have much to give as a gift. Phew. It's not that. It's just, I have a favor to ask. I expected as much, but here comes the favor. Since it was a request from a soon-to-be bride, it was hard to refuse. I scratched my head again. So what kind of favor warrants buying me tea and snacks and acting all thankful? If it sounds impossible after I hear it, can I turn you down? The fact that your first thought is how to reject it is honestly offensive. If you were in my shoes, you'd think about rejecting it first too. I was about to say that, but realizing it might lead to us drawing swords and having a full-blown brawl, I took a step back. All right, let's hear it. What's the favor? The wedding, please come. I had been tense, wondering what kind of monumental task she'd ask, but the request was surprisingly normal. Man, I wasted all that VU energy for nothing. I'd attend that even without you asking. I want you to sit in the bridal parental seat. As my father. I think I need to give that some thought. What kind of sudden drift was this? At least use your turn signal before pulling a stunt like that. Listen, I'd understand if you asked me to be the officiant or the host. But as a parent? Not to nitpick, but why me of all people? You're older than me. And… ugh. This is embarrassing to say. Furufushi scratched her head, mulling it over, then hugged her knees and muttered. Back when I was just wandering around on the day we first met, you helped me even while calling me a madwoman. When I was flailing because I didn't know how to live, you helped me then too. It helped a lot. Honestly, it would be accurate to say I was reborn. That's why I'm asking you to play the role of my father. A father's role, huh? What could be the reason behind this sudden request? She probably ran into her husband's parents while spending time with that Kuchiki man. Comparing her husband, who grew up with parents, to herself, a total orphan, maybe it made her feel inadequate or something. She seemed fine all this time, but was she secretly bothered by it? I know what I'm saying sounds disjointed. But you're the only one who can play this role. If it's too much of a burden, it's fine if you say no. This is just my own selfishness. Whether it was from embarrassment or awkwardness, she kept stealing glances at me. Then she irritably scratched her hair and jumped up from her seat with a shout. Ah. Shit, I can't take this cutesy crap anymore. This really isn't like me. No, I roughly get what you're saying. Well, ending it like that makes me feel like shit, so why not? Just shut up and listen. Is this the attitude of someone trying to give thanks? I was a bit annoyed, but the fact that this tomboy was even trying to say thanks was unprecedented, so I listened quietly. You. Be my dad. Are you kidding me? What are you even saying? People will misunderstand. Long story short, I decided to take on the father's role. I debated whether I should bring Unohana as the mother, but she told me not to. You're old enough to pass for it. I am quite old. But at this point, shouldn't I be going as your grandfather instead of your father? Your face looks young enough, so just be the dad. Doing whatever the hell you want as usual. Where would you find a father who swears at his own daughter like that? Where would you find a daughter who talks back and swears at her father? You trying to be a delinquent? Of course, just because I was playing the father didn't mean our relationship actually changed. We were exactly the same as always. So when is the wedding? Tomorrow. You crazy brat, I shouldn't say that, right? Stay calm, my inner Confucian dragon. I swallowed the sigh that was threatening to burst out. I already knew this was how she was. Fine. Since I'm playing the father, let's have a little chat. Sit your butt down. I'm telling you this for your own sake. Chapter 102, A Day Passing in a Blur from Back in My Day. All the way to, I'm only saying this because I care about you. If I felt like it, I could have kept her there all day, but I didn't want to hold a bride-to-be hostage like that on the eve of her wedding. I stuck to the essentials. Being an adult isn't just about biting your tongue. There's a fine line between patience and being a fool. If something's eating at you, don't let it fester, speak your mind. I wrapped up my sermon by lecturing her on the pillars of a successful marriage. And finally, this is the most important part. There's more? I hadn't even been talking that long, hardly over an hour, and she was already looking exasperated. I let out a small chuckle. You chose this father, kid. Grit your teeth and deal with it. Listen up, even if you hate it, because this matters. This is the very last thing. Even if you beg for more after this, I'm done. Fine. Be happy. That's the best thing you can do. I stood up and gave Furifushi's head a rough, affectionate rub. With a dazed expression, Furifushi touched the spot I'd ruffled and stared up at me. Your old man's heading out. I'll see you at the ceremony tomorrow. I gave a dismissive wave and headed back to the Squad 4 captain's office. Inside the office, Sakurano was already there, organizing a mountain of paperwork. Ah, Captain, you're back. I thought I cleared everything this morning. It's piled up this high again? Good grief, it never ends. You're still going to do them, right? Of course. Bring them here. I need to clock out early today. Taking the stack from Sakurano, I tore through the documents at high speed. Despite the volume, the content wasn't much different from the morning's load. A quick scan was all I needed. I finished the entire pile in about 7 minutes. Every time I see it, that speed is just marvelous. But why are you working so frantically today? During the day, I figured it was to get lunch before the meeting, but you don't have anything scheduled now. Well, it's a bit of a long story. I ended up taking in an adopted daughter, and it turns out she's getting married tomorrow. I'm a bit busy getting things ready for that. I tried to explain it as simply as possible to make it easy to understand, but Sakurano just stared at me with a look that screamed, "What did I just hear?" I knew that feeling all too well, that feeling where your hearing is perfect and you speak the same language, but you have absolutely no idea what the hell the other person is talking about. So, some crazy ahem. Some patient with severe psychopathological issues is getting married tomorrow, and she suddenly approached the captain and asked you to be her adoptive father? Spot on. And you just happily agreed, so now you're busy preparing for the wedding tomorrow? Wait, asking to be the adoptive father, does that mean you're going to be sitting in the seat of the bride's parent? I mean, of course it does. Good heavens, what kind of lunatic asks a man who already has a pregnant wife to be her adoptive father? I seriously don't get it. Saito Furifushi, captain of Squad 6. Aha. Well, that makes sense. Yes. I completely understand. The dramatic shift in her reaction was so extreme that I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her intense reaction wasn't even that strange. To be fair, anyone would probably react like Sakurano did. Please, whatever you do, do not tell Captain Saito I said that. I might actually die. If I mentioned that it was probably time for her to retire as lieutenant, she might end up wailing like she did at lunch, so I just waved her off with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. I thought the same thing at first. I expected that kind of reaction. I won't say a word, so don't worry. Phew, really. My heart can't take ing around you, Captain. It's like a roller coaster. If I die young, are you going to take responsibility? I haven't even gotten married yet. Don't worry, if you die young, I'll just bring you back. Pff, that's a funny joke. I just offered a serene smile, and Sakurano, who was picking up the fallen papers, began to eye me warily. It was a joke, right? Ah, I'm going to be late if I stay any longer. I'm heading out first, so finish up the rest of these papers and go home. Later, tell me it was a joke. Captain. Captai in. Leaving the shouting Sakurano behind, I returned home. It was a bit ridiculous to consult after the decision was already made, but I couldn't just go through with this without saying anything. That was the real reason I'd blasted through the paperwork at maximum speed. I needed to have a serious talk with Unohana. And that's what happened. Yes, I know. Now it was my turn to be in Sakurano's shoes. How did she know, actually? Wait. The signs were already there. When I'd had lunch with Sakurano, Unohana had mentioned that girl. That probably meant Furifushi. Furifushi was the only person Unohana treated with such rough familiarity. Then did she go to Unohana before asking me to be her father? Did the Saito brat come to you first? Yes. I can't tell you how flustered I was at first. But well, given how long we've known each other and the fact that there clearly wasn't any strange intent, Plus, it officially places me above that girl. I mean Saito, doesn't it? If you are her adoptive father, then I become her adoptive mother. I might be mistaken, but that last part sounds like your primary objective. Hee hee. Of course you're mistaken. It was just a joke. And I don't truly intend to be her adoptive parent either. It's a bit unpleasant to go from being friends to a mother-daughter relationship. True enough. I thought they did nothing but bicker, but it seemed they really did consider each other friends. It made me feel unexpectedly good, so I gave a satisfied smile. Then I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back before dinner, so just wait a little. All right. Oh, are you going to see Saito now? No, the Kachiki clan. Since the wedding is tomorrow, I should show my face at least once. Since I'm the father and all. I plan to go give them a gift and tell them to take good care of my daughter. She's a tomboy, but at least she isn't the type to betray anyone, so I'd ask them to look kindly on her. Even if I'd only been her adoptive father for a day, a parent is a parent, and I had to fulfill the role. As I thought that, Unohana blinked in surprise. The wedding is tomorrow? I didn't even know that. So she told her everything else but forgot the most important detail. Sigh. You know how it is. She's never been one to pay attention to these kinds of details. Unohana and I shared a wry smile. Though it wasn't exactly how I'd pictured it going, I had her blessing. I stood up, draped my Squad 4 Captain Hayori over a stand, and stepped outside. It was far too late for a formal meeting between the families, given the wedding was tomorrow, but a visit was still a visit. I debated what to give as a gift for a moment before deciding to pull some strings in my network. So that is why you have sought me out. Yeah. I need a Shiromaku with a Watabushi, a Junahito, a Tsunokakashi, and a Reso. 2 headpieces and 3 outfits. Can you help me out? To suddenly appear and demand wedding raiments, and to do so without even bringing the measurements of the one who will wear them? My bad for that. I only just heard the news myself, so I was in a bit of a rush. Sigh. And to top it all off, you come to me empty-handed, offering nothing but your demands. How truly lamentable. Do you possess no shame at all? If that is the case, then I truly apologize for touching upon such a painful subject. I'll grant you one favor later. Whatever you want. 3, 2. No more. And I won't just do anything blindly. If I look at it and think it's a no-go, I'm refusing. Very well, that is not a bad offer. Wait here a moment. I shall return with them shortly. Senjumaru departed, and I waited while sipping tea brought by her divine soldiers. By the time I was finishing my 3rd consecutive cup, Senjumaru returned carrying 3 outfits and 2 headpieces. They are finished. I think this every time, but you are frighteningly fast. Simple ceremonial robes without special functions can be made in an instant, provided the fabric is ready. Of course, since this was your request, I spent extra time spinning the thread and weaving the fabric personally on the loom. Senjumaru gave a low, elegant chuckle as she folded the garments neatly and placed them into a box. Just what exactly are you planning to ask of me? I'm starting to get nervous. It is nothing major. I simply wish for you to assist me with a small experiment of mine. But we can speak of that later, when time is more plentiful. Come visit me again another day. After all, time is the one thing we have in abundance, is it not? The word experiment was a bit ominous, but I just nodded and took the clothes before dropping down in front of the main gate of the Kachiki estate in the Suriidi. Wah! Someone just fell from the sky? I showed the box to the panicked gatekeepers and spoke. I'm the father of Saito Furufushi, who's getting married tomorrow. Mind if I step inside? Ah, yes. Just as one gatekeeper was about to open the gate in a daze, the gatekeeper on the other side snapped to his senses and smacked his partner in the back of the head. You idiot, why are you just opening it? He obviously looks way too young. Get it together. Oh, rewrite. I was so shocked seeing someone drop from the sky. Halt. Identify yourself. These guys are a bit of a mess. Is it really okay for gatekeepers to be like this? Actually, I suppose being that coherent after seeing a man fall from the sky is impressive enough. Shimon Mayo. Shimon. Mayo. Hup. It can't be. A distinguished guest. Open the gates at once. Gee, got it. What's with these two? Are they a comedy duo? With a bewildered look, I glanced at the 2 gatekeepers and entered the Kachiki estate, and as soon as I entered, what I saw was, so the wedding is finally tomorrow. Yeah, I guess so. Hee hee. Time really flies, doesn't it? Now we can be together without ever being apart. Ugh, stop with the cheesy lines. Besides, we've basically been attached at the hip even before getting married. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see anything. Chapter 103. Marriage is indeed a joyful occasion. I didn't want to disturb the happy moments of a couple-to-be, but since the wedding was tomorrow, I had no choice but to be an unfortunate intruder. Of course, I didn't just burst out thoughtlessly like usual. I approached while intentionally making noise, rustling the grass with my footsteps to signal my presence. If they had any sense, they'd realize someone was coming and pull apart. You know, I'm not usually the type to say stuff like this, but I'm just so happy. You know? It's you who made me like this. Pfft. That's good to hear. Let's stay happy forever. Ah. So this was why she used to scream at me and throw fits whenever I was being romantic with Unohana, telling me not to do that in front of her. This was the reason. The sense of dissonance from seeing someone I knew act like a completely different person, the guilt and alienation of seeing something I shouldn't have, and that toe-curling cringy feeling. It was just a cocktail of bad sensations that if I had just glanced and walked by I could have ignored it, but since I had to talk to them my body practically twisted in agony the closer I got. Arg. My hands. The cringe. On the outside I maintained my composure as best as I could, but inside I was squirming and screaming in pain. So, I made my presence even more obvious that I stepped louder and even readjusted the wooden box on my shoulder to make it rattle. And yet, why the hell are these two not letting go of each other? Kihihi, then do that thing you always do for me. Are you sure? Someone might see us. We haven't done it today. I don't care if people see. Let them look if they want to. Oh, Fuchan. You're hopeless. Fine then. No matter how hard I tried to signal my presence, they ignored me with gritted teeth. At this point, I suspected they were ignoring me on purpose. But if I let this go on and watched them lock lips, it would leave a scar on all three of us, mostly on me. So I just announced myself the old-fashioned way. Hey, ha? Eek. Right. Do that and you can't ignore me anymore. The two of them jumped up in fright, bumping their foreheads against each other before scrambling apart, rubbing their bruises. Look at you two acting out a damn play. I wasn't going to say this since it's our first time meeting, but boy, you really are blinded by love, aren't you? Excuse me, but do you realize how incredibly rude you are being for a first meeting? That's why I just said I wasn't going to say it, kid. Rudeness aside, if someone approaches you making noise, rattling a wooden box and making their presence clear, you should have the sense to back off. I had to call out because I saw you two were about to start swapping spit. What of it? What insolence? Stop. Don't. As Furufushi stepped in front of the man who was about to lose his temper, his face filled with despair, he looked like a man who just lost his girlfriend to some blonde-haired delinquent. I mean, come on, you two were literally just all over each other a second ago. Why am I the bad guy here? Fuchan? He's my dad. Dad? I'm her foster father, but I'm the one who raised the brat. I heard the wedding is tomorrow, so I came to visit. Gah. Father-in-law. I apologize for not recognizing you. I am Hijiri Kachiki, the man who is to become Saito-san's husband. Seeing him bow so low his head nearly hit the dirt made me chuckle. He didn't act like a stuck-up noble, he went straight for a deep bow. Not bad. Right. The wedding is tomorrow, they say. It wouldn't feel right to come empty-handed, so I brought a little gift. What is it? Show me quick. Hey brat, watch your tone with your old man. Anyway, here. Take a look. I set the box on the ground and tore it open, revealing wedding garments that anyone could tell were of the highest quality. I don't know if the name means anything to you, but these were custom-made by Senjimaru Shut-Era, the Grand Weaver and Northern Divine General of Squad Zero. I've got different styles in there, so pick what fits. The Grand Weaver, Senjimaru Shut-Era? This is a custom-made treasure that millions couldn't buy. Who's that? She's someone who left a massive footprint in the history of the Soul Society. Anyway, she's just incredibly amazing. Someone the likes of us can't even dream of meeting. Hijiri started to explain, then seeing Furufushi's blank stare, he immediately broke it down into simpler terms. I was satisfied. My foster daughter really is a bit of a dimwit. Seeing him explain things kindly and at her level, rather than mocking or ignoring her ignorance, put my mind at ease that I watched with a pleased smile as Hijiri patiently explained Senjimaru Shitara's prestige and Furufushi struggled to understand. Once he finished the explanation, Hijiri stood up and bowed to me once more. I truly thank you once again. May I ask for your name? Satisfied, I patted Hijiri on the shoulder. Never mind that. My name isn't important. Just remember me as Sato's father. That's enough. But, it's fine. Just make my daughter happy. She's lived a rather eventful life. As I said that and looked at Furufushi, she blinked at me, her ears turning red, likely embarrassed about being caught in her earlier public display of affection. I already know about Saito-san's past. I am prepared to embrace all of it. That is my love for her. Ugh. Don't say such embarrassing things. Seeing Furufushi scream with a bright red face, my expression flattened into one of utter boredom. Why are you getting embarrassed now? You didn't care who was watching a moment ago when you were practically melting into each other. What was it? I don't care if people see. Let them look if they want to? Ayakak. Die. I lightly stepped on her foot as she rushed to kick me, and I twisted my body to let her punch pass harmlessly by. Whoa there, calm down. It was just a little tease, don't get so worked up. Ugh. You. Haha, isn't Fuchan cute when she's angry? God. I need to finish my business here and get out fast. I squeezed my eyes shut and then stepped back. Anyway, I heard the wedding's tomorrow, so I had to rush these. I didn't have time to prepare anything else. It's more than enough. Just being able to take Saito-san as my wife is a gift I can never repay. How could I ask for more? All right. I get that you two are lovey-dovey. Stop it already. I waved them off, closed the lid of the box, and stepped further back. I've delivered what I came to deliver, so I'm done. I'd hate to keep bothering the happy couple on their pre-wedding night. Must you leave already? It's a shame. You could stay for tea and a chat. I appreciate the thought. I'll be back for the wedding tomorrow, so I'll see you then. I left Hijiri, who was smiling and seeing me off, and Saito, who was hiding behind him with a flushed face behind. Of course, I didn't actually intend to go home yet. The reason I came here wasn't just to drop off clothes. Once I was out of their sight, I began to wander around the inner compound of the Kachiki estate, looking for the head of the family. Detecting presence was as natural to me as breathing, so I found the tea room where the head was located without needing a guide. I have been waiting for you. In the tea room, an elderly man with snow-white hair was stirring matcha with a tea whisk. The old man paused, set the cup aside, and placed both hands on the floor to bow deeply. I am the 23rd head of the Kachiki clan, Renmei Kachiki. It is an honor to meet the living history of the Soul Society itself. You seem to know me well. It's a very old story I thought most wouldn't know. Indeed, that may be true for some. However, among the 5 noble families who paved the way for the Soul Society's beginning, few would be ignorant of Lord Shimon. In our house, we have even kept records of you in our books. The head reached into his robes and pulled out an old book titled Shijusen Enji. The master written about by the founder of our house, Myron Kachiki, in this book. Is that not you, Lord Shimon? There was no point in hiding it now, so I gave a curt nod and sat down. That's a name that brings back memories. But that book, it's in surprisingly good condition for something written by Myron's own hand. The original is strictly preserved in the Kachiki family treasury. This is a copy transcribed by my grandfather. I thought so. It looked too fresh for something hundreds of thousands of years old. Still, it was surprising they even kept the original. If paper were made in those days, it should have turned to dust by now. I admired the record for a moment before changing the subject. I wasn't here to talk about myself, but about my daughter's wedding. I hear the Kachiki house has a joyful occasion coming up. Ho ho, for a family, peaceful days without trouble are the most joyful occasions. Is that so? Then what I heard must have been a celebration, not just a joyful occasion. I cut straight to the point without testing the waters. The head's hand whisking the matcha stopped for a fleeting second. I smell something fishy. Yes, it is my grandson's wedding. Then it is a celebration. The greatest celebration of his life. I was satisfied enough to see a grandson before I die, but now I get to see a great-grandson as well. The head chuckled hollowly as he spoke. Yes, hollowly. His words held the form of joy, but the foundation beneath them was emptiness, not happiness. Why? Well, I didn't even have to think hard to guess. The head simply didn't like this marriage. For someone saying that, you seem quite displeased with the whole affair. How could I be displeased that my grandson has found a partner? And yet, you plan to hold this once-in-a-lifetime wedding quietly within the family estate. Isn't that a contradiction? Even the poorest person wants their wedding to be grand. Because, as the head himself said, it's a once-in-a-lifetime celebration. Furthermore, there are many people who didn't even know this wedding was happening. I had only heard about Sato's wedding today. It wasn't just suspicious because I hadn't heard, I rarely leave my place so that's whatever. But the other captains didn't know? Even Unohana, who is quite close to Saito, was in the dark. That made no sense. They should have known at least a week ago. Noble weddings aren't things you have to seek out, people talk about them so much you learn by default. Usually, noble weddings involve the whole town gathering to congratulate the bride and groom, with festivals lasting all day. You're planning to end your precious grandson's big day quietly, without anyone's blessing. From the treatment, you'd think this was a disaster, not a celebration. Ho-ho. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? The Kachiki family has always held weddings modestly. This time is simply no different from the past. The same as the past? Well, I don't recall you ever suppressing the news of a wedding before. Am I mistaken? Or are you trying to deceive me? Deceive the master of our founder? Heaven forbid. It is simply that my grandson requested the ceremony be as quiet as possible, so we were forced to limit the news. I threw out a lure and he bit immediately. No matter how many winters an old man has weathered, he's still a fledgling to me. If you choke them then let up just a little, they'll naturally come up for air. If it was his request, I suppose it can't be helped. Did you hear the reason? His future wife's past was turbulent, and she has many enemies. Fearing it might bring trouble to the family, he requested the quietest, humblest ceremony possible. I see. That would be a valid reason. But you see, on my way here I saw your grandson and my daughter. They seemed quite devoted. They were smiling brightly, talking about how the wedding is tomorrow. They didn't look like a couple expecting a lonely, guest-less ceremony for the biggest day of their lives. That must be a testament to how deep their feelings for each other are. If they love each other that much, surely they can embrace each other's past. Or are you saying your grandson is a shameless human who doesn't feel sorry for ruining his wife's biggest day, a piece of trash who doesn't actually love his wife? How dare you speak such? The head, unaware he was biting into a hook, finally snapped as I kept probing his weak spots. He was cornered. There are only so many excuses one can make to avoid the truth. If I'm wrong, then say I'm wrong. I'll apologize for my misunderstanding. The moment he stood up in anger, the game was over. Continuing to deny it would only make him look pathetic. The head seemed to realize this as a vein throbbed on his forehead and he let out an uncomfortable groan. This is an internal matter of the Kachiki house. I will say no more. Is it? Since my daughter is about to become a Kachiki, I'd say it's a matter I have every right to hear. The head's eyes widened. He looked utterly shocked. I leaned forward, letting out a smirk. What, did the servant only tell you I was here? Yes, Saito Furufushi is my daughter. Though not related by blood, she is a child of my heart, so it's only natural for her father to come visiting. So why don't you give me an answer? Why my daughter's wedding had to be small, without guests, without celebration, and without anyone's blessing? I hope the words that come out of your mouth aren't just pathetic excuses, head of the Kachiki clan. I stared him down. A suffocating silence hung between the head and me. Chapter 104. The Nether King's grand entrance at the wedding. Putting the heavy-handed lecturing aside, the core of the issue could be summarized as follows. It seemed Saito Furufushi's past would bring nothing but shame to the Kachiki clan. Of course, it wasn't just that. Should the two unite, they would be subject to the wagging tongues of those who knew of her bloody history. This hushed plan was a necessary measure to prevent that. A wedding that deserves nothing but blessings shouldn't be filled with mockery, curse, and jeers, should it? Better to hide it. Though it would be a meager ceremony, it would at least allow the two to live together in quiet happiness, free from scandal. A reason that's easy enough to understand. I am grateful for your understanding. It was an inevitable choice made for the sake of the clan and for the happiness of the couple. A marriage is meant to be the start of happiness, but what if the very first step is stained with contempt and disdain? Even if their married life were happy afterward, the wounds inflicted during the wedding would remain as scars that never vanish, lasting a lifetime. Of course. If I were to set aside my personal bias and look at this objectively, it is true that the contempt from those who know her past is simply the karmic retribution for the slaughter she has accumulated. Though I took her in as an adopted daughter out of long-standing affection, that truth is undeniable that it was uncomfortable, but I couldn't say his reasoning was illogical that no matter if I am Furufushi's foster father, I cannot insist that wrong is right. Nor can I pretend what exists does not. To do so would be a failing as a human being, long before being a foster father. But that doesn't mean your methods are correct. It was done out of necessity for the clan and the children. Are you saying this was a mistake? If it was truly for those children, you should at least have refrained from keeping it a secret from the two of them. According to the clan head's words, the wedding would be humbler than ever. No guests, just a quiet affair within the clan before calling it a day. Yet Hijiri and Furufushi were clearly looking forward to their wedding day, thinking that tomorrow would surely be a happy day, because tomorrow was finally their wedding. That if those two had known that the wedding would be beyond modest, that it would be pathetic, would they have been able to look forward to it so purely? Well, I can't say for certain, but at the very least they wouldn't have been able to rejoice with such innocence. I acknowledge that Saito Furufushi's past is drenched in blood. However, the fact that your grandson is getting married means you gave your permission, did you not? Or what is it? Did you allow the marriage but refuse to acknowledge it? That is. I had no such thoughts. Then what is it? What were you thinking? If there is something I don't know, tell me. We shouldn't be piling up needless misunderstandings and getting red in the face. We aren't at an age where we should be grabbing each other's collars over such things. Tap, tap, tap. I waited for an answer, drumming my fingers against my knee, but no response came no matter how long I waited. Since he had nothing to say, he was likely resorting to silence. It was cowardly in a way, but not something I couldn't understand. From the clan head's perspective, a bomb that could go off with one wrong word was shoved in his face, demanding a password. There was no way he could easily open his mouth. This is why old fools with stiff heads are so troublesome. I'm not that much of a madman, so why are they judging me by their own standards? Once you have decided to embrace her, you must embrace her past as well. Spitting out what is bitter and swallowing what is sweet is an act for an infant who hasn't even grown teeth. Unless you have become a senile ghost, do not act like a child. Would it not be a waste of all those years you spent cultivating yourself? As I tried to ease his tension with a gentler admonition, the clan head flinched. He furrowed his brows in deep thought before quietly closing his eyes. I will keep that in mind. I look forward to hearing good news later. The clan head was an old man himself. No matter how stiff-necked he wasn't so dim-witted as to misunderstand my meaning. I held my tongue and stood up from my seat. I thought about dropping by to see Furufushi on my way out, but figured she'd be in the middle of a frantic rush, so I just headed home. And the very next day, when I went to work at Squad 4 as usual, news arrived that Furufushi's wedding had been postponed by a week. The reason was simple. Preparing a grand wedding naturally requires that much time. However, most people who heard the news seemed more shocked by the fact that Furufushi was getting married rather than the fact that the date had been moved. Captain Saito is getting married. Yeah, you don't look surprised at all. Wait, did you already know? Of course I knew. The agenda of the last captain's meeting was about Saito Furufushi and Katori Batsunsai getting married and retiring. Oh, right. Sakurano nodded, letting out a deep sigh as she sluggishly flipped through some documents. She was clearly struggling to focus, so I set my paperwork down. What's up? Something happened? Huh? Oh, it's just how should I put it? I knew Captain Katori would get married eventually, but I never imagined Captain Saito would. I kept thinking, I'm still okay, there's time, but as people around me start marrying one by one, and even the person I thought would be the absolute last to marry goes before me, I'm starting to feel rushed. Sigh, she's always talking about going off to find her match, so she really was concerned about it, but it's not like I had anything particularly helpful to say, so I just nodded in acknowledgement that I can't exactly set her up with a guy. From Sakurano's perspective, the men I know are all just old farts. Wait, not just old farts but grandfathers? Ugh, how horrific. Let's not think about it. Wait and have hope. A good connection will appear eventually. Sniff, I want to live happily and lovey-dovey with a boyfriend by my side like everyone else. Then go outside. If you stay cooped up in the barracks working every day and then complain about not having a boyfriend, what am I supposed to say? But, if I'm working, I can say I don't have a boyfriend because I'm busy with work. If I stop working, I lose my only excuse. Find a balance between work and life. I tell you to go home, but you're always doing overtime anyway. That's because I have to be a role model so the subordinates will follow along. You're too over the top with that. Cut back on the work. Should I just send you on vacation? Ugh. That. I'm fine. She's the one singing about needing a man, yet she recoils in horror the moment I try to push her out to find one. That I found out later that Lieutenant Sakurano was actually holding out because she was desperately waiting for a miraculous fateful encounter with her destined partner. I kept telling her she has to go outside for such a miracle to even find her. It was frustrating enough that I wanted to shout it. But I didn't say it out loud. Honestly, even hearing "when are you getting married?" from family is annoying, but from your boss at work, I wouldn't even have the breath for a sigh. Truly, while assuming she'd handle her own business and living my days as usual, time blew by like a breeze and a week passed. The day of Furufushi's wedding arrived. Whether it was because my previous gentle advice hit home, the wedding was surprisingly spectacular. It was almost as if the Kachiki clan was asking, "We did this much, can we make up now?" It's not like we were fighting though. Still, it was commendable that they changed their minds even if it was late, so I should prepare a gift for them later. The hot spring I used to use shortly after leaving hell is still there. If I take them there to let their bodies and minds rest, they'll probably love it, right? Wait, technically I'd be taking them to the gate of hell. They might actually be terrified at a sudden image of the Kachiki clan head wailing, "Oh Lord, great messenger, it's not my time to go yet," popped into my head, making me wipe my face with my hand. Let's think about the gift slowly later. With that thought, I slowly moved toward the direction where I sensed Furufushi's presence. She was still in her room preparing. Beyond the tightly shut sliding doors, I sensed 5 other presences besides Furufushi. "Yo, daughter. Daddy's here." Since a husband isn't supposed to see the bride before the ceremony, I leaned against the doorpost and spoke. An answer came from beyond the door. "Geez, you're exactly on time. You could have come a little earlier to hold down the fort." "I had some stuff to do. Got a bit busy, you know how it is. But hey, I'm here and I'm not late, right?" "Busy? You? You're a total layabout bum." "Hey, you brat, watch your mouth with your foster father." "A bum? I'm the captain of Squad 4. And since you left the dojo and Yuichiro got pregnant, I've been the one running the place. Who could possibly be busier than me?" "Want me to throw your favorite phrase back at you? It's karma. You played around so much back then, so work just as hard now. PFF, you sure have a silver tongue. So, does the dress fit? I didn't know your measurements, so I just made an educated guess. It's too tight around the chest. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Even a passing dog wouldn't buy that one." The things you say to your adopted daughter. I have a principle of never lying. Anyway, congratulations on the wedding. Look forward to the main ceremony today. What did you prepare this time? Something that'll make your jaw drop. After exchanging a few more words of blessing, I ended the conversation and headed back to the hall. I waited in a spot where there weren't many people. When the announcement came that the wedding was about to commence, I trudged toward the seats reserved for the parents of the bride and groom. As soon as I took my place in the parents' seat, the gazes of everyone there, including the Kachiki clan head and the other heads of the 4 great noble families, pierced into me. It was only natural. Seriously, why did they have to make it so flashy? I had come out wearing the Nether King regalia, which I hadn't put on once since my retirement. By the way, wearing this creates a mandorla of flames behind your head. I still don't know what the hell the person who made this was thinking, or rather how they even made it. Man, it's hot. Damn it, why is the back of my head so toasty? I hope this wedding ends quickly. Chapter 105, Mountain Beyond Mountain. Who is the true protagonist of a wedding? I dare say there isn't a single soul in this world who doesn't know the answer to that question. Indeed, the protagonists of a wedding are the people getting married. In other words, the groom and the bride. Because of this, there is a social agreement that guests attending a wedding should wear modest clothing so as not to outshine the couple. It's not that I don't know this. Of course, I do. I in the first place, with the number of people around me who have gotten married, how could I not? However, I am certain that at this very wedding I am more extravagant than anyone else here. There are several reasons for this, but to look at the 2 biggest. First, I am wearing the Nether King's raiment. The clothes themselves are spectacular. But the fact that this is a Shinden Shiki ceremony plays a major role as well. As you might have guessed from the name, a Shinden Shiki is literally a wedding performed before the gods. It basically means, we're getting married today, so please look after us. But for the guests who came to see the groom and bride join in an eternal bond before the gods, seeing a literal pseudo-Buddha sitting there with a halo of light behind his head, there's no way they wouldn't be distracted. Could that be? No way. Is it really? But no matter how you look at it, yes, and that leads to the second reason. The halo. When you're sporting a ring of light behind your head, it's bound to draw attention. Of course, I didn't come dressed like this to ruin Furufushi's wedding. While clothing serves to cover one's shame and protect the body, it also serves to display a person's status and office. In other words, I have come to this place not as the captain of Squad 4, but as the Nether King, the progenitor of the 5 noble families, and their sole head. It's a bit embarrassing to say this myself, as if I'm bragging. But it's effectively no different from a god suddenly showing up at a wedding to offer congratulations. At first, the focus might be on me, but once I congratulate Furufushi, all that attention shifts to her. People will think, who is she that a god would personally come to congratulate her? And she's much more amazing than I thought. That sort of thing. While this action might not be purely beneficial, it's a once-in-a-lifetime wedding, so I can at least do this much for her. By the way, just how do I get rid of this halo that's burning fiercely behind my head right now? It's true I wore this with the intent to draw a little attention, but I didn't expect a halo to actually manifest. I'm quite flustered. Moreover, it's lukewarm. To anyone looking, it's clearly real fire. No, wait, it feels lukewarm to me, but for other people, wouldn't it be agonizing? I doubt Jamin would have been that thoughtless when making it, but this is a fairly old work he created back when he was still in the middle of his reform. Thinking about it that way, it wasn't an impossible scenario. Which made me quite worried that I wanted to give my adopted daughter some prestige, not cause a public nuisance. Glancing around, I saw that people were still just staring at me like I was some rare spectacle. They didn't seem to be suffering from burns. Hell, they didn't even seem to feel the heat. So this heat is only felt by me? Damn it, he really did make this to screw with me. With a sour expression, I scratched my head. Feeling as though a hot pack had been placed on the back of my hand, I pulled away and dusted it off. As long as it doesn't affect anyone else, I guess it's fine. Compared to the heat-induced hell, this level of warmth is like lying on a heated floor. Still, I'll have to tell him to take this damn halo off later. Thinking that, I crossed my arms. Soon after, the ceremony began. Led by the Kanushi head priest, and followed by 2 Miko shrine maidens, Furufushi and Hijiri entered, shielded by a red wagasa paper umbrella. As a side note, the priest and the maidens caught sight of me and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads, their hands shaking so violently I thought they might collapse. I pretended not to notice. Of course, Furufushi, who was following behind, didn't say anything, but as soon as she saw me, her one eye bulged, cursing me out with her gaze. Hijiri wore an expression similar to the priest and the maidens. Surprising, isn't it? This is who your foster father is, and this is who your father-in-law is. Thinking that, I gave a light wave of my hand in greeting. Whoa, look at that murderous glare. I should bolt as soon as the main ceremony is over. Holding that thought, I slowly lowered my hand. Ehem. Well then. First we shall read the invocation. From the reading of the invocation to the nuptial speech, the exchange of vows, the Sakazuki Goto, sharing of sake cups, and the tamakushi, ritual offering, traditional Japanese weddings take longer than expected. It was a bit tiring, but I quietly kept my place until the end. And then, once the ceremony concluded, I stood before Furufushi, leaving behind the priest and maidens who were dripping with cold sweat. She seemed to have calmed down slightly. Instead of cursing me with her eyes, she looked at me with a skeptical expression. I chuckled. How was it? Surprised? Yeah. I was seriously shocked. Did you really have to dress so flashily? What are you trying to do, outshining the bride? Hey, I came all this way to congratulate you, and this is the reaction I get. No, dressing flashier than me makes it look like you came to sabotage the wedding, not celebrate it. More importantly, what's that fireball behind your head? Keto? As if. It's just a slightly bright torch. We exchanged a few jokes with a laugh, and after giving her one final congratulation, I prepared to leave. You're just leaving? What about the reception? You want me to attend the reception dressed like this? Have you no conscience? Since when did you care about that? Just eat and go. There's someone waiting for me at home, so I have to get back. There will be plenty of other chances to eat together later. With those final words and a light smile, I left those preparing for the reception behind and walked out of the Kachiki estate. How should I put it? A marriage is certainly something to celebrate, but knowing we won't see each other as often makes me feel a bit bittersweet. Lest there be any misunderstanding, this feeling is absolutely not because I have romantic feelings for Furufushi. If I had such feelings to begin with, I never would have taken her in as a foster daughter. The feeling I'm experiencing now isn't that. It's more like seeing off a friend who is transferring to a distant school that we can still stay in touch and see each other if we make time, but since we're both busy, we won't be able to meet much anymore. It's similar to that. Nothing lasts forever, but time sure flies. Even centuries can pass by so quickly. How much time do I have left? Just how much time has been granted to me? Does it even have an end to begin with? Drunk on current happiness, I recalled something I had briefly forgotten at MY's solitary life where I must bid farewell to everything, a life burdened with a cycle of waiting and parting for all eternity. I didn't think I'd be troubled by this thought again after all this time. Thanks to the reception being held at the Kachiki estate, the road home was quiet and perfect for meditation, so I closed my eyes and walked slowly. Yes, in the past, the world has asked me this question while snatching away things that felt like they would last forever. That if nothing remains by your side, what meaning does your life have? It was a problem I had already answered within myself many times, so I opened my eyes with a smirk. It's fine even if there's no meaning. I simply live in the moment so that I won't have any regrets even if I die right now. I simply live as myself. That is my philosophy of life. So stop clinging to me and get lost. I found the answer to that pathetic philosophical question ages ago. I flicked away the black ants that were crawling up my shoulder. Good grief, you really are persistent. Seeing how much you're fussing just because I used a name once, you must have been preparing this with intent. Sigh, better get home. Since I took the day off for the wedding anyway, there's no problem with going straight home. In other words, today is a day where I can legally slack off. I'll go home and get some good rest, but I better do something about this halo first. The back of my head was starting to feel like it was being heated under the midsummer sun, so I immediately leaped up and entered the Soul King Palace. And, perfectly timed, Jamin was working on the broken Hyasamto. Hey Jamin. HM? Master Iik? Cough. Choke wheeze. Gah, what's with him? Why is he so startled? It had been a long time since I'd seen Jamin that surprised, so as I blinked in confusion, Jamin, who had been coughing incessantly, collapsed with his face bright red. Hey, breathe. Breathe. You're gonna die at this rate, man. Gasp. Huff wheeze. After I thumped him on the back for a bit, Jamin eventually caught his breath and let out a sigh so heavy it could have collapsed the ground. So humph. Clear throat. So, why are you suddenly wearing those clothes? I dressed up a bit for my foster daughter's wedding. But why were you so shocked? Of course I'm shocked. This is the first time you've worn those clothes since the groundbreaking ceremony after creating the second hell. It gave me a real fright. It's just clothes, why are you making such a fuss? They might look like just clothes to you, but my past is woven into them. For a moment, I thought this entire moment was just a fleeting dream and that I was still floating in the hell of black darkness. I guess if that's a trauma, it's a trauma. Well, he brought it on himself. Anyway, I came to ask you to take this halo off my head. Can you do it? Yes, that's simple enough. Please wait a moment. Jamin said that and moved behind me, beginning to wave his hands in the AIR.At first glance. It looked like meaningless flailing, but a closer look revealed a pattern, and closing my eyes allowed me to feel the flow of spirit particles. Confirming he was actually doing something, I closed my eyes and waited. The reason for closing my eyes was simple. It's a halo. Having this behind your head actually makes your eyes stin. Gee, quite a bit. By the way, an adopted daughter's wedding. Though I cannot attend personally, I should at least offer my congratulations from here. True. Thanks for the sentiment. If it were your wedding, Master, I would have gone in person. It's quite a shame. Come to think of it, Master, have you never held a wedding ceremony? I've never heard a word about it, so I was confused. My wedding? Wait a minute. Did I have a wedding ceremony? Thinking about the cohabitation and the pregnancy, it was basically a common-law marriage, but we haven't actually had a wedding ceremony yet. I'm screwed. The halo wasn't the problem here. Chapter 106. If you err, apologize. If you worry, speak. The ring, or whatever the hell it was, didn't matter. I had to get home right this second, and I changed at literal lightning speed and chucked the Nether King's raiment straight at Jamin's face. Hey, have that fixed by the time I'm back. I'm out. Without a single glance back, I sprinted for home. Seriously, I haven't run this hard since that bloody life and death struggle against the Soul King. After blurring out of the Soul King Palace in an instant, I reached my house. There, I found Unohana sitting in the sun-drenched corridor as usual, gently stroking her stomach. She was humming a soft tune, completely unaware of my arrival that I took a moment to catch my breath, watching her from behind in silence, before quietly taking a seat beside her. Yuichiro. Oh my, you're back early. I thought the reception would have kept you much longer. I immediately pressed my forehead to the floor and apologized to her with everything I had. I'm sorry. Having a wedding. I'd completely forgotten about it. I know how pathetic I sound. If I were to offer a half-hearted excuse, it would be that I genuinely had a reason to forget. That reason? I've lived for such an unfathomable eternity without so much as a date, let alone a marriage. Other things I thought about often enough, or they'd pop up just as I was about to forget them. But a wedding ceremony? I never even had the time to consider it, let alone the opportunity. It just naturally slipped into the void of my mind. Sure, the 4 great noble families had already married and built dynasties, but when I met those founders, they were already old men with great-grandchildren, just waiting for the day they'd keel over. Weddings? They were the last thing on their minds, but regardless of my excuses, missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime event for such a ridiculous reason was undeniably my fault. So I just shut up and kept my head bowed. Did something happen at the wedding? No. It's just that seeing the wedding made me realize. I'm sorry. There was no need for hesitation or mental preparation. These were words I should have said a long time ago. Right now my heart was filled with nothing but responsibility and guilt. Yuichiro blinked blankly, looking at me as if she couldn't quite process what she'd just heard. Seeing that expression, I gave a bitter smile and lowered my head further. It's too sudden, isn't it? I'm sorry. I should have said this much sooner. It's all right. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd exploded in anger. A wedding is that significant of an event. Contrary to my nerves, however, Unohana reacted as if she were simply remembering something trivial. You're not angry. Pardon? Why would I be angry? While it is a shame we haven't held a ceremony, you've already given me so much more than that. Still stroking her belly, she gave a soft giggle, took my hand and pulled me up. You gifted me a new life. You gave me eyes that can look at the present instead of the past, and you've allowed me to envision a future. What more could I possibly ask for? She wasn't just saying it for my sake, it felt like her genuine truth. And that only made me feel worse. Ha. Talk about hypocrisy. I go around acting all high and mighty, telling others to be happy and cherish those beside them, and yet I was neglectful of the person right next to me. I'm a world-class idiot. If there were an idiot championship, I would have swept the gold medal with no competition. As I sat there with a bitter look on my face, Unohana cupped my cheeks with both hands and forced me to look up. Do not bow your head like that. In a few months you will be the father of a child. Is it right for such a man to kneel and hang his head so easily? I'm bowing because it's not an easy matter. A problem concerning my wife can never be light. Really? You are quite stubborn. Then I suppose it can't be helped. Here, come sit beside me. Suddenly? When I blinked in confusion, she narrowed her eyes slightly. You said you were in the wrong, yet you won't listen to me? No, of course I will. I immediately sat down beside her. Move over just a little bit. This much? A little more. Yes, that's perfect. I waited to see what she was planning, only for her to suddenly grab my clothes and pull my head down onto her lap. Yes, the classic knee pillow that I tried to sit back up in surprise, but her finger pressing against my forehead made me lose all strength and I settled back down. Unohana looked down at me with a satisfied smile and began to stroke my hair. Thank you for thinking of me. But it really is fine. I've told you before, haven't I? Having you is enough for me. But a wedding is an important matter. It's supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Fufu, that's true. But in my heart I felt we had our ceremony a long time ago. Huh? When? She closed her eyes as if reminiscing, a radiant smile on her lips. Do you remember when I confessed my love to you? When I asked if I might dare to adore you? I remember saying it myself. That I was the one who adored you. Hee. I see you do remember. To me that moment was our wedding. Calling what was, at best, a proposal our wedding, I felt a strange mixture of joy and guilt wash over me simultaneously. A secret wedding for just the two of us, known to no one else in the world. Isn't that romantic enough? I realized then that this wasn't something to be satisfied with. With a somber smile, I gently placed my hand over her cheek. It's late, but let's do it now. The wedding. I truly don't mind. If you're only doing this because of me, it really isn't necessary. It's because I mind. It's incredibly late, but let's make it grand. Not just a wedding for the two of us, but one that the whole world will know. As I spoke with a faint smile, she turned her head away, unable to meet my eyes. Before long, a sniffle reached my ears, and she began to dab at her eyes with the back of her hand. Ah, wait a moment. Ha! I shouldn't be like this. Sniff. I didn't intend to cry like this. She had been smiling as if everything was fine, but how much had she been hurting inside? What must have gone through her mind while watching a closest friend Furufushi get married? And when she heard that I of all people was going to sit in the seat of the bride's father at Furufushi's wedding, what had she been thinking then? I couldn't even begin to guess. I carefully sat up, draped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her into a gentle embrace. Save for the natural sounds of her sniffling, silence filled the air. I'm sorry I made you carry this alone until now. No answer came, only the front of my shirt gradually grew damp. After some time, once Unohana had composed her emotions, I apologized once more. For forgetting something so vital, I was truly sorry. I forgive you. So please set aside your guilt and let's talk about something else. That something else was, of course, the wedding. Who to invite, where it should be held, who should officiate, whether to choose a Shinto-style Shindenshiki or a Buddhist-style Butsuzenshiki. There was so much to decide that the conversation naturally stretched on. First, I would like to invite everyone from Squad 4. Since it is my wedding after all. I want to show my subordinates directly. That sounds great. My darling wife gets to do whatever she wants. I gave her words my absolute enthusiastic approval. I was nodding along like one of those bobbleheads on a dashboard, throwing in my own opinions here and there, when she poked my cheek with her index finger. How long are you going to let me do all the talking? This isn't just my wedding, it's our wedding. Ah, sorry. Seeing you so happy made me lose focus for a second. Honestly, please say something. Otherwise, it feels like I'm the only one getting married here. Even her bitter smiles were beautiful. I nodded in realization. Who are you planning on inviting? There are plenty of people I could invite. I'm not sure if they can all make it since they're busy, but they'll probably come if I send out the invitations, right? People you would describe as busy. I can't even imagine who they might be. Just off the top of my head, the Zero Division members Jamin, the 10 Kings of Hell Kagaya Hozuki. If I could talk Jamin into it, maybe even the Soul King. No, the Soul King might be difficult. Showing everyone his dismembered state probably wouldn't be the best vibe for a wedding. I'll have to go pay my respects to the Soul King separately later. Wait, hold on a second. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me and I snapped my fingers. Unohana, who had been humming happily, looked toward me and blinked. What is it? We were worrying about choosing between a Buddhist or a Shinto ceremony, right? Yes? We were. Have you made a decision? Yeah. I don't think we need to agonize over it anymore. Which style will it be? Shinto? Buddhist? If it's all right, could I keep it a secret until the big day? I want to surprise you. You're not going to startle the child in my belly, are you? Don't worry about that. Even if the effect is overwhelming, it won't be a negative one. Very well, I shall trust you. Since it is your word. A Shinto ceremony is held before the gods. A Buddhist ceremony is held before the Buddha. If you can't decide, you might as well just do both. I looked at her beaming face and smiled back, nodding in silent determination. Chapter 107. Delivering the wedding invitations. Preparations for the wedding with Unohana were finished in the blink of an eye. A week? No, it took exactly 2 days to prepare everything, from the ceremonial attire to the venue and the invitations. Even I was surprised that it ended so quickly. If I, the one who did the legwork, was this shocked, imagine Unohana. The moment she heard the preparations were complete, her eyes went wide and she was left speechless. It's already done. Yeah. I happen to know a lot of people here and there. When I told them I was getting married, they were more than happy to help. In truth, I did almost nothing. At most, I just moved around to spread the word about my wedding. Actually, I didn't even visit that many places. Not even several places. I went to exactly 2. The Soul King Palace and Hell. Just those 2. When I delivered the news of the wedding there, they looked at me as if to say, Why are you telling us something we already know? But the moment I mentioned I hadn't actually held a ceremony until now, they started screaming, "Emergency! Emergency!" Before I could do a single thing, they had handled every detail. The situation was so severe that Hell's operations were paralyzed for a brief moment. You can probably guess how chaotic it was without me going into detail. The Soul King Palace? There's usually not much work to do there anyway, so it was fine. Regardless, once the preparations were finished and I told Unohana, she was stunned at first, but soon broke into a happy smile. You certainly were fast with the preparations. Ah, fufufu, I'm only joking. My wife's jokes are so bone-chillingly sharp sometimes that I thought my heart was going to stop. But, is it alright to hold our wedding so close to another one? It's fine. The guest lists don't overlap much, and honestly, since it's a double celebration, people will welcome it more than they'll hate it. If you say so, don't worry. It'll be fine. You trust me, don't you? Hee hee, I suppose so. Everything you've said would be okay has turned out fine. I'm sure this will be no different. Exactly. Just trust me. I'll be back, so get some rest at home. I gave her a gentle smile and patted her head before heading to work with the stack of invitations I'd finished the night before. Who should I give the first one to? Naturally, it had to be her. Here. Take this. Huh? What's this? An invitation? Eh? Excuse me? Sakurano, holding the invitation, looked like she couldn't process the situation at all. That I'm not a telepath, but with the years I've accumulated, I could roughly read her thoughts. It's a known fact he's married to the captain, so why is he handing out invitations now? Is he getting a divorce and marrying someone else? Or what? Is he taking a concubine? Knowing Lieutenant Sakurano, those were definitely the kind of thoughts running through her head. While I processed the documents piled on my desk, Lieutenant Sakurano pointed at the invitation with a trembling hand. See, Captain? What exactly is the nature of this invitation? It's for the wedding ceremony between Yuichiro and me. Don't misunderstand. I'm not bringing in a concubine and we didn't get a divorce. We're just holding the ceremony a bit late. Ah. Ahaha. Oh, I see. Then. Wait, what? You're holding the ceremony now? You've been married for decades and even have a child, yet you're having the wedding now? No, wait. You're a married couple, but you never had a ceremony? Why? I waited for a moment until Sakurano finished her rapid-fire interrogation. Usually the moment you open your mouth to refute anything during a rant like that, voices overlap and the situation just drags on. Of course, be careful of those people who just keep talking until they've said everything they wanted to say regardless of what you do. Having waited quietly, Sakurano finally calmed down to some extent and let out a deep sigh while staring at the invitation. Are you finished? I apologize. I got a little too excited. Yeah, I noticed. I shrugged as Sakurano tucked the invitation into her robes and asked again. So, why are you having the ceremony only now? I thought you two had been married for quite some time. Well, there's a lot to say, but anything I say will just sound like an excuse. To be blunt, I forgot. Huh. For the first time, every trace of a smile vanished from Sakurano's face as she looked down at me. It wasn't just the smile, even anger and other emotions were gone. Her face was completely expressionless. Perhaps so many emotions were swirling at once that none could actually manifest. It was like a spiritual traffic jam in her brain. Are you serious? For no other reason than that you forgot? Does that even make sense? I know I messed up. But I really did forget. For thousands, no, tens of thousands of years, I hadn't even held a woman's hand, let alone thought about marriage. How was I supposed to remember that instantly? If Furufushi hadn't told me to come to her wedding, I would have stayed oblivious forever. No, wait. Air. Now she was broken again, stuttering like a malfunctioning robot. Sakurano eventually clasped her hands together politely and asked cautiously. Elder? Just how old are you this year? Hey, why ask that? I'm older than the Captain Commander at least. So, exactly how many years? I was born before the Soul Society. At my answer, Sakurano wore an expression that screamed, unimaginable revelation. She covered her mouth with both hands and began counting on her fingers, trying desperately to calculate something that I figured she'd come back to her senses eventually, and went back to sorting the remaining paperwork. Wait, what's this? Former Squad 11 captain died in action, Kuriyashiki Kenpachi appointed as the next Squad 11 captain. This is a public notice. Why is it buried in the approval documents? I should set this aside for now. Oh Maya, no wa. You're beyond the level of an ancestor, almost a primordial being, aren't you? As I was finishing up the paperwork, a dazed Sakurano tilted her head and asked. Her reactions were certainly lively. I wonder how she'll take this part. The founders of the 4 great noble houses, you know? They were my disciples. Tsuneyashiro Jamin, Shiba Shiryu, Kuchiki Myron, and Shihoin Rizatsu. Those 4. You know the names, right? Or has it been so long that they've been forgotten? You total cradle robber. Geez. You scared me. Why so sudden? Are you really asking why right now? Just look at the age gap. You're like her great-great-great-great-grandfather. No, even more than that. I know. Even I wondered why Yuichiro liked a stubborn old man like me when she first confessed. The moment I finished speaking, Sakurano nodded as if in deep agreement, but then she quickly snapped out of it, shook her head vigorously and shouted. No, normally shouldn't you have tried to turn her down because of that gap? I was going to. But it didn't work. That was the first time in my life my heart had ever raced like that. For the first time I felt the reality of being alive. Because of that, I ended up accepting before I knew it. Wait, the first time? You mean you didn't date or marry anyone during all that time? I didn't. The situation didn't allow for it, and I didn't have any desire to. Didn't I just say? I hadn't even held a woman's hand before. I thought that was just a figure of speech. Wait, then the captain was actually a virgin for over 10,000 years? That's a bit rude, don't you think? Don't call me that. I'm not anymore. Since that was something I was somewhat self-conscious about, I replied with a deadpan face. Sakurano recoiled slightly, covering herself while pouting. That's sexual harassment. Who started the harassment first, brat? And so, the ordeal of giving Sakurano her invitation ended. By the way, if all of Squad 4 attended the wedding, the Gotei 13's only medical relief squad would be paralyzed, so we decided to pick only 5 people to go. So you pick the other 4 yourself. You've been in Squad 4 longer than I have, so you know who deserves it. Ah, yes. Where do you plan to hold the ceremony? It's written on the invitation, didn't you see it? Ah, you put it away without even opening it. It's going to be at Mount Osor. Osorizen? Wait. Do you mean that Osorizen? The place rumored to be connected to hell. Sakurano looked at me with an expression that said, of all the places in the world, why choose a place like that? Why Mount Osor? Because that mountain holds many significant meanings for me. The place where the gates of hell were first created, the place where I was first worshipped as a god, the place where I first stood when I stepped into the Soul Society. It's a location where all my firsts are gathered, so that's why I chose it. Of course, to people who don't know the truth. It just looks like a scenic tourist spot or a spiritual vein surrounded by ominous rumors. Osorizen is very famous, but still, using it as a wedding venue. Don't you think it's a bit of an odd selection? It's not strange for you to think that. I had my reasons for picking it, so just trust me and come. You'll be in for a surprise. If you say so, Captain, I'll accept it, but did you tell Captain Unohana about this? She was right next to me when I was writing the invitations, so of course she knows. All right. Understood. I'll go deliver the rest of the invitations. You're only giving them to the Squad 4 members. Got it? Yes, sir. Sakurano gave a playful salute and left the captain's office. She's certainly gotten much more comfortable around here. She didn't used to have that kind of personality. I let out a chuckle, quickly processed the remaining papers, and stood up. It was time for me to go deliver the rest of the invitations myself. Chapter 108. The guests' time passed, and the day of my wedding finally arrived. Unohana's guests consisted of 7 people in total, members of Squad 4, Furufushi, and Batsensai. My own guests had yet to arrive. Looking at the number of guests gathered so far, the ceremony felt even humbler than Furufushi's wedding. No, humble didn't quite cover it. It felt like it was bordering on a total disaster. If the head of the Kuchiki family, the one I had lectured for making his daughter's wedding too modest, were to see this, his stomach would probably churn with indignation. He'd be thinking, threw his own wedding like this, so why the hell did he give me such a hard time? Lost in those thoughts, I slowly scanned the landscape of the shrine, which bore the clear marks of the passing ages. By marks of passing ages, I didn't mean it looked old or dilapidated. It had the aesthetic of a well-maintained ancient shrine, which was quite pleasing to the eye. Of course, outside of the shrine itself, the landscape consisted of nothing but gravel, jagged rocks, bubbling hot springs, and a distant acidic pond. And no matter how much time passes, this place never changes. Are you really intending to have the wedding here? With your power, you could have picked a much better place. Hearing a familiar, flippant voice, I turned around. Furufushi was walking toward me with a sluggish stride, her hands clasped behind her head. As I've said before, Osarizen is not a traditional place for a wedding. It carries several ominous titles. A land haunted by spirits, the place connected to hell, the very edge of the afterlife. Its scenery is far removed from anything one would call bright or beautiful. Desolate, isn't it? You know that, yet you still chose this place for a wedding? Unohana might not be saying anything, but God knows what she's thinking on the inside. And why did you prepare so many seats when there are only 7 people here? I have my reasons for everything. I chose this place for the wedding because this land holds deep personal significance for me. Even so, choosing a dead land like this is just... Do you not trust me? It's not about trust. It's the vibe, you know? A wedding should usually have everyone's blessing. Sigh. Whatever. I'm sure you have a plan. Seeing Furufushi let out a long sigh, I could only manage a bitter smile. At least Furufushi is close to me and acts as my adopted daughter, so she can come up and complain. I wondered what the others were thinking. I glanced back at the hollow wedding venue. Batsunsai seemed indifferent, simply wandering around with her hands behind her back. However, the members of Squad 4 were whispering among themselves, only to flinch and avert their eyes the moment they made eye contact with me. So, did you not invite any guests? To Furufushi's question, I simply gave a serene smile and looked up at the sky. When the members of Squad 4 first received their invitations to Unohana's wedding, they were genuinely overjoyed. They found it a bit strange that she was having this ceremony only after living together as a couple for a long time and even having a child, but it didn't matter. It was the wedding of the legendary Captain Shimon and the esteemed Captain Unohana. Of course, the fact that it meant a legally sanctioned vacation was also a factor. Regardless, the fact that they were here to celebrate Unohana's wedding was undeniable. The wedding of Captain Unohana and Captain Shimon. Is it really okay for someone like me to attend? I am just a rookie who recently reached the 5th seat. What are you so scared for? You're so tall, yet your heart is so tiny. Sakurano gave a firm slap to the back of Kotetsu Isane, who was trembling while clutching her invitation to her chest with both hands. Shocked by the sudden blow, Isane let out a yelp and nearly jumped out of her skin. Eek, Vice Captain Sakurano. Just stay confident. Captain Shimon told me to handle the guest list personally. Does it matter if you're the 5th seat, the 7th, or just a regular grunt? If you do your job well and you respect Captain Unohana, you get an invite. Right? Well, that's... Isane couldn't find a retort. It wasn't that she agreed with Sakurano, it was just that Isane's nerves were too weak to refuse a wedding invitation for a former captain, especially one hand-delivered by her current vice-captain who had been entrusted with the task. I'm happy to have been chosen, but... I'm so happy, but... Isane nodded, desperately using Kaido to soothe her stomach as the sheer pressure of the situation made her feel nauseous. Sakurano chuckled and gave Isane another light pat on the back. You can't deny it, right? Then just enjoy yourself. It's fine. When else would you get to experience something like this? Haha. Yes, alright then. Let's head to the venue. As the members of Squad 4 made their way toward the wedding venue, their excitement slowly turned into confusion. They felt a sense of oddity as they left the Siriidii, confusion as they passed through the Rukongai, and utter shock when they finally arrived. They were aghast. Isn't a wedding supposed to be the flower of one's life? Isn't it meant to be bright, grand, joyful, and beautiful? While some cynical souls might call it the entry ceremony for a life's coffin, ignoring such outliers, isn't that how it usually goes? So what was this? What was this place? Is this really the venue for Captain Shimon and Captain Unohana's wedding? Well, the captain did say it was here. Upon arriving at Osarizen, the site of the wedding, the primary emotion they felt was desolation. Despite the sunlight, a chilling gloom crept up their spines. Even though green mountains were visible in the distance, this particular area was nothing but barren gravel and stones. It felt like a forgotten wasteland or a remote exile, even if it was technically on the same land. I knew he was an eccentric man, but if he's having his wedding in a place like this, he's not eccentric. He's just plain crazy, isn't he? At the comment from Batsensai, who had joined them along the way, the Squad 4 members either nodded or remained silent in silent agreement. Vice Captain Sakurano, who almost caught herself nodding, gave a sharp flinch and tried to lighten the mood. I am sure he has his reasons. Let's just head inside. Maybe it looks different further in. Well, I don't know what his reasons are, but I suspect they aren't exactly sane thoughts. Batsensai was speaking with her usual sluggish drawl, but her eyes were remarkably sharp. The medical officers of Squad 4 could sense that she's in a bad mood, but they didn't quite understand the weight behind it. Relax your eyes, you crazy woman. If you dare go on a rampage at this wedding, I'll kill you. Knowing Batsensai better than anyone, Furufushi immediately assessed the situation and jammed a fist into Batsensai's ribs. It wasn't a poke, it was a firm jab. Batsensai rubbed her stinging side and pouted. Boo. Fuchan, that's mean. I'm just feeling bad for Chichon. Then keep your mouth shut. We came here to celebrate, not to wreck the place. And if you really want a rampage, wait until the ceremony is over. Heh. I didn't think you were capable of thinking ahead, Fuchan. Marriage really does change people, huh? Stop calling me that, you crazy bitch. Hee hee, alright. Only a husband gets to call Fushir-chan by her nickname anyway. Ugh, damn this woman with flowers for brains. You smell like pollen, get away from me. Bickering as they passed through the temple gate, they suddenly fell silent. Dozens of seats had been arranged, yet there wasn't a soul sitting in them. Considering they themselves were souls, it was a funny thought, but this looked less like a wedding and more like a ghost's banquet. See? I told you he was crazy. At this point, even Furufushi had no rebuttal and kept her mouth shut. Sakurano, who had insisted that things would be different inside, was also at a loss for words, and then we returned to the present. I wonder where Chichon is. I want to tell her to just quit this wedding already. Muttering to herself, Batsensai stared intently at the man speaking with Furufushi. Judging by the fact that he was wearing ceremonial wedding robes, he had to be that Shimon captain or whatever. He's tall and looks decent enough, so why is he doing this? Chichon said her husband was such a wonderful person. But, is he really? Is she being deceived? Domestic violence? Could it be something like that? It's hard to believe Chichon could be tricked by anyone, but seeing this I have to wonder. Infuriated by the absence of guests no matter how long they waited, Batsensai's hand drifted toward her waist, but since she had left her Zanpakuto at home for the wedding, her hand only grasped at empty air. What a waste. I should have brought it if I knew it would be like this. With those thoughts, she continued to glare at the man called Captain Shimon. Shortly after finishing his conversation with Furufushi, the man turned toward them and then suddenly looked up at the sky. Why is he looking at the sky? The Squad 4 members, startled by the sudden eye contact, averted their gaze. Batsensai, however, kept her glare fixed on him until his odd behavior prompted her to look up as well. Ah! Something massive, a gigantic pillar, was falling from the heavens toward this location. The others followed Batsensai's exclamation and looked up, freezing like stone statues the moment they saw the pillar. A moment later, the massive pillar crashed into the earth, shaking the very foundation of the mountain. From within it, legendary figures stepped forth. Those who witnessed the group could only stare in utter shock, especially the members of Squad 4. I'll need to adjust the landing mechanisms of this Tenchurin later. The creator of Kido and the progenitor of the 4 great noble houses who built the Soul King Palace, Tsuneyashiro Jamin. What use is there in adjusting it? We rarely have cause to descend to the Soul Society. Regardless, this place seems to be quite the desolate wasteland for a wedding. Are you certain this is where the Forerunner is being wed? The great weaver of the Shihakusho and the grand designer of the royal guard robes, Shut-era Senjimaru. Hahat. What are you even asking, Jiyu? Senjimaru. Today's protagonist is standing right over there. The legendary blacksmith who invented the Zanpakuto, the god of the sword, Nemea Otsu. This place. K.H. I had a feeling, but I didn't think he'd actually pull off a wedding at Osarizen. And finally, the founder of Kaido, often called the god of medicine, Tenjiro Kirinji, the master of the Hot Spring Palace. Chapter 109, The illustrious guests. I stared blankly at the Tenchurin soaring high into the sky, blinking my eyes in disbelief that it was because something I could hardly believe, even after seeing it with my own eyes, was happening right in front of me. Squad 0? How could the Royal Guard be here? The Royal Guard, commonly known as Squad 0, they are the personal guard of the Soul King and a gathering of the greatest figures in the history of the Soul Society. Due to their unique nature, they rarely reveal themselves unless an extraordinary event occurs. Consequently, Soul Reapers below the captain level, those without any real information on them, tend to dismiss their existence as mere legends passed down by word of mouth. And yet here they were, very much real. To be honest, this alone was enough to make my stomach turn, making my insides feel as if they were twisted like gnarled vines. You've lived as a couple for centuries. Why are you only having the wedding now, Master? I forgot. Gahahaha. That's exactly the kind of reason I'd expect from you, Master. Forerunner, I shall go inspect your bride's attire. You know where she is? What a foolish question. Now then, please excuse me. It wasn't just their presence, it was the way they were addressing Captain Shimon. They were calling him Master and Forerunner, treating him with the utmost respect as if he were their superior. Unless you were a barbarian living in total isolation, there was no way you could miss the nature of their relationship. Captain Shimon was the master of none other than Tenjiro Kirinji. He was a person of a higher rank than even Squad 0. And those words he had spoken in the captain's office were not a joke. I was born before the Soul Society existed. Could a person really be born before the Soul Society? Impossible. I had previously reasoned that Captain Shimon's words meant he was simply old but didn't want to reveal his age. No. Who would actually take that seriously? I thought it was just a joke or a metaphor. Due to excessive tension, my stomach churned, vomiting acid that crawled up my throat and prodded my uvula. If I stay here much longer, I'm going to get an ulcer. My head spun and my stomach burned so fiercely that I couldn't steady myself, eventually leaning against the wall. As I stood there gasping for air, all sorts of thoughts raced through my mind. Did I really speak so casually to such a colossal figure? Based on rank alone, he's truly much higher than even the captain commander. And I was the one who shouted, "Do your job properly," right in front of him? Well, granted, that was just an impulsive reaction when I misunderstood the captain on the first day, but now I'm being polite. Then the captain is a virgin of over 10,000 years? You thief. You forgot? Does that even make sense? Ugh, my stomach. My stomach. I pressed my forehead against the wall, unable to even lift my head as I tried to catch my breath. Ha! Whew! The hot, damp breath I exhaled smelled sweet. It made my stomach feel even worse, but I had to endure it. If there was even a 1 in a million chance that I threw up and drew attention to myself here, I might actually die. Of course, Captain Shimon wouldn't actually kill me, but my stomach would give out and kill me instead. As I stood there trembling with my eyes shut tight, someone gently stroked my back. It was a simple gesture of stroking my back, but surprisingly my stomach gradually calmed down and my muddled mind began to clear. Once my nausea subsided, I turned around to express my gratitude. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Thanks to you, my stomach feels better. A figure that looked exactly like a Buddha I had only ever seen in temple paintings or sculptures was looking down at me with a benevolent smile. The Buddha? Ah, I had heard stories about this. They said that a human body has its limits, and if one is exposed to excessive tension, anxiety, or overwork beyond those limits for a long period, the body cannot hold out and is destroyed. Sometimes it manifests as relatively minor ailments like gastritis or migraines, but other times it strikes as fatal conditions like cardiomyopathy or brain hemorrhages. Diseases that kill the patient instantly. I was likely the latter case, compounded with gastritis and various other conditions I must have. Drop dead. Am I dead? You are very much alive. Your complexion simply looked poor, so I provided a little assistance. No, but if I'm not dead, then why is the Buddha in front of me? I came because I heard it was my master's wedding. Master? Even though it was blatantly obvious whom he had come to see just by the mention of a wedding, I followed his gaze. Struggling to turn my creaking neck joints, I looked where the Buddha was looking, and that's when the target of his gaze came into view. Sure enough, there stood Captain Shimon in his formal attire. Currently slapping the back of Tenjiro Kirinji's head. I shouldn't look anymore. My brain had reached its limit for processing information and gave up. I shut my eyes tight. Just kill me now. Just what kind of festival is taking place here? No, it's not a festival, it's a funeral. I chuckled as I looked over at Sakurano and Kagaya, who were leaning against a distant wall, looking like they had been burned down to white ash. It's only natural to be surprised if a Buddha suddenly appears behind you. And frankly, is the lineup gathered here not impressive enough? With those thoughts in mind, I turned toward Batsunsai. She was looking around with a similar expression to Sakurano. Of course, the other members of Squad 4 seemed to be in a similar state. Oh look, that tall one with white hair has completely fainted. It was definitely the right choice to pick this venue. If we had held the wedding inside the Siriidii, it would have been a disaster. So this is why you insisted on holding the ceremony in such a remote place, Master. Turning around, I met the eyes of Jamin, who was wearing a haori embroidered with the sigil of the West. I suspected as much, but I didn't expect the principal deity himself to show up. How did you send the invitation? He's a guy who is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. He probably heard about it somewhere and just showed up. Truly in essence akin to enlightenment itself. I figured if I engaged him further, the conversation would veer off into philosophy, so I changed the subject. So what happened to that fellow? If you are referring to the Soul King currently, Jamin trailed off as he lifted his bangs, which had been covering one eye. Jamin's left eye now possessed 4 pupils, just like the Soul King's. He is watching from right here. I see. With this we were covering both bases, a Shinden Shiki since the Soul King was watching personally, and a Butsuzen Shiki since the Buddha had physically come to grace the occasion. Of course, few people here would understand the gravity of that, but who cares? As long as we're happy it's fine. By the way, no matter how many times I see it, those eyes of yours are still creepy. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had a single friend your whole life. I chuckled and looked directly into his eyes, but those eyes simply stared back at me intently. I guess he can't hear me after all. Even if you speak to him, your words will not reach him. Only one eye has descended here after all. I figured as much. It's a shame, but nothing can be done. Well then, shall I call the others? Clap, clap, clap. 3 light claps. I closed my eyes for a moment, then clapped once more. That moment, the Hell Gate, which had been hidden behind the shrine's facade, slowly revealed its form. Whoa? What? Thanks to Nemea's loud reaction, everyone's eyes naturally turned toward the gate. Those who knew me well, like Squad 0 or Kagaya, just took it in stride, but among the Squad 4 members people were dropping like flies. Hey! What's that? Huh? In the midst of it all, Furufushi came running over, tugging at my sleeve and shouting. Honestly, shouldn't she have figured it out by now? It was so ridiculous that I couldn't help but chuckle and shrug my shoulders. What do you think? It's the front door to my house. What? Just step back for a bit. As I motioned for her to move back with a shooing gesture, Furufushi looked bewildered but obediently stepped away. Shortly after, the firmly closed Hell Gate creaked open, and the 10 kings, the judges of Hell, walked out. Leading the way, of course, was Enma. Enma approached me first and bowed his head slightly. Congratulations on your marriage. You look happier about having the day off than you do about my wedding. Well, there is that, but it is merely a secondary benefit, is it not? I appreciate the honesty. Enjoy your rest today. With that, the seats that had been largely empty were now filled to capacity. Of course, there were still a few empty spots, but the guests would be here soon. Shall we begin? Just as the ceremony for Unohana and me was about to start, accompanied by the ticking sound of a clock's second hand, shadows began to crawl up from the floor. I am a bit late. My apologies. Yawatch, having made his grand entrance, quietly took a seat the moment he saw who else was standing around. In any case, the wedding finally began. Unohana walked out wearing a snow-white shiromaku, rather a specially ordered bridal gown. I'm the one who asked for it, but she really outdid herself. Senjimaru's craftsmanship really is something you can count on. I smiled broadly as I took in the sight of Unohana. Ufufu. I was so nervous I didn't realize it, but truly incredible individuals have gathered here. They're all here to celebrate our marriage. And by the way, that dress looks wonderful on you. I'm a bit embarrassed because my stomach is showing a little. Nonsense. To my eyes, you look nothing but beautiful. I gently took the smiling Unohana's hand and nodded, and so the wedding ceremony began. Chapter 110, Drawing Nearer to the Original Story. What is the absolute peak of happiness a human can experience in their lifetime? Of course, since the standard for happiness is as diverse as the number of people on this earth, one cannot simply point and say, this is the best. However, there are a few representative examples that are frequently cited. Marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, winning the lottery, self-realization, achieving a goal, and so on. Among these, marriage, pregnancy, and childbirth require the indispensable prerequisite of mutual love, so naturally those were stories that had nothing to do with me. But having achieved all of the others except for winning the lottery, couldn't I be called the happiest bastard in the world? In fact, with one more about to be added in a few days to make it 5, if this isn't happiness, what is? 8 months had passed since the wedding with Unohana. Since the wedding was in June, the seasons had shifted through autumn, where the rice stalks bow their heads, and to the end of winter, where the vegetation closes its eyes. Unohana's due date was now right around the corner, and simultaneously the greatest problem had arrived as well. What do you think would be a good name for the child? It was the matter of deciding the name for the baby soon to be born. To be perfectly honest, I have zero naming sense. It's so abysmal that you could say it's completely trash. Of course, I could go to a naming center, pay some money, and have them pick a name based on the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements, or I could gather the people I call friends and get recommendations. It's not like I haven't thought about that, but I didn't want to do that. Because this is the first child between me and Unohana. Since it's the first child we've waited and prayed for over such a long time, I wanted the name to be something the two of us decided together. But the real problem wasn't the naming itself. Yichiru, as you know by now, I'm the one who created hell. Right. When I cautiously brought it up, Unohana looked at me with an expression that said, "What are you trying to get at now?" I momentarily felt a lump in my throat and cleared it with a dry cough, but I pressed on regardless. Then, as the daughter of such a person, she would essentially be the king of all the Enmas, wouldn't she? Is that so? But being placed in such a heavy position the moment she is born might be a burden for the child. We'll just tell the Enmas to serve her on their own. In that sense, the king of Enmas. How about Reo? Absolutely not. The problem lay in my utterly shattered naming sense that I scratched my head, looking down at the name that had been rejected yet again. You've come up with plenty of other normal names, so why do you insist on these specific ones? Just as Unohana said, I had thought of many very normal names besides things like Reo, Kenshiro, or Toki. For example, names like Satoru or Teisei for a boy and Haruna or Yuta for a girl. Even I thought they were pretty good names, but there was a reason I was hesitating and pondering over others. Because she's a special child, I wanted to give her a special name. I understand your feelings, but such a name might actually become a burden. To become a person worthy of the name, to live up to the name, she might end up trying to walk a path decided by her parents rather than her own. I nodded at Unohana's advice. Certainly, I had been too immersed in the idea of a good name until now. You're right. A child's name is for the child, not for me. It's not that I don't understand your heart. It's just that since it's for our child, let's think about it together. After much deliberation, we reached a conclusion that if a boy was born, he would be named Kiyoshi, meaning to live without cloudiness. If a girl was born, she would be named Haruno, meaning to always live a warm life. Yes, what does special matter? As long as the meaning is good, that's enough. Having decided on the names, I spent each day waiting for the child. A few days later, the contractions began. Ugh! Woken in the middle of the night by a sharp moan, I immediately got up and checked Unohana's condition, realizing it was labor. Though it was about a week before the expected due date, I wasn't particularly surprised as I had anticipated the possibility of her coming 10 days early or late. In truth, I was freaking out internally, but I couldn't show my anxiety. I called for the midwife who had been staying with us for the past 2 months and prepared to deliver the baby myself. It's okay. I'm right here. Ha! Who? Unohana nodded with difficulty at my words and bit down on a gag. That day I focused more than at any point in my million-year existence to deliver the child. It's a girl. Fortunately, Unohana's delivery was so smooth it was hard to believe it was her first. It took exactly 5 hours, no more no less. Fufu. It seems all that training was worth it. Does training your body usually speed up childbirth? The thought crossed my mind for a fleeting moment, but what did it matter? The baby appeared before us quickly and healthily, making all my nervous tension feel unwarranted. And so, while spring was still hesitating whether to arrive or not, our child couldn't wait for spring and came to us first. Babies grow truly fast. No, rather than the baby growing fast. It's more accurate to say that time flows incredibly fast once a baby is born. That's because an infant who can't speak cries at all hours. And since you never know what might happen the moment you look away, you have to be constantly vigilant. Thinking about the baby all day, caring for the baby, before you know it, it's night, and then suddenly it's day again. Of course, since I once went over 300 years without sleeping, it wouldn't have mattered if I took care of her all day myself. Don't you dare make me into such a bad mother ever again. But if I did everything from A to Z by myself again, Unohana would be furious, so we divided the chores reasonably. Sometimes I helped Unohana, and sometimes Unohana helped me. And the members of Squad 4 also began helping us the moment Haruno was born. Rather than help, it was more like consideration. Captain Shimon, please go home. Whenever I arrived at the Squad 4 captain's office in the morning as usual, Lieutenant Sakurano would rush over and try to force me to clock out. We had been a bit awkward after the wedding, but lately she had returned to her old self. Why haven't you left yet? I told you to go home. Though she seemed even more comfortable with me than before. I can handle all the minor paperwork myself, and I'll have the squad members deliver the really important documents to your house, so please work from home until Haruno-chan grows up. Anyway, though it was a bit aggressive, it was still a gesture of kindness, so I decided to accept it graciously. A few days later, while I was working from home, which I had now grown accustomed to, I felt a familiar presence approaching the house. Wondering if it was already that time, I looked out the window to see the sun high in the sky. It was exactly lunchtime. The time when the next batch of documents for approval would arrive. Hello. I'm here again. It was time for the Squad 4 Lieutenant Sakurano to visit. I didn't think much of it at first, but after a week even a fool would realize. Be honest. You just want to see Haruno, so you told me to work from home. And coming right at lunchtime, you just want an excuse to stay out of the office longer, don't you? Yes. Exactly. Her honesty was almost exhausting. Well, since I could see she genuinely liked the baby, I didn't stop her. Hee hee hee. Ee hee hee. Look at those chubby cheeks. Oh, did she just smack her lips? Ka. How can she be this cute? If you like babies that much, why don't you get married soon? At those words, Sakurano's heart shattered, and she quietly returned to the barracks. For a few days after that incident, a different squad member visited several times. I was a bit surprised when I first saw her. My name is Kotetsu Isane. I thought her face looked familiar. I never expected to meet another character from the original series like this, but she's been active since way back then. Today's paperwork. You don't need to be that nervous. Come in for a moment and have a cup of tea. There were quite a few documents today, so I made the offer, and she followed me inside while trembling. I walked into the living room while lightly skimming the papers as usual. Unohana, who was humming while cradling Haruno in her arms, looked over and blinked. Oh, fifth seat Kotetsu? See Captain Unohana. Gee, good morning. Ufufu. It's a bit late for morning, but yes. Good morning, fifth seat Kotetsu. Considering the original story, it wasn't strange that they knew each other, but did they already have a rapport? You two know each other? We're in the same squad after all. Besides, ever since she was a junior member, she was so sharp with her work that Lieutenant Sakurano used to say, if she keeps growing like this, she might become the next lieutenant. And she has quite a striking appearance in many ways, doesn't she? Her tall stature, white hair, plus her competence. That says it all. Well, she definitely stands out. I'll go prepare some tea then. Here, could you watch Haruno for a moment? Sure. As I took Haruno, who began to fuss the moment she left Unohana's arms, Isane stood up restlessly. You're here as a guest today, so please stay seated. Yes, sir. She's a captain through and through. Even after a year off, her skill in handling subordinates is impressive. Thinking that, I quickly sorted through the paperwork, and a few names caught my eye. Kairaku Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro are to be appointed as the captains of Squad 8 and Squad 13 respectively, so the familiar names are starting to appear one by one. Time really flies. Chapter 111, Unreasonable 10 years have passed since Haruno was born. People say time flies once you have a child, but I never expected 10 years to pass in the blink of an eye. Not that it was particularly surprising that I once spent over 100 years just soaking in a hot spring. 10 years is nothing compared to that. Anyway, as 10 years passed, Haruno grew up quite a bit, and Unohana fully recovered. Consequently, I stepped down from the position of Squad 4 captain so she could make her official return. It wasn't a position I had taken formally anyway, just a temporary stint, but at the urging of the squad members we even held a retirement ceremony, and so my tenure as the captain of Squad 4 came to an end, and I returned to the life I had 10 years ago. Of course, it came with a significant change. Tap, tap, tap. I slowly opened my eyes at the sound of light footsteps padding against the wooden floor. Is it that time already? My shoulders felt stiff from lying down too long. Just as I was lightly stretching them out, the door slid open with a sharp clatter. Bang. Dad! Dad, wake up. All right, Dad's awake. Yan. Good morning, Haruno. Ihi, good morning. Enter my daughter, Unohana Haruno, bursting with energy from the break of dawn. For the record, the reason she uses the surname Unohana instead of Shimon is simple. Shimon doesn't exactly have a good meaning, and that damn monk made the name specifically to target me. It's not something I want her using. The curse embedded in the name is so potent that even now, whenever I use the name Shimon Mayo, I feel like ants are crawling all over my skin. Imagine if I passed my surname to Haruno without knowing better and it caused her problems. What then? If that was the risk, it was better not to use it at all. Dad. Can I go watch the dojo today too? Sparring is dangerous, so no, but if you promise not to disturb the people training, I'll take you along. Yep. I promise. Her beaming smile was so adorable that I had to squeeze my eyes shut. Did I ask my daughter really this cute? Honestly, with a satisfied grin, I gave her a tight hug. Together with a giggling Haruno, I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and ate with Unohana. Have a good day. Do your best today. If you need anything, just send someone over. Fufu, yes. I will. After seeing Unohana off and cleaning up the table, I headed to the dojo with Haruno. Upon arriving, Haruno was greeted warmly by everyone as she was every day. Hello, big sisters and brothers. Good morning, Haruno. Here, want some candy? Wow. Thank you. I didn't know what she found so appealing about this sweat-stinking place, but as long as my daughter was happy, it was fine by me. I was looking through the wooden swords to pick one for training the students like usual when I felt a strange sensation that I thought I might be imagining it, but when I closed my eyes to focus, it was clear. You. Where did you go earlier? Huh? I heard there's a famous dango shop, so I stopped by the vicinity of Squad 6. My dojo is in the north, near Squad 4, while Squad 6 is located toward the southern end. Did he pick something up when he went south? Hey, what year is it? It's the year 1750. 1750. So there are about 250 years left until the original story begins. I put aside thoughts of a future that hadn't happened yet. Right now, something else was more important. Is something wrong, Master? It's nothing. I might have some urgent business to attend to today, so you lot handle things on your own. Yes, sir. Why is this brat so happy about it? Fine, whatever. These guys deserve a day of rest too. It's fine to rest, but don't slack off too much. Don't get lazy. Hee hee, yes, sir. Oh? You're laughing? Let's see if you can keep laughing. I walked over to Haruno, who was eating candy under the doting gazes of the students. Haruno, Dad has to step away for a moment. Could you be the instructor for the day in my place? I asked cautiously, expecting her to ask why, but instead, her eyes began to sparkle with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. Wow. If she did that at night, she'd probably light up the whole room. Really? Yes. It's a very important job. Do you think you can do it? Uh-huh. I can do it. Good. Do your best so everyone works hard. Today, Instructor Haruno. She nodded vigorously. I picked her up and carried her to the platform. Standing on the platform where I usually stood, Haruno didn't look burdened by the gazes of the students at all. She puffed out her chest and crossed her arms confidently. It was the exact posture I used when watching the students. I am Unohana Haruno, the instructor for the day. My name is Haruno. As Haruno introduced herself in a bold voice, the faces of the students softened. I subtly moved behind Haruno and stared silently at the students. If any of you bastards don't do what Haruno says, or if you slack off and make her disappointed, you're dead. During the next training session, I'll chew you up from head to toe. Don't worry about dying, though. I'll make sure to heal every bit of it myself. Watch your behavior. The students, feeling a sudden chill, shivered and immediately stiffened their expressions, pretending to focus intently on Haruno's introduction, and I knew it was just an act. Who could actually concentrate in this situation? But they had to at least try. I'm only your instructor for today, but please follow my lead and work hard. The moment Haruno finished, every student burst into cheers and applause. Flattered by the enthusiastic response, Haruno looked back at me with sparkling eyes. I smiled and stroked her head. Well then, Dad's heading out for a bit. I'm leaving the dojo in your hands, Instructor Haruno. Yes, sir. I gave her head a light pat with a warm smile, walked out of the dojo and closed the sliding door. Inhale. Exhale. I didn't know which bastard was responsible for stealing away my precious time with Haruno, but when I found them, they weren't getting off easy. Dark thoughts began to swarm, but I calmed them with a deep breath and a brief meditation. Letting personal emotions take control only leads to disaster. With that thought, I immediately leaped away and arrived at the point where the Reisher, spiritual particles, felt impure. Reisher is the basic element that forms all matter in the soul. Society. Normally, I wouldn't care if someone was using the particles in the air or their own spiritual power, but this was different. The ground, the walls, the soil, and even the air. I could feel the impurities everywhere. I can feel it clearly now that I'm close. Is he a kid or something? Spitting on public property like this. The Reisher had been stained. I didn't know if stained was the right word, but something impure had been mixed. To use an analogy, it felt similar to that low-tier blood demon who merged with a train. But this guy was taking it a step further. He was trying to merge with the Seriidii itself. That meant the entire area was effectively within the palm of whoever was doing this. The reason I hadn't noticed until now was likely because he intentionally avoided Squad 4 and the surrounding area where I was, but also because I had been too busy focusing on Haruno to notice outside matters. In other words, this was the result of a miraculous chain of coincidences. Did he really think I'd let this slide if I found out? What a creepy bastard. First, I'd go hear what he has to say. If he's sane, I'll just give him a warning to knock it off. If not, I'll have to crack his skull. I sighed and tapped on a wall where the impurity felt strongest. Come out. I know you're listening. As soon as the words left my mouth, a man with long hair tied high appeared before me. He wasn't just fast. He had been present here from the very beginning. It is an honor to meet the master of all soul reapers. So it's this guy. Azashiro Soya could not understand. He could not comprehend why that man had come to find him. He had strictly avoided every location related to that man. He had merged with the surroundings while steering clear of Squad 4 and its vicinity, the Shino Academy and the Budokan located within it. But how? He let out a deep sigh as he watched the man tapping the wall, checking for something. Simultaneously, a woman with a black blindfold over her eyes popped her head out from beside Azashiro Soya. It was Azashiro Soya's Zanpakuto Yurozakuro. Kihahaha. You were so confident, yet you got caught in the end? And of all people, to get caught by the one person you absolutely shouldn't. Didn't I tell you from the start that this was impossible? Stop talking nonsense. If you aren't going to help, keep your mouth shut. Haven't I helped enough already? I warned you clearly from the moment you said you'd merge with the Seriidii that such a plan was destined for failure. Who was it that ignored those warnings? Be quiet. I am thinking of what to do. Be quiet, I'm thinking. Kihahahaha. It's meaningless to rack your brain now. Can't you feel it? The overwhelming difference in status between you and your opponent. At Yurozakuro's words, Azashiro silently closed his eyes and tried to devise a plan. But no matter how hard he thought, no suitable countermeasure came to mind. Come out. I know you're listening. See. You're caught. Kihahahaha. Kihahahaha. The moment he heard those words, Azashiro Soya moved to appear before the man without a word. No, to say he moved was incorrect. Azashiro Soya had been standing in that spot since the beginning. He hadn't formed a countermeasure yet, but an immediate confrontation would be pointless. Judging thus, Azashiro bowed his head and opened the situation with a greeting. It is an honor to meet the master of all soul reapers. Withdraw every bit of Reisher you've scattered through the Seriidii. I'll give you 10 seconds. Otherwise, I'm going to walk around and smash it all personally. In that moment, for the second time in his life, Azashiro Soya felt the weight of the unreasonable. Chapter 112. Putting yourself in someone else's shoes. The moment I saw the expression on the guy's face, as if he didn't know a thing, my primal instincts reached a dramatic compromise with my reason, and I ended up threatening him before we even had a chance to talk. No matter how precious, valuable, cute, and lovely my daughter may be, one must draw a line between business and pleasure. Time to reflect. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep breath to quickly settle my boiling emotions, and opened my eyes again. My apologies. My time with my family was interrupted, so I suppose I became overly emotional before I knew it. As I said that, the man with the wooden doll-like expression jolted and nodded lightly. I understand. Having one's precious time with family interrupted, it is certainly something that would cause anger. Looking at his face and demeanor, he seems like a wooden puppet devoid of emotions, but apparently he has a sense of familial love after all. I raised my assessment of him by a notch and continued the conversation. I was in such a rush to state my business that I didn't even catch your name. What is it? My name is Azushiro Soya. Right, Azushiro Soya. Now then, is that woman behind you your sister? As I spoke, looking at the woman who had been cackling in an annoying fashion behind Azushiro Soya, Azushiro shuddered, and the woman hovering behind him snapped her head toward me. Can you see me? Judging by your state, you aren't exactly normal, and since you're already dead, it's not like you can be killed again. Is she a Zanpakuto? It's been a while since I've seen a materialized Zanpakuto. Seeing her like this, I can feel it clearly. It's the same sensation I got from those kids I met when I went to the Phoenix Hall to have my Asachi forged back in the day. Of course, they were Tsukumagami and this woman is a Zanpakuto, but they're similar enough so it's fine. Ki ha 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 ha. Oh my oh my. Did you hear that? He saw me. If he can do that, aren't things truly hopeless? No wait, they were hopeless from the start. I don't know why the predictions made by that brilliant brain of yours always go wrong. Truly amazing. Kiha. Trying to act like you don't see anything or hear anything is meaningless, you know? Since they can see me, they can obviously hear my voice, can't they? Why don't you just give up and answer? Or what, did you faint while standing up? Kiha. Kiha ha ha ha. Be quiet. You're making me restless. At first, I wondered what kind of bastard he was, but seeing this, I realized he was living a heavily burdened life, which made me feel a bit sorry for him. To think he's not even under his wife's thumb after marriage, but under his own Zanpakuto's. What is this, some kind of master-servant role reversal world? I lowered the threat level of the man, no Azushiro Soya, by 2 notches in my head. Was it Azushiro? For now, this situation might be an accident born of a simple misunderstanding, so let's start by clarifying things. That okay with you? I have no objections. Right, then let's start with this. What exactly are you trying to do by merging with the Seriidii? What is your objective? The eradication of all hollows. I scratched my head at the answer that popped out without a single second of hesitation. The eradication of all hollows. Depending on how you look at the objective, the feasibility splits between possible and impossible. If the goal is the eradication of hollows that exist at this very time, in this very moment, it's possible. If the goal is to pull out the existence of hollows itself, the very root, it is impossible. The former is something I could accomplish alone right now. And if all the Shinigami in the Seriidii started an occupation of Hueco Mundo, it would be achieved in less than 3 days. But the latter is impossible. One cannot say it's possible if one truly understands the cause of how hollows come to be. Of course, if you disregard all human ethics and aim solely for the complete extermination of hollows, it isn't impossible, but no, let's stop thinking for myself and try talking it out. That's what I came out here for. Let's not be vague, be precise. Do you mean annihilation or eradication? Eradication. Can't do it. To reward the guy who answered without a sliver of hesitation, I also firmly shut down the idea without any hesitation. As soon as I did, the woman hovering behind him poked her head next to Azushiro and cackled. Azushiro didn't get disappointed or angry, he just stood there with his eyes quietly closed. And I don't know what he's thinking, but he's probably racking his brain so hard his forehead is heating up. The existence of hollows brings only ill effects to both Shinigami and ordinary souls. Once I waited for a moment, he launched into a long-winded explanation about hollows, the harm they cause and the damages that arise from it. It was long, but simply put, he was explaining the reasons why hollows must be eradicated. The only silver lining is that he isn't some dim-witted idiot screaming hollows are bad. Kill all hollows. However, the unfortunate part is that his brain is so sharp he ends up getting trapped in his own logic. You're wordy, so let me summarize. You're saying hollows are entities that harm others of their own will, so they must be eradicated. That might be an oversimplification, but yes. That is one of the reasons. So, how do you intend to achieve that? Hollows are entities born from the corruption of souls. In that case, it is merely a matter of cutting off the roots. Namely, by remodeling the brains and souls of humans in the human realm. Yes, that is exactly the inhumane act I was referring to. Of course, besides that, there's also the mass extinction of humans, the end of the world, etc., but I'll skip over those. Eradicating hollows by surgically excising human emotions. The premise is good. If you wipe away all the evil in the world would be filled purely with goodness. The birth of a perfect world where everyone could be happy. Incredible. Do you believe my plan will fail? I believe your plan itself is the problem. What meaning is there to humans born that way? Can you really call humans who cannot feel sorrow, despair, anger, or jealousy alive? Human progress is the realization of human willpower, and that will comes from emotion. Anger at not being able to live like this, despair at the fact that one will die like this, jealousy that one wants to live like someone else. Those things become will, turning into the resolve to survive at any cost, and eventually becoming hope. Have you ever imagined what a society that excludes all of those would look like? Have you ever considered what kind of life humans with their free will castrated would lead? It would be a society where everyone is happy, but everyone is miserable. At the very least, it would be much more terrible than what you are imagining. When I finished speaking with a deep sigh, Azushiro cast his eyes down without a word. He had understood it with his head, but his heart hadn't accepted it yet. How do I know that? I didn't particularly want to know that either. Looks like you understood it in your head. If you've understood it in your head, that's enough for now. Honestly, it's not that often you find a human capable of instant enlightenment and practice, and I don't lack enough conscience to expect that from a brat whose inside has rotted so much he doesn't even know his own condition. I don't know what you went through in the past. Still, something terrible must have happened for you to conceive of such a plan. Surely you didn't decide to do this for no reason just because this method was effective. If he had, he would have died by my hands. This is what I can say to you. Think about it again before you commit to it. And don't get buried in your objective. If you run while looking only at the stars in the sky, you won't lose your way, but you won't be able to see what lies on the ground beneath you. Wait, why is it so bright, AR? Out here? Is it noon? I frowned at the light that was almost blinding and looked up at the sky, but the sun was hidden behind the clouds. Then, where the hell is this light coming from? I looked back, but the light was still behind me. Oh, holy shit, you scared me. What is this? I brushed my hands behind my head and shook off the halo of light. I wondered if it would even come off by shaking it with my hand, but luckily it dissipated quickly. Anyway, that's that. You get it? Yes. He responds well, at least. Honestly, I didn't trust him, but I decided to let it slide just this once. Did I need to go back quickly and watch our daughter playing the instructor secretly? Wait, before that. Release the fusion. Judging by how things look, it seems like you can see and hear everything wherever you've fused, and if it's not released by tomorrow, I'll come back for you, so keep that in mind. The fusion, no. Won't let you. Won't negotiate. Sneaking around and spying on other people's homes, the audacity. Ki-ha-ha-ha-ha. He's suddenly become a voyeur, no, a peeping Tom. Ki-hat. Ki-ha-ha-ha-ha. Though I suppose our master does look a bit sinister. If he just relaxed his expression and smiled a bit, he wouldn't get that kind of misunderstanding, right? I do not do such things. Then I'll be watching you all day from tomorrow, so why don't you feel it for yourself? Once you feel how shitty it is to be constantly observed by someone else, you'll stop doing it. After saying that, from the next day I used my spiritual sensing that could cover the entirety of Soul Society to monitor Azushiro Sawyer alone. Watching a disgusting guy eat, shit, sleep, and even seeing every individual cell move was quite stomach-turning, but I gritted my teeth and waited. Sure enough, not many hours passed before he gave up and came to me to release the fusion himself. I have released it. Good. Then I'll let you off too. Honestly, I thought he'd last at least a week, but he gave up sooner than I thought. Chapter 113, 110 years before the original story. Whether my sincerity truly got through to him, Azushiro did not attempt to fuse with the Siriidii in the years that followed. Instead, he began researching hollows, and before I knew it, he had joined the 12th division. because he was so brilliant he adapted instantly and was promoted to third seat in record time. But the moment he learned how to open a garganta, he retired immediately. Kiryu Hikifune, who would soon join the Zero Division, found it quite a pity, but from my perspective it wasn't surprising at all. Ever since I heard he joined the 12th Division I realized, he's going there to fuse with Hueco Mundo. Of course, Hueco Mundo has someone like Barragan who gnaws through everything, fusions and bullshit alike, so it won't be a walk in the park, but I figure if he slowly expands his territory from the corners, he might eventually be able to swallow Hueco Mundo whole. If he fails and dies, well, that's just a shame. 10 years. Until the start of the original story. It's about time for the major events to start unfolding. 1.140 years have passed since then, and great upheaval has struck the Gotei 13. First, Kiryu Hikifune, who was the captain of the 12th Division, received a summons from the Soul King and ascended to the Zero Division. With a massive reshuffling of the captaincy, several familiar faces have appeared. Notable figures include the Visored Squad, the future members of the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th Divisions. Then there's the well-matched combo of Yoruichi and Urahara from the 2nd and 12th Divisions. And, long time no see, Shrimp. Did you grow a bit taller? There stands Kenpachi Zaraki, the new captain of the 11th Division. I had just come out to eat dango with Unohana when we bumped into them. Ha! Hearing my voice, Zaraki glared at me, and naturally my eyes met with Yuichiro Kusajishi, who was hanging off his shoulder. She's a pink-haired brat who happens to share the same name as the mistress of my house. I already knew who this brat was, but I had no intention of saying anything. Upon making eye contact with me, Yuichiro's eyes sparkled and she waved her hands vigorously. Ah! Eye patch, mister. Hello. Nice to see you too, Unohana-san. Fufu, it's nice to see you, little Yuichiro. Hey, pink-haired shrimp, eye patch, mister? My bangs are just a bit long. And why do you address Unohana so politely but call me eye patch, mister? Ahahaha. But you do cover your eyes, right? And you never told me your name either. Oh, I've been wondering about this for a while. How do you see with that thing? Isn't it uncomfortable? I don't see with my eyes, I see with my heart. I'm kidding, I can't really see that well. I'm just used to walking around like this. That's so tacky. Ugh, it hurts. My heart hurts. Haruno had told me my bangs were tacky the other day too. I like that style. Yuichiro. HM? Me? Not you, Shrimp. If I were calling you, that would be a much bigger problem, kid. Yuichiro, don't bother dealing with a guy like that. Let's go. But I was trying to mooch some dango. Or can you buy some for me, Kenchan? Dango. Zaraki made a blatantly annoyed face as if he hated being in the same spot as me, but as soon as he met the gaze of Yuichiro who was staring at him, he groaned and walked over. Hey, owner. Here. Why bother spending your own money? Here, Yuichiro. Mitarashi dango. Score. Nom. Yuichiro. Don't just blindly take food from others. But Eye Patch Mister isn't just anyone, right? He was the referee when you fought the previous Kenpachi. That is exactly why you call him anyone. Is that so? Just as she said, the 8th Kenpachi, Zaraki Kenpachi, had defeated the former 11th Division Captain, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi, in a duel to claim the title of 11th Division Captain and the name Kenpachi. What happened to the defeated former Kenpachi, you ask? He's alive and well, having joined the Zero Division. You might wonder how a defeated Kenpachi becomes a member of the Zero Division, but that's because you don't know the situation. He lost to Zaraki, who had been training and not even wearing an eye patch after getting pulverized by me hundreds of years ago. And Zaraki didn't even use Shurikai, just a single blade. It wasn't death, it was just a defeat. That alone shows how monstrously strong they are compared to most ordinary Shinai Jiami. At this level, there's no need to even talk about Shurikai or Bankai. Anyway, Kuruyashiki, who ascended to the Zero Division, wasn't selected for inventing or developing something like the other 4 Guardians. He was chosen solely for his pure strength. So he didn't receive one of the 4 Guardians' titles or a dedicated Zero Division palace. Instead, he was given the title of Ghost God General Kishensho, responsible for guarding the entrance to the inner palace and the approach. So shouldn't Zaraki, who defeated that Kuruyashiki, be the one going to the Zero Division? Well, I'm sure the Soul King has his own reasons for not choosing Zaraki. TCH. Yeah. Like that. Exactly that. An adult greets you and you click your tongue while making it obvious you're annoyed. Why do you keep getting less polite the older you get? I don't recall owing you any courtesy. Haha, you brat. I was worried you'd just eat sword gruel for a living, but I guess you ate some etiquette too. Then again, saying you only grew up on sword gruel, you sure did grow up a lot. Ku, if you're dissatisfied, speak with your strength. Just like the old days. What a shitty attitude. Anyone could see he's itching to test just how far he's come, but as if I'd let him get away with it that easily, I smirked and patted the shoulder of the fiercely grinning Zaraki. No thanks, kid. Because you're weak, that's why. I threw out the taunt half-jokingly and Unohana poked my side. You're being unbecoming of an adult. Didn't Haruno scold you for arguing like that on the street last time? All right. I'll refrain. He falls for it the moment I poke him. His reactions are so good I can't help but mess with him every time we meet. They say men remain kids no matter how old they get, but I never imagined I wouldn't grow out of it even after living for over 1,000,000 years. Maybe it's because I'm healthy. If I were like other people, aging and losing energy, maybe I would have just chuckled and let it go. Considering Yamamoto occasionally pulls out Ryujin Jaka because he wants to make a cup of tea, I guess it's all the same regardless of age. If you want to have a go, come find me anytime. My dojo is always open. TCH. Let's go, Yachiru. Ah. I want to eat one more dango. Eat one more? Wait a minute, when did this kid get down from his shoulder? I swiveled my head and saw Yachiru next to Unohana, stuffing her face with dango, red bean paste all over her mouth. What, you brat? When did you finish that? MMPHMRMMM. With her mouth stuffed, Yachiru scampered off with one dango in each hand. Zaraki watched her go, sighing as he reached for his wallet. Forget it. Just think of it as feeding a snack to my granddaughter. It's fine, just go. Weren't you on your way somewhere? TCH. That kid really has zero charm to the very end.no. Wait, is that actually better? Thinking about that giant bastard trying to say thank you to me? Ugh, gross. I should order a few more dango. Fufu, I expected as much, so I ordered them in advance. Matcha, right? Anything is fine. For me, it matters less what I'm eating and more who I'm eating it with. You really? As I sat next to Unohana, billing and cooing, a blonde-haired man with a sloppy gait approached from the distance. It was Shinji Hirako, who had taken office as the captain of the 5th Division 10 years ago. It smells sweet. I was wonderin' where that smell was comin' from. Turns out it's the sweetness from you and Unohana-san, boss. What, it was you, Hirako? Geez, a cute disciple comes all this way to find ya, so why you pullin' that long face? I chuckled at his cheeky smile. The reason Hirako calls me boss is simple. Shinji Hirako was once my student at the dojo. Of course, he attended when I was at my busiest, so we were just familiar faces to each other, but thanks to his characteristic slick nature, we've gotten along well. Oh, Hirako-san. It's been a while. Oh, please, no need for the honorifics for a greenhorn like me. Just call me Hirako, Shinji, whatever's comfortable for ya. What greenhorn? A new 12th Division captain has arrived. You're in the senior line now, kid. My heart still feels like a greenhorn though, you know. Hirako snickered, sat down next to us and was about to order tea and dango, but before he could even order, the shop owner brought them over first. Here you go. Same as usual, right? I don't do that. Now everyone's gonna know I come here every day. My lieutenant is already like a stray dog popping up everywhere looking for me, giving me a headache. If everyone finds out this is my regular spot, where am I supposed to hide? So you were indeed playing hooky. You're a full-fledged captain now. Think of your subordinates who are out there looking for you and ease up a bit, kid. As I joked and laughed, a man with brown hair and glasses appeared on the path Hirako had just come from. It is as you say, boss. And, Captain Hirako, I believe I requested that even if you were to skip work, you should at least sign off on today's paperwork first. KX Sosuke. A dangerous character, rivaling Urahara in troublemaking. Yes. It is I. The arrival of Sosuke Aizen. Chapter 114. Aizen Sosuke, a being who, upon discovering the truth of the world, pledged to ascend to the heavens himself. Setting aside matters of right and wrong and looking purely at his ideal, one could argue that Aizen's vision is not necessarily incorrect. However, the methods he employs to realize that ideal are brutal and fraught with pain for everyone involved, including himself. It is understandable for one to desire to avoid work, but since you sit in the seat of a captain, you should at least act in a manner befitting that position. I watched Aizen for a moment as he launched into a lengthy speech while the steam from his tea died away into a cold brew, then I finished my own warm matcha. For the record, Aizen dislikes me. Should I call it dislike? Perhaps contempt? It isn't overtly visible, but having lived as long as I have, it was easy enough to pick up on. Of course, he probably thinks he's hiding it, but it was clear to my eyes. Why would Aizen dislike me? If my intuition is correct, he sees me as a hypocrite who knows the Soul Reaper's original sin and yet chooses to remain a bystander, or perhaps he sees me as a lazy man who watches on despite possessing the power to punish sin, or a coward who has fled from his duties and responsibilities, or perhaps… Well, there are plenty of reasons. He's smarter than me, so it's a bit difficult to read his thoughts through intuition alone. Still, I think I've done my best. The tea is quite bitter. The reason my mouth felt bitter was surely because the tea was bitter. Thinking this, I wore a wry smile, and Unohana handed me some dango from the side. It's because you only drink tea. Here, have some dango. Thank you. As I ate the dango she gave me, Aizen finished his lecture and let out a sigh. My, you sure are talkative. Look at this, the tea has gone completely cold. And the dango have all dried up. How are you supposed to eat them like this? These aren't rice cakes, they're stones. Solid stones. If the captain had finished his work and left, the tea wouldn't have gone cold, would it? You really won't lose an argument, will you? See? He's subtly throwing hints at me again like that point. One might think he said that just to spite Hirako. Tea. Hat would be the normal interpretation. But the person in question is Aizen, and it might be paranoia, but that could also be a comment meant for me to hear. Don't you think so, director? See what I mean? No, why drag the director into this? You do remember the time when the director occupied the seat of the 4th Division captain, do you not? Back then, even though it was an acting position, the director took the initiative and led the 4th Division. Captain Hirako, why don't you try following the director's example from those days? Oh boy, don't you know the saying about the wren trying to keep up with the stork and ending up tearing its legs? That man is a complete superhuman. I can't do anything like that. Asking you to follow his example does not necessarily mean to do exactly as he did. I only wish for Captain Hirako to do his best, though I suppose if I said that you would simply tell me that this is your best. You saw right through me. Ha, at least handle today's quota. It's not that large a volume, is it? All right. I'll do it after I eat just this one. Happy now? At Hirako's annoyed response, Aizen let out a small sigh of concession, bowed once to both me and Unohana, and took his leave. I really don't want to think this, but why did he bow to us separately? It's like I'm receiving 2 bows. When bowing at a shrine, one bows twice. Does the bastard want me to become a god or something? This really sounds like paranoia now. I smiled bitterly to myself and finished the rest of the dango and matcha. Shall we go? Indeed. I was just thinking it was about time I returned as well. Fufu, it's quite mysterious that we are in such accord, even on this. Unohana and I both nodded and rose from our seats. Hirako stopped chewing on the hardened dango and looked up. Oh, you guys leaving already? We have to. We've been here for over an hour already. I didn't even get to talk about Sasuke's sword properly. We can talk about that later. We've got all the time in the world anyway. Regardless, finish up what you're doing and get back to it. Yes, sir. Be careful on your way back. After parting ways with Hirako, I walked Unohana back to the 4th Division, wandered around for a bit and eventually stopped. Yes, I stopped because of that same recurring concern that hits me every time things edge closer to the original plot. It's a question I face all the time, yet it remains just as difficult to answer. Do I intervene proactively, or do I remain passive and watch from the sidelines? Having lived for over 1,000,000 years and knowing that there is no such thing as the will of the world forcing my hand, I know that it makes no difference whether I intervene or not, yet knowing that doesn't make the decision any easier. Especially now, as we enter the time frame where the events that form the roots of the original story take place. If I intervene proactively now and reform Aizen Sasuke, the chances of Kurosaki Ichigo, the protagonist of the original story, being born will drop drastically. But if I adopt a passive stance, I will be forced to watch as people are sacrificed for things I could have easily prevented. Should I take a step back and remain passive for the sake of the original story? Must I watch and let others be sacrificed for a life that hasn't even been conceived yet? Is there a hierarchy to the value of human lives? No, there is not. Must I witness the birth of the protagonist while sacrificing the lives of others? It is unreasonable, standing there in the silence, agonizing over the decision. The conclusion I reached was the same as it always was. I have this dilemma constantly, yet I always arrive at the same answer. Just to check on him. Oh, what? It's already night. I had only closed my eyes for a moment to think, but the sun had already shifted for the moon. No, that's better. Men like Aizen and Urahara, who have dark secrets in their hearts, usually prefer to move at night. I closed my eyes and swept across the Soul Society. I could feel a familiar energy in the 13th Division, one in the Rukon district, and one more drifting through the outskirts far away. The one in the 13th Division was Mimihagi, the Soul King's right arm. And while the energy moving through the Rukon district was still faint, I could feel it steadily growing in stature. The one roaming the Rukon district must be Aizen. I truly wish we could reach an understanding, though I suspect that won't be easy. The best case is for everything to end peacefully, but if he insists on proceeding after hearing me out, I will have no choice but to oppose him. Of course, I wouldn't step in directly if I could help it, but I hope it ends well. Finished with my thoughts, I walked immediately toward the Rukon district where I sensed the energy. Upon arrival, what I witnessed was Aizen extracting the Soul King's fingernail from the body of a young blonde girl. Yo, Four Eyes. What are you working so hard on in the middle of the night? Aizen was not even remotely startled by my voice. He calmly removed the hood of his cloak and looked back at me. So it was you. I had anticipated that you would come if I moved openly, but I did not expect you to reveal yourself so quickly. Was that your way of signaling me to come? Well, even if you'd hidden yourself, I would have found you anyway, but thanks to you it was easy. As expected. Truly a comment worthy of one who has inherited the Soul King's will. If so, are you here to stop the completion of this? Or are you here to stop me? No, perhaps both are correct. I have no particular intention of stopping you. I just came to talk to you a bit today. I brushed the dust off a nearby rock and sat down just as I always do. Aizen, toying with the Hogyoku in his hand, looked at me silently from where he stood and did not approach. For what purpose did you come to speak with me? Surely you didn't come to ask why I am doing this. Are you here to hear my true intent? No, I just felt it was time for us to have a philosophical conversation after all this time. A Zen dialogue. That might be one way to put it. I replied with a soft smirk, propped my chin on my hand and posed the topic. How should a world exist? For the first time, Aizen wore a look of surprise and stopped fidgeting with the Hogyoku. Why now? He must be working his brain to the point of overheating. Why would I say such a thing? What is my true intent? Among many other things, he is likely contemplating these questions. I know many things from having lived a long time, but I am not a genius like Jamin, Urahara, or Aizen, so I don't know exactly what he is thinking, but I can imagine the nature of his ponderings. Are you surprised? That a bystander who merely watched the Soul King die would say such things. Ah, I never imagined I would hear the word existence of the world from your lips. I've talked about it often since the old days. You just have. And had the chance to hear it. So what do you think? It is wrong to be ruled by one who merely exists without consciousness or will. If one is to be the entity that sustains the world, the principle that forms the world, merely existing is not enough. I see. So you mean that the one who sits on the throne must present the path forward to those beneath him and lead them. Is that the gist of it? Furthermore, a king must stand above everyone. He must establish his own will, compel others to follow, and blaze a trail for others to walk. A king is an existence that grants value, and a king who is granted value by others is meaningless. That is what I am saying. So you intend to kill the current will-less Soul King and take his seat? That is a complicated matter. I shook my head with a wry smile. It seems I won't be making it home tonight after all. Chapter 115, Regarding the Soul King. Difficult. It's so difficult that I kept my mouth shut for a long time, held by Aizen's steady gaze. Then I let out a deep sigh. My God. I never thought I'd have to rack my brains over such a headache again. I just want to live comfortably, but I keep poking my nose into these annoying affairs. I really am an idiot. Muttering that, I propped my chin up with my hand and closed my eyes quietly. First, let's organize what Aizen said. A king must be a role model, a superman whom the people follow, or rather, whom they want to follow. A king should not be chosen by another. They must be someone who sat on the throne of their own will, prepared to endure the weight of that seat. An existence that merely exists is not suited for the throne of a king. Therefore, the Soul King, an existence without autonomy, someone who was forced to take the seat by others, is not fit to be kinged. If I set aside my personal views for a moment and look at this objectively, Aizen isn't wrong. Of course, this isn't a you're right, he's right kind of neutrality. It's just that Aizen's logic actually holds water. A monarch must be an idol. Only then will the people follow. From your perspective, the current Soul King is just a vessel, lacking self-identity, will, and tossed about by others, making him redundant. That's what you're thinking, right? Yes. By that logic, Aizen is correct. An incompetent king, one tossed about by others, is a disaster, worse than a tyrant. They are a wretched ruler. But we aren't discussing a nation here. We are discussing a world. We are discussing not a monarch, but a god. If that is the case, the conversation changes slightly. Is there a right answer to life? No, there isn't. There are only lives ranging from the best to the worst. If the world becomes what Aizen claims, a correct answer will manifest for life. A correct answer? No, it wouldn't be a correct answer. A right path, Zhongdu, is created. Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. In some ways that might be good. It's a life where you just follow the path someone else paved for you. But if a god has a will and following that god is the right path, can those who follow him truly possess a will of their own? An existence that just follows the path chosen by someone else. An existence that just looks up at the sky and follows the stars above. Can such a being truly say they live with free will? Can they truly say they are walking that path by their own volition? Certainly, living such a life would leave no room for regret, because they would have simply lived the life given to them faithfully. But can we truly call that life? Well, that varies from person to person, but at the very least from my point of view that cannot be called living. When do you think a human truly dies? When their heart stops and vital activity ceases. When no one remembers them. People have their own opinions, but I think like this. It is when they can no longer live by their own will. A life decided by another, a life following another, a life lived by someone else's proxy. If we talk strictly in black and white, all those are considered alive. But if their own will is not present within it, if it is a life merely dragged about like an ox by a nose ring, then I believe they are dead despite being alive. That is why I have lived by my own will. Not what others set for me, but entirely by my own. Looking back at the past million years, that holds true. I have always lived that way. I lived by my own volition, and I shouldered the responsibility for it, including the responsibilities and the regrets. I can proudly say I lived my life. Humans have free will. That is what I believe. To force a predetermined path onto such beings, that sounds nothing short of trampling upon human free will. I said I'd never do philosophy again. But if what I just said counts as philosophy, perhaps it's closer to existentialism. After finishing my words, I opened my eyes again. Aizen organized his thoughts for a moment before opening his mouth. That statement holds a massive contradiction. If you say that failing to live by one's own will is no different from being dead, does that not mean the Soul King is also no different from the dead? I let out a sigh at those words. Aizen smiled at my sigh, but I could only scratch my head with a heavy breath. Come to think of it, I'm the only one who knows that. Is this what they call the curse of knowledge? Since I have no one else to talk to about that guy, the Soul King, I naturally ended up speaking only from my own standards. I should have set this as a premise before we started, but I forgot to mention it. The Soul King is alive. He possesses selfhood and autonomy. He also possesses will, and the reason he has maintained his silence until now is purely because he desires it. What do you? The emotions in Aizen's eyes shifted moment by moment at my words. Doubt, anger, suspicion, shock, agony. Perhaps at this moment, an astronomical amount of information is swirling insanely inside his head. My apologies. Before continuing, I bowed my head to apologize to the agonizing Aizen. I suggested a discussion, yet I fell victim to the curse of knowledge and spoke only of things I alone understood. Naturally, I had to apologize. Having not talked to anyone about the Soul King for nearly 1,000,000 years, I ended up speaking from my own standards without realizing it. I smiled bitterly as I reflected on the landscape of that day, which still felt vivid, the boundary where the desert and the meadow met. The boundary between life and death, the conversation I shared with a man facing his end. It is where you and I first met. And it will be where I see my end. That guy already knew he would die. Even though he foresaw his own end, he did not deny or resist it. AI Watashi. No, I was granted a reason for my existence at the very moment I was born into this world. Until that end arrived, he simply lived, doing everything he could. He accepted everything and lived his best, pouring his heart and soul into it. And in the end, he accepted his own death by his own will. So, watch over them. See to it that I do not kill them. Even though death was right before his eyes, he offered no resistance, nor did he offer any excuses or explanations. He complied with death while making such a plea, not for himself, but for others. The Soul King was that kind of man. That the Soul King was sealed away of his own volition is something unknown even to that Baldy who fell into hell, and even unknown to Jamin. Because I never told them. No, perhaps Jamin might have noticed. That's why he said he would stay by his side until the Soul King passed away and atone for his sins. In some ways, humans in the world you speak of might have to live a life like the current Soul King. One might conform to their given life, living that short span with fervor, staking their all on it. But the Soul King, if it's the guy I knew, he wouldn't wish for that. But he would never show it to the very end, wishing for such a life or trying to kill oneself to live such a life. These are all matters of human will. He believed in humans. He believed in human free will. That is why he says nothing and only watches quietly. The moment he intervenes, human free will would be trampled upon. Even if that results in his own death, he would just watch. That is merely a thorough bystander. It is negligence. Ha! Perhaps so, lad. But humans are beings that grow through suffering and agony. If they cannot accept that and pass the burden on to others, they will never grow and will live forever like children. And you are trying to shoulder that pain yourself. You are trying to make a sacrifice in a sense different from the Soul King. My life is wrong because of the new Soul King, Aizen Sosuke. My life is painful because of the Soul King. My life is pathetic because of the Soul King. My life is lacking because humans are such treacherous and selfish creatures. If there is a being onto whom they can pass their burden, they end up shifting their pain and load to that existence without even realizing it. Of course, there are beings who are not like that. There are those who would take on even the burdens of others. Could there really be no such person? One who accepts the pain and agony that weigh them down, enjoying it and allowing it to foster their growth. One who creates their own value. A Superman who overcame and transcended himself. But those who can achieve that are merely a minority. That is why they are called supermen. Are you prepared to live while shouldering the sorrow and pain of humanity, their accusations and rebukes? Becoming a king, becoming a god, that is what it means. That is why I respect the Soul King from the bottom of my heart. I will neither affirm nor deny you. If you are prepared, do as you please. If you think the world you see with your own eyes is the right one, and you have the will to carry it through, I will not stop you. As the Soul King did, if you too can do the same, then do it. I closed my mouth after finishing my words. Aizen Sosuke could not utter a word until the sun rose. Chapter 116. What the mind understands and the heart refuses to accept. Aizen postponed his answer, claiming it was a question that couldn't be solved on the spot. It wasn't just a stalling tactic, so I let him be. If your resolve can be swayed by someone else's words, you might as well quit. One could have said that. But his eyes held neither panic nor muddled doubt, only surprise and a deep, spiraling contemplation. So I decided to watch. I'll admit I was impressed. The instant he realized a flaw in his ideal, Aizen didn't get defensive or flustered. He asked himself how to improve it, praying the answer he brings back is sharper than before. Our talk that day fizzled out. After that, life clicked back into its usual rhythm. Mornings with my family, seeing Unohana off to work, coaching disciples at the dojo, lunch, rinse and repeat. Roughly 4 years later, Aizen started moving again. Naturally, I paid him a visit, and finally heard his answer. This world has no need for a god. A society that heaps every duty and burden onto one being is wrong. Therefore, divinity must be cast aside, and mankind must slip free of the god's embrace and stand on its own. Aizen Sosuke was declaring the end of the mythic age. If rights belong to humans, then so must responsibility. What I seek is the death of God and the birth of a world of humans by humans for humans. Shockingly, Aizen's ideal overlapped almost perfectly with Urahara's, so this is the all rivers return to the sea Kagaya talked about. My heart thumped in a way it hadn't for ages. I smiled faintly. Even if humanity falls into ruin because of it. If ruin comes from one's own choice, so be it. But mankind won't crumble. As long as its will remains unbroken, it will crawl through the mud and survive. Aizen said that and smiled, satisfied. His resolve was set, his ideal complete. Even if it kills him, he'll die with a grin. Listening to Aizen sing as him to humanity, I nodded. Do as you will. That guy would have said the same. I've got nothing more. Give it your best shot. I patted his shoulder twice and headed home. I won't help and I won't hinder. I'll neither endorse nor deny. As a shard of the divine, I can't meddle in human affairs more than necessary. One worry lingers. When the gods vanish, will I still have a place to stand? No point brooding now. We'll only know when that day comes. 4 more years slipped by, 102 years before the original story. That's when it happened. Something stirred, similar to the Soul King's fragment, yet entirely different. The quality matched, but the trajectory diverged. Like an alcohol lamp versus an oil lamp. I didn't have to see it to know what it was. The Hogyoku. Not the half-finished bauble Aizen forged, but the real thing. So he finally did it. In the manga it vanished as a MacGuffin, so I never grasped its weight. Feeling it firsthand, I understand. This thing is the real deal. With power like this, I'm amazed the original story let anyone beat the guy holding it. A single marble, yet it radiates the same presence I felt when the Soul King crafted the sun and moon. This is insane. No, wow. Is this even possible? Ha. If it makes me laugh in disbelief, imagine the creator. He's probably wearing the same face Oppenheimer did when the Manhattan Project succeeded. Scratching my head, I left the dojo to a senior instructor and walked toward the source of the pressure. There he was the moment I arrived, Urahara, staring down at his newborn Hogyoku, hands trembling. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Crash! Startled, speechless, Urahara toppled over, staring up at me like he might drop dead on the spot. Even then he wouldn't let go of the jewel. That alone told me plenty. Idra. Get a nearby chair over and sat, looking him in the eye. Thinking, what on earth have I made? I can see it on your face. Not the little trinket you imagined, huh? I never intended to create something like this. Yeah, no kidding. What did you make? I was so shocked I ditched work and sprinted here. Chuckling, I leaned back. So? What were you trying to forge? The soul key. No, lies are pointless in front of you. He let out a bitter laugh, straightened up, and rested his back against an overturned desk. In his palm glimmered a Hogyoku far smaller than Aizen's. Curiosity. Pure curiosity. They say curiosity kills the cat, not that this is the time. So? What were you so curious about that you built that? I wanted to see a new world. A realm beyond this creaking universe. And this is the result. I touched what should never be touched, what humans were never meant to reach. That's so. I could have told him it's too soon to despair, but geniuses are like that. Jamin, Aizen, same breed. The Hogyoku lies beyond even Urahara's comprehension. Fear is natural. After a long, silent stare at the jewel, Urahara clenched it tight and looked at me, face set. I know it's unreasonable, but no. He hadn't expected an instant refusal and blinked at me, dumbfounded. I snorted. What, you thought I'd smash it if you begged? Kid, you knocked on the wrong door. You've done your homework on what I am and what I do. I toss problems onto the table and ask the bill. I don't pay it for you. Smart man that he is, Urahara grasped the meaning and never asked me to destroy it again. He merely slipped the jewel into his coat, face clouded. I'm sorry. Nothing to apologize for. When people are desperate, they cling to anything. But you know the rule, clean up your own mess. Leaving the brooding scientist behind, I headed back to the dojo. 1 year passed. 101 years till the story begins, and another incident blew up. Come again? Captain of Squad 12, Urahara Kisuke, and Grand Keto Chief Tsukabshi Tezsai have been exiled to the world of the living for using forbidden Keto. He'd only worn that Haori for 9 odd years. Shame. Wonder who takes Squad 12 next. A few nights back the moon paused for a heartbeat, must have been that forbidden spell, meaning Aizen finally ran his holification experiment on Soul Reapers. He likely tried to manufacture a replica of the Soul King, or something close, using his incomplete Hogyoku, all to reach the Soul King himself. The plot really is lining up with the original. Within this single century, fate feels cursed. In nearly 1,000,000 years I've never seen so many dominoes fall so fast. At that storytelling for you. Makes sense. Nobody would buy a manga about my dull 1,000,000-year prelude, probably would have been axed before volume 5. Also, Captain Odoribishi Rojuro of Squad 3, Captain Hirako Shinji of Squad 5, Captain Aikawa Love of Squad 7, Lieutenant Yadamaru Lisa of Squad 8. Unohana rattled off familiar names, every one of them destined to become visored. Have all vanished. Honestly, it's suspicious. How could that many captains and lieutenants disappear overnight? Tough trick, yeah. I answered calmly, sipping miso soup. You're not even surprised. At her words, I set the bowl down and mused. I already knew what was brewing in the Soul Society. Unohana flinched, chopsticks pausing mid-air. You knew and didn't stop it? Even knowing I can't interfere. Why? That's neglect. The echo of something I'd heard before made me smile wryly, but there was only one answer. I can't keep fixing everything forever. Unohana said nothing. Her eyes said the mind understood, but the heart refused. Let's sleep in separate rooms for a while. So it comes to this, bitter yes, but I couldn't back down. I gave a small nod. Chapter 117. Born anew ever since Unohana and I began sleeping in separate rooms, a thin frost settled between us.it was inevitable. We hadn't split beds for some cheerful reason, it happened because the two of us failed to understand each other. No, sleeping apart for a good reason is a contradiction in terms, so how far has the gap grown? She's already gone. I'd wake up, set breakfast on the table, and when she didn't come out I'd knock on her door, only to find the room empty, her scent long since faded. That we weren't anywhere near divorce, but it was clear we were keeping each other at arm's length. Yet I neither took the initiative to mend the rift nor offered an apology. It wasn't pride or vanity. It was the life code I'd written with my own hands. To renounce it now would be to deny the million years I'd spent living by it. If I admitted fault and bowed my head here, I'd be swinging the blade at my own creed. That at least I could not do, because these were the laws I set for myself. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm at ease. She was the first person I ever let stand beside me, the first I thought I could die with and feel no regret that a wedge has been driven between us. How could my heart possibly be calm? Ha! A sigh, one of many these days, slipped out as I closed my eyes. The empty space next to me felt too wide, so I opened them again. I never needed to sleep in the first place, it was true. I didn't need sleep, I didn't need food. I only ate and slept because Unohana was there, and I wanted, at least a little, to live like a man. Unable to catch any rest, I left the house and swung my sword in the dojo. Nothing empties the head quite like repetition. Yet whether I cut 1,000 times, 10,000, 100,000, whether night bled into dawn and disciples poured in until the floor was packed, my body never tired. I wasn't even out of breath, not a drop of sweat.
Fel.C0965VL6DM9VU3RNVE04RFFKCWE1SHUXWDNJZFD6CC8-1SMDQZGRMQ1GVUR Vamp BUWJ6YUXGNSMVNHSU JAG, ha ha. Master. How much longer must we keep swinging? The disciples who tried to keep pace with me had all collapsed, guilt prickled. I declared the dojo closed tomorrow, told them to enjoy a day off, and barred the doors. Most cheered, but a few raised worried brows asking after my health. Good kids, I flashed a smile and lied. I'm taking a little trip of my own. Then sent them home. Yes, I lied, there was no need really. I could have been honest and nothing would have changed. Once the place was empty, I set the sword down. What I needed now was thought, yet all I'd done was swing steel. If that isn't escapism, what is? With a bitter grin I raked a hand through my hair. I don't even know what I want anymore. A feeling of helplessness, one I hadn't tasted in ages, closed in. Where should I start? What do I want? How do I feel? I couldn't put certainty to a single thing. Able to save yet refusing. Knowing yet doing nothing. Why? That's abandonment. Unohana's words shot through me, lodging like thorns in my chest. After a long while spent frozen in place, Eli's the answer wasn't here. I propped the fallen sword in a corner. I opened the barred doors and left a letter on the dojo's tokonoma. Taking some air. Don't know how long I'll be. The senior instructor has full authority, let him run the hall until I return. What I needed now was time to sort out this maze. Maybe it would take a while. No, definitely, but it was necessary. If I stayed frozen, nothing would ever change. So I told no one and stepped into the world of the living. I wasn't after any grand objective. I was simply putting my own advice into practice. If you want answers, walk the world and seek them with your own eyes.
I'd said that to countless pilgrims. Now it was my turn. So I wandered, feet where they would, wind where it willed, and no food, no sleep, drifting like a wraith skimming the heavens. That I watched life burst into the world with a wail, and life gutter out in the hush of old age. That I saw deaths by accident and miracles of narrow escape. That I saw fervent prayer and cool deist doubt. And in the midst of rambling I saw a man robbed and left to die. The north wind cut like knives. Left alone he wouldn't last minutes. That I stood over him, gazing down in silence. Save, please save me, anyone, anyone's fine. Clutching the stab wound in his belly, he begged. Not me but the sky, to live. Do I reach out? Or do I watch in stillness? Must I exist as a god, or live as a man? Life or death. In a single heartbeat, a million years replayed inside me like a panorama. I had borne the Soul King's will and lived as a god, yet yearned for a human life. That if I truly sought pure divinity, I would have shed the world as Kagaya did. But I refused, choosing to remain. A god desiring a human life, and still insisting on being a god, because the Soul King asked me to guard humanity? No. It was simply greed, my own hunger. Up to now I hadn't lived a personal life at all. I'd existed as a component of the world, hidden among its gears. Think about it. I always reacted to someone else's move, moved by someone else's action. Had I ever acted purely of my own will? I hadn't even chosen my own name. I wore the name someone else pinned on me, always a step back, observing, hiding behind the excuse that a god mustn't meddle in human affairs. Yet I wanted others to call out to me, sought connection. I butted into things that needed no interference, jabbering under the guise of asking questions. A human wielding godhood, a god craving humanity. Either way, a calamity. Aizen merely hauled that calamity into the light. I approved of Aizen as a god, therefore the human ties I'd forged shook loose. Live your own life. Ha. What a joke. All that half-baked philosophy I spat was contradiction. That I couldn't even live my own life, and I had the gall to preach. To be ruled by one who exists without consciousness or will is wrong. The one living without will wasn't the Soul King, it was me. A dry laugh escaped as Aizen Sosuke's words surfaced. Neither affirming nor denying is just dumping the choice on someone else. Do as you please is divine impartiality, yes, but from a human angle it's shirking responsibility. If rights belong to humans, then responsibility and duty must as well. I turned Aizen's line over softly. I stand at the crossroads of life and death. Die as a man with will, or live on as a god in the truest sense. If I choose divinity, I will stand above the world and leave every human bond behind. If I choose humanity, one day I will age, and death will come for me as it does for all. So what will I do? No, how will I live? If I have time to spare, I'll spend it doing what I want. Right. That's what I'd always said. I'd only mouth the words. Now at last I would act. Answer settled, the long contemplation ended. I opened my eyes. Despite all that thinking, not much time had passed. The man was still breathing. Good. Any longer and my meditation would have killed him. I exhaled in relief, knelt and healed him swiftly. The blade had only slipped half a handspan inside. The work was quick. The dying man explored the smooth skin where a wound had been, eyes wide, then blinked at me. Did you save me? Who else? There's nobody around for miles. He glanced about, patted his belly again, then jerked his head up. Thank you so much. Forget it. I did it because I felt like it. I wasn't looking for thanks or payment. Honestly, I almost walked past you. So skip the gratitude. You're alive, that's enough. I'm leaving, busy day. He blinked, dumbstruck, but the moment I turned my back he shouted, Then at least your name's Savior. I froze mid-step, lifted my eyes to the sky and shut them. A name. Right. I should have one. Tenjin Shaku. Call me Shaku if that's easier. On that day I was born again, not as a god, but as a man. Chapter 118. It's not like that. Did anything change because I was reborn as a human? No. Nothing changed. I didn't suddenly gain a finite lifespan, nor did I lose my strength. I didn't lose my status, and I didn't die as a god. Then what was the point of my choice? If I say it means nothing, I'll probably get cursed out, right? But truly, there isn't much meaning to it. I simply shifted my perspective from the world to myself. How should I influence the world? How should the world exist? What must I do for the world? What kind of life should I lead as a part of the world? What even is the world? Despite all my babbling about the hymn of humanity and existentialism, I never actually took care of myself. Yes, in the end, it's just self-satisfaction. But what of it? If you're a god, act like a god? What do I gain by acting that way? Is it selfish? Fine. Gods are naturally selfish. After all, gods are beings born from the human heart. In that sense, me being a god without ever having even been human was like a castle floating in the void without a foundation. If I've said this much, you probably have a rough idea of what I'm getting at. Yes. By being reborn as a human, I have finally been perfected as a god. I am no longer an unstable floating fortress. I am a castle built upon a solid foundation. That I have gained conviction within myself, finding answers from within rather than from the outside. Of course, sometimes those answers might be wrong. If so, I simply have to take responsibility. That I have gained my own justice, a resolve that won't be shaken by anyone else's words. Essentially, I lost nothing and gained everything. That I even ended up obtaining something I thought I would never hold in my hands. So, this is spiritual power. Yes. After 1,000,000 years, I finally obtained spiritual power with its own unique color. Insane physical prowess, sensory abilities, and now even spiritual power? I've truly become an inescapable disaster. Contrary to those worries, however, I found myself wanting to try casting the Keto I had always secretly envied. What am I talking about, after being so damn serious just a second ago? Look, I spent 1,000,000 years using pseudo-spiritual power without ever hitting the pity rate on a poll, and I finally just pulled spiritual power from a limited time banner. How could I not use it? Enlightenment be damned, right now my spiritual power is more important, F***CK. If I use it here, it'll cause a mess. Unable to wait any longer, I tore through the boundary and entered the dang AI. As soon as I entered the dongai, I felt the kotatsu detect my presence and charge toward me. A long time ago, I was curious about what would happen if I got swallowed, so I let it happen. It felt like being buried inside a giant blob of slime, lukewarm and sticky to boot. Of course, if you pass through that, there's an empty space, but that place felt a bit. The time there is distorted, so the vibe is off. Well, I came here for an experiment anyway. Should I give it a shot? Even if this place breaks, it'll just reform later. Grasping the flow of spiritual power wasn't difficult. It felt similar to the flow of blood, but it felt like it was being drawn up continuously from my lower dantian. It was a sensation close to chi from those martial arts novels. Which one would be best? Let's start with the most basic one. Rumble. Hearing the growing sound, I turned my head to see a bright light rushing toward me at an incredible speed from afar. The guardian of the dongai. No, rather than a being, it was more like a law of nature. The kotatsu. How did Jamin chant it back then? Hato number 1. Is this the old-fashioned way? I'm not sure. Whatever. The spiritual power boiling within me began to infringe upon the world. The light that served as the kotatsu's eye flickered rapidly as its speed increased even further. Show! The front of the kotatsu buckled for a split second before exploding completely. I thought that was the end of it, but for a moment I couldn't hear a thing, as if I'd gone deaf. I'll have to wait for this to heal. Wait, come to think of it, I can use Kaido now, can I? After using Kaido to fix my muffled ears, I walked over to where the kotatsu had been. Yikes. This is worse than I thought. From the point of impact, everything behind where the kotatsu had been was completely annihilated. I need to exercise self-restraint. It only ended like this because it happened in the dongai. If I had pulled this in the world of the living or the soul society, things would have gotten really ugly. I'll have to master controlling my spiritual power first once I get back. Shall I head back? As I tore through the boundary and returned to the soul society, I felt for the first time that I truly belonged in this world. My senses were far clearer than usual, and I even felt like I could do anything. But all my senses were too clear, and it was actually unpleasant. It felt like being in a space with high brightness and saturation for too long, making you feel nauseous. Yeah, that's it. It's like looking around while wearing glasses with a prescription that's way too strong. Honestly, I feel like I'm going to puke. Ugh, ugh. I don't need to feel every single rustle of a leaf or the flutter of a hell butterfly's wing. Wait, before that. Why are those Quincy bastards living under the Siriidii? Are they moles or something? Oh hell. I can't take this. I couldn't move another step, so I sat under a nearby tree to kill some time. I was wondering if I should suppress my senses. A massive spiritual pressure suddenly dropped in front of me. To my surprise, I didn't just have a vague idea of who it was. I could vividly sense everything from a single strand of hair to the flow of spirit particles around them. It's you, Genryusai. It's been a while since I've seen you like this.
Just what on earth were you doing in the world of the living? I was reflecting on my long existence, no, my life. I went to find the meaning of my existence and organize my thoughts. That was about it. Why? I came because your spiritual pressure caused several captains and subordinates within the Siriidii to lose consciousness. The duties of the Gotei 13 have ground to a complete halt. Just what did you eat out there to return with such immense spiritual pressure within you? I thought about Genryosai's words for a moment and then smirked. I didn't bring it back. I found it and pulled it out. Found it and pulled it out? I learned a few things this time. I'd love to tell you right now, but I feel too sick. Ugh, sigh. Truly. First, retract your spiritual power. If you keep venting it like that, those who fainted will never wake up. I scratched my head as Genryosai scolded me for not retracting it. Yet my reaction, Genryosai's eyebrows twitched. Why are you making such a foolish face? Surely you aren't going to tell me you don't know how to handle spiritual power? No. It's just, well, sorry, but I've been retracting it this whole time. I was absorbing and absorbing, pulling it back inside and packing it down, but it just wouldn't end, and I suppose it's because I've been accumulating it for 1,000,000 years and had absorbed it from so many different sources. Among those I've absorbed spiritual power from were the ancestors of the 4 great noble families Yawach, Ikemikidomo, countless other souls, and the Soul King himself. The lineup was ridiculous. So it was only natural that my power, having sucked them dry, would be monstrous. If I start pulling it in at full power now, I think I'll be done in about an hour. Just wait a bit. You are a walking disaster. Look who's talking. I felt a bit offended, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it, so I sat cross-legged and focused entirely on retracting my spiritual power. Just what did you seek such enlightenment for? A marital spat. What? To be precise, it was the contemplation that started because of a marital spat, and even if you call it enlightenment, it's nothing much. Just things like, how shall I live? What do I want to do? Simple life philosophy. Honestly, I probably spent more time agonizing over what to name myself than over that simple philosophy. Well, it's nothing too grand to explain. I just changed my perspective on the world. And while I was at it, I decided on a name to use while living as a human. Humph. Have you abandoned the throne of God? That's not something you can just throw away. Becoming a human simply means I've built a foundation for my existence. It doesn't mean I cease to be a god. Besides, even if I call myself a human, would that change the fact that you lot see me as a god? I chuckled and Genryosai let out a low laugh, nodding in agreement. I see. Then, could you tell me your name once more? Tenjin Shaku. To unravel the root of heaven. No, to release. Could it be? Hey now, that's an overinterpretation. It can also mean to interpret. Though that was the ultimate goal, I hadn't necessarily picked the name with that specifically in mind. Anyway, that's how it is. I look forward to working with you, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni. Having finished retracting my spiritual power, I stood up and reached out a hand to Genryosai. Genryosai stared at my hand for a moment before smirking and grasping it. That is all well and good. But please do not give an old man such heart-stopping surprises. I ask this of you. I got it. Oh, and don't tell Unohana I'm back yet. It's a bit awkward to see her right this second. Even if I hide it, it will be meaningless. She surely noticed the moment that spiritual pressure erupted. Ah, right. Instead of preparing a gift, I should have prepared my heart first. Chapter 119. Reconciliation. After reclaiming all the spiritual power I had released over the course of about an hour, I felt a bit nauseous. It was that peculiar sensation you get when you've drunk way too much water, a heavy, sloshing feeling inside every time you move. Nursing my unsettled stomach, I returned home to find Unohana sitting quietly in front of the tokonoma, staring at a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall that read, "The Way of Humanity." What is she doing here at this hour? This is usually when the lunch break ends and afternoon duties begin, the busiest time of the day. Thanks to you, the operations of the Gotei 13 have been completely paralyzed. Ah, so it was my fault. In case it wasn't strange for her to be here, it wasn't as if people had died or been injured, causing the shutdown. Everyone had simply been crushed unconscious by the sheer weight of my spiritual pressure. I watched Unohana's back from the doorway for a moment before stepping into the room and closing the sliding door. The soft rattle,
Thud of the door, Unohana slowly turned her head toward me. She didn't turn all the way, she stopped just enough for the tip of her nose to be visible. She gave a slight nod before turning back toward the tokonoma. While you were away from home, I looked at this calligraphy and thought a great deal. You who always spoke of the duties and paths a human must take, when you said you allowed people to die despite knowing they would, I couldn't understand why you would say such a thing. And? Did you find an answer? No. I couldn't. That is why I am still agonizing over it. I figured as much. Of course, an answer wouldn't come that easily. Did I almost let a bitter expression slip onto my face, but I kept my composure and simply nodded. Just as I was about to open my mouth, Unohana continued. However, I realized something else. That shutting myself away and agonizing alone only leads to an endless spiral of thoughts. Unohana fell silent for a moment, gently wiping a thin layer of dust from the tokonoma with her hand before letting out a soft sigh. That sigh held a mixture of fear born from the unknown, a touch of anger, self-reproach, and regret. When she finally turned to look at me, her face was a complete mess. Her eyes were red and swollen as if she had been crying, dark circles hung beneath them from lack of sleep. And her cheeks had hollowed out, making her look gaunt, despite looking like she might collapse at any moment. She slowly placed both hands on the floor and bowed her head deep. It was a dijiza filled with absolute sincerity, the kind performed long before the term was ever used for cheap jokes. I am sorry. All human relationships stem from dialogue. Disconnection breeds misunderstanding, misunderstanding breeds discord, and discord returns as conflict. I knew this well, yet I let my emotions take precedence. I thought I was old enough to control myself by now, but I suppose I was mistaken. Why are you bowing? Don't do that. It's not strange to fight when there's a difference in understanding. I am not apologizing for the fight itself. I am apologizing for having arbitrary expectations, feeling arbitrary disappointment, and for prioritizing my own feelings through silence rather than dialogue after our disagreement. Then it's fine. It's only natural for a person to prioritize their own feelings. It's okay, so lift your head now. I said that, but Unohana didn't raise her head for quite some time. I swear. I don't know who she took after to be this stubborn. I let out a heavy sigh and sat down across from her. Only then did she finally look up. It seemed she had purged all her pent-up emotions through her tears and internal struggle. The eyes behind her swollen lids were as calm as a still lake. You speak first. When I opened the way for her, Unohana closed her eyes for a moment before looking at me again. Why did you just stand by and watch, knowing that people would be hurt and die? Straight to the point then. I preferred it this way. If you truly want to clear up a misunderstanding, it's better to crash head-on rather than beating around the bush. I end that case, it was only right for me to skip the pleasantries and get to the heart of the matter. No matter how precious a child is, a parent cannot keep them tucked away in their embrace forever. If I step in to help every time something happens, you all will never grow. That is why I was only watching. Because that is what a god does. My voice and Unohana's overlapped. I looked at her with a bitter smile, and she immediately fired her next question. Then why did you form a bond with me? You say you are a god. Why do you live among humans? You say you are a god. Why do you act like a human when you are a god? Her words held a note of accusation, but I could understand where she was coming from. She must have been anxious. That was why she had become so emotional. One could ask how someone who has lived for nearly 1,000 years could get so worked up over this, or if she was emotionally unstable, but it was likely because of those 1,000 years that she had no choice but to be emotional. The moment she saw a facet of me as a god, something I had never shown in a millennium, the dissonance between the me she understood and the me that truly existed must have been staggering. He isn't that kind of person. He isn't someone who would say those things. Because of that disconnect, my actions from Unohana's perspective must have felt like a god's whim, or perhaps a grand deception, but even so my answer wouldn't change, so I answered honestly. Because I wanted to live as a human. As soon as she heard my answer, Unohana snapped her head up and glared at me with sharp eyes. Then why? She tried to speak, but then she squeezed her eyes shut and bowed her head again. No. I'm sorry. I'm sure you had your own difficulties. No, you're right. This was my mistake. Am I a god? Or am I a human? It's true that I was standing at that crossroad, unable to find my way. And it's true that as a result, I ended up with a lukewarm outcome.
The guy who always told others to be decisive couldn't even decide his own path. It was my fault. When I shrugged with a bitter smile, Unohana looked sorrowful. But I've decided now. That's why I left the house with only a single letter. I had to find this answer within myself. You've decided? Between being a god and being a human. It was a problem far more difficult than I had imagined, but surprisingly the answer was simple. Both were me. I've chosen to live as a human. Not as a being watching from a step away calling it your choice, but as one who lives among you, laughing, crying, making mistakes, and learning from failure. As I spoke, Unohana stared at me, her breath hitching as her eyes widened. Just looking at her expression, I could tell what she was thinking. She was likely wondering if I had become a mortal instead of an immortal. To ease her worries, I shook my head with a soft smile. I can guess what you're thinking, but it's not that. The god part of me still exists. I've only changed the way I live. I've said this since I attained enlightenment. My choice to live as a human is separate from my existence as a god. To use an easy metaphor, it's like an incredibly wealthy man vowing to live like an ordinary person. Just because that billionaire lives in a tiny studio apartment with a cheap deposit and low rent, it doesn't mean his money or his reputation suddenly vanishes into thin air. It's like that. What I chose was a lifestyle, not a state of being. Besides, you can't exactly undo what you've already become just by making a choice. It would be like Kaguya coming down to the mundane world and suddenly losing his enlightenment and becoming a normal human. Then, how will you live from now on? Not much will change from how things are now. However, I'll be better to the people around me. Instead of saving everyone? Thinking you can save everyone is arrogance. Even an omnipotent god couldn't do that. However, I will choose the options that allow as many people as possible to live. And as I said before, if I take everything on myself, you won't grow. You haven't forgotten why the Gotei 13 was created, have you? You are right. I was being narrow-minded. Depending on you too much was a form of self-indulgence. Unohana looked deep in thought for a moment, but then she let out a long sigh, her face clearing as if a weight had been lifted. Thank you. For speaking honestly with me. And for accepting my selfishness. Why are you thanking me for that? We're husband and wife. We shared a soft chuckle as we looked at each other. After that, we talked about everything we hadn't been able to say before. Things that had hurt our feelings, things we wished the other would improve upon, all of it. After spending a long time talking and melting away the lumps in our hearts, we returned to how we were. No, our relationship became even better than it was before. So, do you have a name now? I do. Or rather, I didn't just get one, I made it myself. Tenjin Shaku. Tenjin is the surname, and Shaku is the given name. Then do I become Tenjin Yachiru now? No, about that. As a result of my strong persuasion, Unohana ultimately decided not to change her surname. The reason? Partly because I was worried about that old monk, and also because the name I chose didn't have a particularly pleasant meaning. Chapter 120. The second retirement and a new job. Ever since the day I reconciled with Unohana, I was tormented for several nights. It was a build-up of everything that had been suppressed, plus a heavy dose of apology. Yeah, it was that reconciliation sex you only ever see in doujinshi. I thought the saying "don't fight, just have sex" was just a joke floating around the internet, but I never expected to actually live it. Right. That slang doesn't exist here yet. Anyway, after several days of hard work, it felt as though my struggles were being rewarded. The bond between Unohana and me became tighter than ever. Well, things became sticky in more ways than one, but as the saying goes, the ground hardens after the rain. I'm heading out. I love you. I love you too. Be careful on your way. After seeing Unohana off to work, I headed not toward the dojo, but toward Squad 5. If I went straight to Squad 5, I'd have to pass through Squad 4 where Unohana was, so I took the long way around. You ask what's happening with the dojo while I'm away? It's fine. I've retired. I'm sure the second master will handle things just fine. I really didn't expect to live a life where I'd retire twice. But what can you do? It had to be done. Huh? Dad? While circling halfway around the Siri to reach Squad 5, I ran into my daughter coming out of the Squad 9 barracks. She mentioned she'd found a position recently. I guess it was Squad 9. Hey, sweetie. What are you doing here? Organizing paperwork, obviously. Especially with this incident. I have to re-examine all the newspapers we were going to publish, redo all the censorship, overhaul the research data.
and the captain and lieutenant who were supposed to sign off on the documents are missing. Hee hee. As Haruno spoke, she hugged a mountain of documents to her chest and began to laugh gloomily, a dark aura radiating from her entire body. She looked exactly like a Digimon on the verge of a dark evolution. To calm her down, I pushed my original goal aside and marched into Squad 9, taking the documents from her. Dad? I'll lend a hand. Believe it or not, your dad used to be pretty good at paperwork back in the day. No, everything is under censorship review, so you can't just walk in. It's fine. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. You trust your dad, right? Ugh. I'm not supposed to. By the way, daughter, why are you pushing my back while saying we're not supposed to? I swallowed the question before it could escape and kept walking. I'm getting a bad vibe right from the entrance. You know that eerie chill you feel right when you stand in front of the door of a haunted house. It felt exactly like that. Oh wait, the people in the Soul Society are technically ghosts anyway, right? Then I guess it's not that weird. With that thought, I kicked open the door to the Squad 9 barracks, and the thick scent of ink and stale, stagnant air greeted me. That I expected the members and seated officers of Squad 9 to turn and look at the sudden intruder, but they didn't even turn their heads, utterly absorbed in their work. Gabe coffee, bring me Gabe. I can't fall asleep now. Senior, that's already your 20th cup. Don't you remember you were hospitalized in Squad 4 last time for reflux esophagitis and a stomach perforation? Captain Unohana warned you back then to stay away from Gabe if nothing else. What? I can't drink Gabe? It's fine. As long as I don't die after drinking it, Squad 4 will save me somehow. I'm the most senior member here right now, so if I sleep, everything's fucked. So go get some Gabe, or even if I chew them raw, at least I won't get heartburn. Regarding the disappearance of souls in the Soul Society. This was classified. Many seated officers, lieutenants, and captains mobilized. This was also classified. Hee. Maybe I should just erase everything and say I had no choice because of censorship? It's better to submit a blank page than something full of holes. Good grief. Looking at them, they weren't absorbed in work. They were in the middle of a mass escape from reality. Every single member sitting there had a face that looked half dead. It was to the point where I wondered if a Quincy from the Stern Ritter who could turn people into zombies had just swept through the place. Judging by the look of them, they've been suffering like this for days. Well, considering almost all the captain's seats were currently vacant except for a few squads, I suppose it's only natural that you're the cause of this, you maniac. Do you even have a conscience? These kids are dying. The porcupine, no, the mountain maniac in my heart stood its quills on end and started bouncing around, shedding sharp needles of guilt. Becoming human makes these feelings quite inconvenient, yet oddly welcome. I was planning on taking responsibility even without you acting up, you bastard, so just stay quiet. Silently suppressing the storm within, I headed for the captain's office. Haruno. Can you do me a favor while I work for a bit? Haruno had dark circles under her eyes, but after a moment's hesitation, she let out a deep sigh and nodded. My daughter really is the sweetest. Well, okay. What's the favor? I fed ink to a dried brush and quickly scribbled a letter. The content was simple. I would temporarily handle the workload for the squads with vacant captain seats. You might ask how one person could handle the specialized duties of multiple squads like it was nothing. You just do it. That's how. Have you tried? You haven't, right? For the record, I have. Back when I was building hell from scratch, I smashed my head against the wall and somehow made it happen through sheer trial and error. Deliver this to the Captain Commander. I should probably use my official seal just in case. Do you know where the ink pad is here? I'm just a low-ranking member, so I haven't really been in the captain's office much. Well, then it's probably in the second drawer. Slide. I opened it and there it was, the ink pad. Checking its condition, I carved a wooden seal on the spot and stamped the letter. There. Do this for me, sweetie. Fine. If I get scolded, I'm seriously going to resent you. Don't worry, that won't happen. Haha. With those words, I sent my daughter off and quickly began processing the documents. Of course, since there were censorship mandates from Central 46, newspaper reviews, and various other tasks, it took longer than when I was helping with the temporary captain work at Squad 4. Still, I finished everything in 30 minutes, see? It's possible if you just do it. Feeling a brief moment of pride as I looked at the pile of cleanly organized papers, I stepped out of the captain's office, knowing I had other places to visit. The living corpses in the main office were still writhing in agony with brushes in hand, but there was nothing more I could do for them, so I left them behind. Dad, where are you going? Don't tell me you saw the workload and are running away after promising to help? Dad, I can trust you, right? Am I really that unreliable? For a split second I felt a sting, but I soon realized that wasn't the case and could only manage a bitter smile. Just how much had the poor kid suffered to be this desperate? I felt sorry for her and pitying. A sigh almost escaped me, but I didn't want to sigh in front of my daughter. I suppressed it and patted Haruno on the head. Don't worry. I'm leaving because I've already finished it all. Did you deliver the letter? Ah, yeah. As soon as I said it was your letter, Lieutenant Sasakibe came over immediately and took it. He told me to wait a moment because the Captain Commander had some things to verify. I see. Good job, sweetie. Well, your dad has to go now. Suddenly, Haruno gripped the hem of my robe tightly. At the same time, a cold shiver ran down my spine. Why are you leaving so soon? For a fleeting second, I saw an overlap of the Yuchiru from her 8,000 styles days in my daughter's face that I'd heard rumors that our daughter was the hidden powerhouse of her squad, and seeing her like this, I can understand why. I thought that was just a rumor, but it clearly wasn't. Then I'll wait here a bit. Go check the documents. When I said that and patted her head, Haruno stared at me with a pouty expression before scurrying back into the barracks. While waiting, I guess I'll think about what to do next. Dad. HM? You came back sooner than expected. Is the check finished? Before I could finish, a candy was thrust toward me, the same kind of candy I used to give Haruno whenever I praised her in the past. Thank you. Ah, she didn't stop me to make me wait for a document check. She stopped me to give me this. Seeing her face flush with embarrassment while she steadfastly held out the candy made me look up at the sky to keep from tearing up. I rarely cry, but the tears are coming. I wanted to savor this emotion longer, but I didn't want to hold up my busy child, so I quickly regained my composure and took the candy. Thanks, sweetie. I'll cherish this. Yeah, get home safely. Sure. Leaving Haruno behind as she gave a small wave, I walked away from the Squad 9 barracks and tucked the candy into my robe. I'll have to visit Tessai later and learn some time suspension Kido. I have to keep this candy forever. With that thought, I headed toward my original destination, Squad 5. Squad 5 had lost its captain as well, but perhaps because Aizen was there. A man whose competence was among the top 5 in the Soul Society. The situation looked much better than Squad 9. Everyone looked tired. But at least they seemed to be holding it together. Huh? Master Shimon? What brings you here? Is Lieutenant Aizen Sosuke in? I have some business with him. If he's around, could you call him out? Ah, yes. He's at his desk. I'll bring him right away. Great. Thanks. All right then, let's get to work. Chapter 121, I won't say it twice. The reason I came to see Aizen is simple. There was a specific conversation we needed to have regarding his ultimate goal. Of course, I didn't summon him just to say some bullshit like, now that I think about it, your plan is too dangerous, so you have to die. If that had been my intention, I wouldn't have called him out separately. I would have just pinpointed his location and crushed him with my spiritual pressure. Is that even possible, you ask, when you spend 1,000,000 years without spiritual power obsessing over how to use even a single Kido spell until you can control the surrounding energy at the level of individual spirit particles? It happens naturally. Anyway, enough about that. That's not what's important right now. I didn't come here to kill Aizen. While I'm waiting, maybe I should practice controlling my output. I took a seat in a reasonably conspicuous spot, practicing condensing spiritual power in my palm and then dismantling it into spirit particles over and over. Soon I felt a familiar presence approaching. It's been a while. You've changed quite a bit, Director. Tenjin Shaku. I have a name now, so feel free to use it. I infused some spiritual power with color to manifest the kanji for my name in the air. Aizen's spiritual power wavered, if only for a fraction of a second. So, this is what it feels like to perceive someone through their power. Fascinating. If I'd known it was like this, I would have used it much sooner. That is a fine name. So what brings you to me today? I heard you were filling in for administrative duties in the squads with vacant captain seats. Did you come for that? Just as I was about to open my mouth to reply, Aizen continued with a thin smile. But if you were here to help our squad, you wouldn't have come looking for me. You would have gone straight to the captain's office. The fact that you didn't suggest your visit isn't for something so mundane. Is it okay to talk so openly? Ah, I see. You were confident because of this.
You've noticed already? Impressive as always. I chuckled and reached out to touch the thin membrane-like barrier surrounding us. It felt a bit like silk. This was likely that technical camouflage, something similar to the cloak Hirako Shinji famously used in the original story. A mysterious trick. Well, it makes things easier for me to talk, so I don't mind. So, did you come to offer some commentary on my plan? Or perhaps, you've come to join me? You've read that far already? You really are something else. The surname Tenjin means the source of heaven. The source of heaven refers to the Soul King. As for shaku, while it can mean to interpret, it also means to loosen or to release. You are wearing your intentions so openly in your name, it would be more strange if I didn't notice. For someone who says that, you seem quite wary. Aizen blinked slowly and gave a faint knowing smile, as if to ask why I was even bothering with questions he knew I already had the answer to, right? I already knew he'd react this way. Anyone would be suspicious if a man who had left saying, "I won't get involved," suddenly showed up again. This isn't even a matter of intelligence, it's common sense. Especially when the matter at hand isn't just a rebellion, but an act of defying heaven itself. I chuckled and shook my head. I guess testing the waters like this really doesn't suit me. I see. So that's how it is. He seemed to have reached a conclusion within himself in that brief moment. Whether it was a final conclusion or just an inference, it didn't really matter. What did you figure out? Don't keep it to yourself. I tossed the words out half-jokingly. Aizen stared at me for a moment before speaking. Have you become human? He didn't even add a perhaps. It was a statement of pure conviction. Huh. I was genuinely surprised. I was actually curious how the hell he had deduced that. Seriously, how did he know? Is his official intelligence stat really at 100? How did you know? Do you believe an ant can truly comprehend the existence of a mountain? I thought about his cryptic, zen-like question for a second before letting out a short sigh. I get it. It was that. I've come because your spiritual pressure caused several captains and members within the Siriidii to faint. It was my spiritual power, wasn't it? That was part of it. But seeing a man like you who always stayed one step back from everything, acting with such detachment and transcendence, suddenly move so erratically, it's easy to see that something fundamental has changed. Fair enough. As I nodded, Aizen let out a shallow breath. So you decided to descend from the throne of God to become human. The throne of God isn't something you descend from or climb up to. You just find yourself there at some point. My becoming human is simply a change in mindset. A god with the will of a human. Humph. It makes me realize once again how preposterous my own thoughts were. I shrugged at his sighing voice. I didn't feel great about accidentally becoming a negative example for him, but whatever. So regarding that plan, how far along are your preparations? My past interference must have caused quite a headache for you. If one looks closely, there is always a gap to exploit. There is a path everywhere, so I am preparing accordingly. Is that so? Well, you're going to have to revise that plan quite a bit. When I answered nonchalantly, Aizen froze and looked at me with a bewildered expression. Did I hear that right? Am I hallucinating? His face said it all. After hesitating for a long time with that expression, Aizen spoke cautiously. Are you saying you intend to participate in the plan to kill God? Let's not use such violent words like kill. There are much nicer expressions like closing an old era and opening a new one. Aizen frowned with an expression of pure disbelief. It was the first time he'd let his mask slip so thoroughly that I suppose if I don't explain in detail, he'll just stay suspicious until the end. There's a lot I want to say, but I can't really summarize it easily. So I'll just give you a rough explanation. That okay? He didn't answer, as if telling me to shut up and get to the point already. Wow, what an attitude. Once the Soul King is killed, the world will collapse. When the wedge supporting the three worlds disappears, everything will inevitably crumble. However, as you said, if all of humanity shares the burden of the world, it won't collapse. But, if that happens, humanity will soon break. Humans are not supermen. A human finds even a single life to be an overwhelming burden. Even I lived for 1,000,000 years without knowing how to define my own life. The human psyche can be tougher than anything else, but it is also the most fragile and brittle thing in existence. To kill God and create a world for humans, because humans do not need a god. However, humans need something to lean on.
While they can lean on their relationships with one another, those who cannot, those who have nowhere to lean need a god. In that sense, saying humans do not need a god becomes a contradiction. That's why I've refined the idea. Humans do not need a manifested god. Whether it has a will or not, a manifested god becomes absolute simply by existing. That is the nature of the absolute. A god with a will is unneeded because it seeks to manifest its own desires. A god without a will is unneeded because it is used only as a means and an objective. The absolute that humanity needs must be absolute in and of itself. Where does that absolute reside? Right within oneself. Ultimately, God is just the external manifestation of the self that a human wishes to become of their own ego. God does not exist, God is within man, that is the conclusion I reached. Could it be you intend to grant divinity to all of mankind? I'm not granting it. I'm awakening it. Through the Hogyoku. Just as I found and pulled out my own spiritual power that I smiled, swallowing the last of my thoughts. Aizen, who had been listening quietly, stared at me with an expression that suggested he'd just heard the most preposterous thing in his life. It will be a disaster. No, it will be a world far more chaotic than before. We'll just have to deal with that too. You can't expect success on the first try. Aren't humans the type of beings who learn through mistakes and failures? If you want change, you have to endure that much. So, I take it you are joining the current plan. Yeah. How many times do I have to say it? I'm in. In that spirit, you need to do something for me too. To gain such a powerful ally, I suppose I must. Good to see you've got some motivation. Go make up with Urahara. Excuse me? Don't pretend you didn't hear me, kid. Should I say it again? Go make up with Kisuke Urahara. Or, at the very least, convince him through any means necessary to join us. I won't accept any excuses about how it's impossible or how it doesn't make sense. Because I spoke so firmly, Aizen's pupils went half vacant as they trembled. If you really don't want to, you don't have to. As I said that, the light returned to his eyes. Instead, I'll pull out of the plan and you'll have to fight me later. I will go and secure a permit for the Senkamin. You should have just said that from the start. Seriously, people only listen when you threaten to use force. Chapter 122. Plan meticulously, act swiftly. The deification of all mankind. Should I call it the Human Instrumentality Project? No, if I do that, the whole world might turn into orange juice the moment the plan succeeds. I'll pass. The third law? No, let's skip that too. Let's just go with the divine sanctification tree of mankind for now. That I thought of others like the post-apocalyptic tree, the Song of the Stars tree, or the Land of Steel tree, but those all involve humans ceasing to be human, so I scrapped them all. Running simulations with my limited brain, this is the most realistic path with the best potential outcome. If someone smarter than me had made the plan, a better path to the future might have opened up. But well, there isn't anyone else, is there? Unless you count Jamin, Aizen, and Urahara, those three. TCH, maybe I really should have asked those guys. Whatever. It'll work out somehow. That if those guys put their heads together, they'll surely come up with a better plan. That I trust their official 100 stat intelligence. But why am I so anxious? I set down my brush and crossed my arms. That I've had this strange feeling for a while now, and it's making it impossible to focus on work. That I know he's a genius, so he should do well, but I've been backstabbed before while trusting smart guys, so the anxiety is real. Surely Aizen won't fail. I don't know. As long as Aizen doesn't roll a natural one on a D100 charisma check, it should be fine. Is that too irresponsible? Well, what can I do from here? Go out there and persuade Urahara myself? Then how would that be any different from grabbing two brawling elementary schoolers and saying, "Now say you're sorry and shake hands"? Except in this case, one of them is the victim. That would be a dick move. In a situation like that, the right thing to do is beat the perpetrator until they apologize. Is that too forced? Unreasonable? Correct. Humans are fundamentally unreasonable. Therefore, a god born from humans should be unreasonable as well. With those thoughts, I picked up the brush again. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Aizen Sosuke looked down at Karakura town, draped in a black cloak that shielded his spiritual pressure. The reason he was in the world of the living was simple. Aizen had already ruled out the possibility of Urahara hiding within the Soul Society. Go reconcile with Urahara. Since that man said go, it won't be anywhere within the Siriidi. That monster with the power of a god, Tenjin Shaku, has a sense of distance that is clearly broken. It was inevitable. For a man who traverses dimensions with his bare body, he wouldn't use the word go if they were in the same realm. He's a man who becomes oddly simple in strange places, but he is fundamentally brilliant. In this case, I must interpret his words with multiple meanings. By that logic, if Urahara was indeed hiding in the world of the living, there was no better place than here. Of course, if Urahara Kisuke had moved purely to hide, the number of possibilities would have expanded beyond Japan to the entire globe. But knowing that man, he wouldn't make such a choice. So, where in Japan would Urahara hide? The answer required little thought. It was Karakura Town, the designated Gyochi of this generation. The heavy spiritual ground Gyochi was a location where the Senkamen, the path of the soul reapers, opened frequently to combat the constant appearance of hollows. Therefore, even if the Senkamen opened a few extra times, it wouldn't draw much suspicion. He can monitor the soul reapers' movements and news while staying hidden. And he could even slip back into the Soul Society secretly via the gate. The problem was how to find Kisuke Urahara in this sprawling town. Unleashing his spiritual pressure recklessly would make the search easy, of course. However, doing so would be equivalent to declaring an all-out war. More importantly, he couldn't use his spiritual pressure at will because of the spirit restraint branded onto his chest. What a mess. To think he would encounter a man even more reckless than Shinji Hirako. If this wasn't a calamity, nothing was. Sighing deeply at a plan that had twisted far beyond its original shape, he took off his glasses for a moment and massaged the bridge of his nose. But I will make use even of this. Bui Zhongyang, I will prove that human will does not break this easily. He had started this task with that very resolve. Continuing his thoughts, Aizen marked several locations on a map of Karakura Town, where spiritual particles were particularly dense to find Urahara's base. Exclude all of these. The meticulous Urahara would never hide in such obvious places. While one could argue he might try to strike from a psychological blind spot, that man wouldn't make such a move without a specific reason. They say if you want to hide a tree, do it in a forest, but it wasn't a choice he'd make if it meant risking discovery. Hat left two possibilities, the very center of the Gyochi or the fringes barely overlapping its border. The center was dismissed for the same reason as before, which left only the fringes. But would that man make such an obvious choice? The answer came with just a little more thought, that only made him more suspicious. Let's verify it first. Agonizing over it would solve nothing. After a brief deliberation, Aizen scouted the Karakura town area based on the information obtained through reverse calculation. The first and second locations were ordinary abandoned buildings. The third was a closed warehouse site, but nothing stood out. And then at the fourth location Aizen arrived at, Urahara shop. Is he serious? It was a dilapidated building with a sign that blithely read Urahara shop. There was no way that man would hide so loosely. Surely there was something more. It was a perfect place if he just wanted to lay low. Even more so if it was thrown together in a hurry, but no matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't have used his own name so overtly. After an endless cycle of self-questioning, Aizen ultimately chose to enter the shop. It was an uncharacteristically simple and blunt method for Aizen Sosuke. But, you will have to fight me. He had no choice. The blade was already poised at his heart. There was no retreating. That madman would never grant a request for more time. With a deep sigh in his heart, just as he was about to step onto the shop grounds, Aizen came to a dead halt right before the line separating the shop premises from the road. A sense of dissonance. It was a feeling of incongruity that only Aizen, who had distorted senses countless times through Kyoka Suigetsu, could perceive. The moment he crossed this line, something would twist. Certain of this, he stopped his step. Then the door of the Urahara shop creaked open, and Kisuke Urahara stepped out in his wooden sandals. Oh my oh my. Well now. I wondered who it might be, but I never expected you to come in person. Mr. Sosuke Aizen. A sensory distorting barrier, is it? Had I stepped in carelessly, I would have been seeing illusions. Though I doubt it would have meant much. Was it a stalling tactic to buy time for an escape? As Aizen reflexively analyzed the barrier right in front of him, Urahara snapped his fan open with a sharp clack, and covered the lower half of his face. Well, you could call it something like that. If you're curious, why not step inside and see? I shall decline. I did not come here seeking a conflict. Oh? You say the most interesting things. It wasn't that you just came here, it was I who guided you, was it not? Oh. I have been roughly tracking your movements since the moment you opened the Senkamen and entered this realm. Did you truly think I wouldn't be able to trace a cloak that hides spiritual pressure similar to the one I created? Spare me the bluffs. I felt no such surveillance while coming here. In the first place, if such a thing were possible, you should have been tracking me since I was in the Reincarnated. Haha, unfortunately I was a bit busy back then. I do not recall you being the type to abandon your comrades just because you were busy. Urahara squinted one eye behind his fan, while Aizen kept his face hidden deep beneath his hood. After a moment of standoff, it was Aizen who spoke first. First, let us stop this probing. It does not suit me. That tone. You didn't come here of your own volition, did you? I appreciate your quick understanding. In that case, would you mind asking the former Grand Keto Chief hiding behind you to stop preparing his spell? His spiritual pressure is gathering in that direction. It has been a constant distraction. You're asking for a lot. When an enemy comes knocking at the door, isn't this level of vigilance only natural? If I were an enemy, perhaps. Aizen said this as he slowly pulled his hands out from beneath his cloak, that he wasn't gripping a Zanpakuto, nor was he preparing a Keto. His hands were empty. Urahara's mind raced at the sight, and Tessai, the former Grand Keto Chief, monitored the surrounding spirit energy, prepared for any hidden barriers or spells. Of course, there was nothing. What is your angle? I came to apologize. I would like you to listen to me for a moment. Is that really the attitude of someone who came to apologize? Urahara and Tessai could only blink in disbelief. I am sorry. And they were even more shocked by the fact that those words were sincere. Please come in. Urahara said this as he deactivated the Keto being prepared in the building behind Aizen. Aizen glanced back slightly with a faint smirk, as I thought that side was the real threat. It's a good thing I was preparing a Danku just in case, and thus the meeting between Aizen and Urahara began. Chapter 123. Yesterday's enemy is today's ally. Aizen entered the interior of the Urahara shop, thinking to himself that this was the real beginning as he followed Urahara's lead into a guest room in the back. The room was a simple one, roughly 4.5 tatami mats in size, with a chest of drawers in one corner and a table in the center. However, Aizen's eyes lowered slightly as he felt a peculiar flow of spiritual power beneath the tatami mats he was standing on. As expected, there is indeed something beneath here. A man who prepared for contingencies with a fervor bordering on obsession would never allow him entry without some sort of countermeasure in place. Aizen smirked inwardly at the thought. Urahara took his seat first, and Aizen naturally sat across from him. What followed was not a momentary scouting match, but a suffocating silence. Ordinarily, they would have probed one another to verify the hands they held or made deductions based on available information, but the current situation had transcended all expectations to such a degree that neither Urahara nor Aizen could easily find the words to begin. To think that Aizen would actually apologize. This is an utterly unbelievable situation. What is he plotting? It's impossible that he's suddenly reformed. Then, has he truly come here because of that man's words? The real problem is that I have to convince this man. Even if I return and tell that madman I failed, I doubt he would listen. Worse, it's more likely I would be the one killed instead. Urahara was left speechless by the shocking experience of having his common sense completely overturned, and Aizen remained silent as he tried to settle his bitter stomach over a situation he was forced to endure, whether he liked it or not. Just what are you thinking? With those separate inner monologues concluding, the two finally broke the silence and began to speak. Naturally, it was Aizen, the one who had come with a purpose, who spoke first. First, let us get one thing clear. I did not come here today to fight, nor did I come to test you, nor do I have some hidden scheme in mind. Aizen's words were the type that would normally invite suspicion rather than provide any sense of security. It was only natural. Trusting someone who had already betrayed you was a fool's errand. Furthermore, what sense did it make to believe the words of a man who used people like chess pieces for his own ambition? However, if one stripped away all personal bias, even those nonsensical words started to sound plausible. Though Urahara's anger was boiling over, he suppressed it with cold reason and replied, I suppose so. A man of your caliber wouldn't destroy everything he's built and return it to nothingness by his own hand without reason. You speak as if you know me well. I had to know. Though I can't say it was out of any particular desire to do so. Urahara covered the lower half of his face with his fan, subtly showing his discomfort. under the brim of his low-hanging hat, his eyes glinted with a sharp edge, causing Aizen to fall silent while Urahara fanned himself with his eyes closed. Though the conversation had barely lasted a minute, both were certain that if things continued like this, they would spend the entire time in a psychological tug-of-war without ever reaching the main point. So, what was the next step? There was no need for deep deliberation. The answer was simply to do as Urahara had just done, to set aside all personal bias. You didn't come looking for me just to apologize. Don't tell me you've come to drag me into your plans. There are times when one must forget past grudges and join forces. When facing a massive enemy that cannot be resisted alone, or when moving toward a grand ideal, those are such times. Considering the people who were sacrificed for the sake of that ideal of yours, those words don't sit well with me. You must know that you're being unreasonable? Even knowing that, there are times when one cannot back down. This is one of those times. I'd much prefer it if you would back down just this once. However, if this is something that man commanded, then I assume it is a completely new plan, entirely different from your original one. While his words might have sounded like curiosity, Aizen knew they were born of extreme vigilance. From the perspective of someone trying to move a project forward, it was incredibly frustrating, yet Aizen understood it was only natural. He let out a long sigh internally. I intend to kill the Soul King. To create a world of humans, by humans, and for humans. Deciding there was no point in hiding anything at this stage, Aizen explained the core of the plan. Urahara's expression stiffened instantly. This was because the plan Aizen described was, excluding its ultimate direction, strikingly similar to the one Urahara himself had once devised. That is a thought only a madman would have. It is always the madman who change the world. It is only after the world has changed that the slur madman is replaced with the title of forerunner. This is the first time I find myself agreeing with you. It is always the madman who change the world. Hiding behind his fan, Urahara gave a bitter, self-mocking laugh before snapping the fan shut with a sharp crack. However, there is a fatal flaw in that plan. Can a human truly replace a god? Is humanity ready to shoulder the weight of the world? To answer this question, it must be premised that humans know themselves. Just as a person who cannot care for themselves cannot care for others, how can a human who does not know themselves understand the world? How can one shoulder what they do not know? To shoulder it while remaining ignorant would be nothing more than a shackle upon humanity. If forced regardless, the tethered human would eventually be crushed and collapse under the sheer weight of the world. That was precisely why Urahara had planned to sustain the world with something inanimate rather than a living being. I once had a similar thought. However, the divine throne is not something that can be shouldered just because a human wishes to shoulder it, nor is it something that can be endured just because one intends to endure it. That is why I sought to replace the Soul King with a non-living object. The world only needs to exist as the world. That is enough. There is no need for humans to cling to it, nor is there any need for human interference. Thus, a god is not necessary. There is no need for a god that humans can interfere with, nor is there a need for a god that interferes with humans. Reading this between the lines of Urahara's words, Aizen was inwardly surprised and smirked. As you say, humans likely cannot support the weight of the world. However, if humanity chooses this path, then I believe humanity must also accept the consequence of destruction. If we are to perish in such a way, what meaning is there in a changed world? It was changed by the will of humans. That in itself is the meaning. I cannot agree with that. In the end, it is a difference in direction then. And a difference in methodology. The two men looked at each other, sharing the same thought for the very first time. He is a man I truly do not get along with. He is a person I truly do not get along with. After a brief silence, Aizen continued his explanation. That was my plan. Originally, I intended to ascend to the divine throne myself and lead the world, but my thoughts were changed because of that man. Was, you say? That implies your plan has changed once again. Because of him. Yes. That man said he would solve the remaining problems in our respective plans using another method. Aizen, thinking about the absurd plan once more, let out a dry laugh before barely managing to continue. If humans cannot endure the divine throne, if humans cannot shoulder the weight of the world, he simply says we should make it so that they can. No way. Is he planning to turn all of humanity into gods? That's preposterous. If that happens, the world itself might not be able to accommodate humanity anymore. I agree. These aren't words a sane person would utter. but that man seems to have already made up his mind. As you know, he is not a being who can be handled by force. I agree with that much, but that doesn't mean we should let such an atrocity happen. We cannot condone this. There is a saying, if you cannot resist it, then use it. Rather than watching the world collapse after a successful deification of mankind, I believe it is more right to change it from the inside. What do you think? So it had come to this after all. Urahara thought of those seeking refuge in his underground laboratory and groaned for a moment before letting out a sigh. A united front, then. That will suffice. Finishing his piece, Aizen stood up, and Urahara opened his fan to cover his mouth once more. Aizen stopped momentarily at the sound, but then resumed his walk without a word. After Aizen left, Urahara folded his fan and went straight down to the basement. Is it truly right for humans to ascend to the divine throne? Wrestling with that thought, Urahara pulled the Hogyoku from his robe and entered the lab. Meanwhile, Aizen stood in the sky above Karakura town, with the Senkamen open, looking around the surroundings for a moment. Are humans truly worthy of the throne of God? Even after repeating the inquiry dozens of times, he could find no answer, and eventually, he vanished beyond the Senkamen. Chapter 124. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm only saying this now, but honestly I never thought Aizen's plan would actually succeed. It wasn't that I doubted Aizen's abilities. It was because the situation itself was a total mess. To use an example from an old manhwa that's still burned into my brain, it's like Rachel and the 25th BAM. Aizen is in Rachel's position. And Urahara is in Bam's. The traitor who drove a blade into a friend's back in secret, and the victim whose resentment for that betrayal reached his very marrow. If they had just had a physical brawl while shouting, "Damn it, Urahara, I hate your guts," it would have been better. But how could anyone forgive a bastard of a traitor who didn't just stab them in the back, but drove a knife straight through the back of their skull? I have successfully brought Urahara Kisuk into the fold. That's why I couldn't believe the news Aizen brought back from the world of the living. Of course, I would have understood if it had taken years of gradual persuasion. Take Ikamaru Jin, for instance. Didn't he play the part of a double agent for over 100 years just to get a chance to stab Aizen in the heart? If he had approached him slowly like that, maybe. But how do you succeed in recruitment not even a day after I told you to go make peace? And it's not like the target was some brainless, gullible kid like Ichigo. We're talking about Urahara. And no matter how talented or brilliant Aizen is, that should have been impossible, right? So did you actually make up? You didn't just coerce him? Indeed. Both Urahara and I are reasonable men. Once we sat down for a proper conversation, he accepted both my apology and my proposal. Usually we don't call someone who stabs others in the back a reasonable man. I almost blurted out a retort at Aizen's nonchalant answer, but I managed to swallow it. Ah, I see. Maybe he's just trying to get through the moment? Maybe he's just talking his way through to buy time for his next scheme. If that were the case, I would have let it slide. It would have been typical for him, but looking at his spiritual power as calm and still as a quiet lake, he didn't seem to be lying at all, which made it even more horrifying. Seriously, how did he pull that off? Better yet, how could it work? Was Urahara's desire for revenge against Aizen really that shallow? Even if the circumstances have changed drastically from the original story, it shouldn't be enough to make him abandon his grudge. Wait, is he pulling an Ikamaru Jin and pretending to cooperate just to infiltrate us? It was a plausible suspicion, but Aizen wasn't some fool who wouldn't notice something like that. With Ikamaru Jin, he might have let it happen out of curiosity or overconfidence, but if it's Urahara, there's no way he'd miss it. That moment, a hypothesis flashed through my mind. What if Aizen and Urahara have joined hands behind my back? The trope where two sworn enemies team up for a common goal isn't exactly rare in a way, it's a classic, even a cliché. So, who would be a threat dangerous enough to make those two join forces? The Zero Division who've gone off the deep end? Or perhaps the Soul King fully awakening and shattering his seal? But neither of those are immediate threats, so if you exclude them, all that's left is me? Seriously? What did I even do? All I did was take Aizen and Urahara's original plans and arrange them in my own way, right? Do they think my plan is inferior to theirs, but can't say it to my face because of the gap in our power? Is that why they're trying to dismantle my plan from the inside or warp it to their liking? Why does that actually make sense? First off, both Aizen and Urahara are geniuses. Secondly, neither of them are the type of people who enjoy bowing to someone else. Aizen chose rebellion for the sake of his ideals, and Urahara is practically an iconoclast in human form, and both of them are willing to do whatever it takes to see their plans through. The only difference is that Aizen is the type who will do anything, while Urahara is the type who will find a way. But regardless, if they've teamed up behind my back to wreck my plans. I'm in a bit of a bind. They could have just talked to me, why go to such lengths? It's not like I can throw a tantrum if my plan doesn't go my way, nor can I force it through with sheer strength, and I certainly can't just beat them half to death and drag them by their hair, shouting, "You guys are my teammates from today on, got it?" That's exactly the kind of behavior I hate most. I smashed other people's skulls specifically to tell them not to live like that. If I did it myself, I'd be the ultimate hypocrite. I don't want to be like that, so I should probably set up a three-way meeting as soon as possible. Even if an alliance between Urahara and Aizen seems nonsensical, in a world where anything can happen, I have to be prepared. After all, the world of Bleach is a place where the nonsensical happens on a daily basis. People are constantly pulling the truth is actually this, or here is a fact you didn't know, or I was actually hiding my true power card. There's a reason why the most frequent line in the series is practically Nan Dato. Experiencing it firsthand is actually pretty damn annoying. Of course, 90% of it was somewhat expected, so I wasn't that surprised. But anyway, even if keeping secrets and throwing plot twists around is necessary for a story to progress, this isn't a manga or a novel anymore. It's reality. There's no need for me to sit back and watch things spiral out of control just for the sake of a twist. The biggest reason things go wrong is always the breakdown of communication. I finished my train of thought in a fraction of a second and nodded. Honestly, I didn't think it would work, but you actually managed to convince him. Is it because you're both scientists? I consider myself more of a seeker than a scientist, but yes. Perhaps that played a role. Really? Then let's head to the world of the living together. I need to iron out the details of the plan. Screw it. They say strike while the iron is hot. Let's finish this while it's on my mind. Aizen went to nod at my words, then flinched, his body trembling slightly. Pardon? What did you just? Don't play deaf. Do I have to say it again? I'm saying let's go to the world of the livin'. For a three-way meeting with Urahara. I just finished the last of the squad paperwork, so I can go right now. I understand your urgency, but rushing a plan so haphazardly is bound to create complications. Moreover, I have already reported my return from the world of the living today. Going back out again so soon would be. Is it because of the Senkaman? Don't worry about it. We don't need to get passes issued. I'll just open it myself. Master Shaku, is your plan not supposed to be top secret? Considering the risk, a plan to remove the wedge could potentially turn the Gotei 13, the Quincy's, and even the Zero Division, the Soul King's Royal Guard, into enemies. This is not something that should be handled with such reckless abandon. It's not exactly top secret, you know? I'm only keeping quiet now because we're in the prep stage. Once the groundwork is done, I'm going to explain it to the kids. That we're going to set the Soul King free. No, wait. Aizen looked at me with an expression that clearly said, this guy has completely lost his mind. He quickly reined in his emotions and returned to his poker face, but my words had shaken even Aizen's composure, if only for a fleeting second. Was what I said really that shocking? Honestly, from my perspective it wasn't. Because I know the true nature of this plan. But I suppose for Aizen, who doesn't know the full story, it must have been earth-shattering. Let's talk once we get there. Any misunderstandings you have can be cleared up then. Understood. Then, how do you intend to travel to the world of the living? Follow me out. If I do it here, the paperwork I just finished approving will get trashed. I stood up and walked out of the Squad 3 barracks, where I had spent the last part of my day. Having been stuck in a back room processing documents all day, the sun was already starting to set. Unohana usually gets home around 7 p.m., so I'll have to finish this conversation as fast as possible. With that thought, I headed toward a secluded spot. You asked how I was going to get to the world of the living, right? Well, there's only ever been one way I travel to the world of the living. I reached out and gripped the empty air, then physically tore space apart. As soon as he saw that, Aizen's spiritual pressure wavered violently. His expression remained calm, but he was clearly stunned deep down. How do you like it? Does the method look familiar? I'm the original behind that sacrilegious joke of tearing the air your former captain used to do. I bit back the nonsense I almost spewed and gestured toward the rift in space. When we emerged, we were in the sky above Karakura town. Since it had only just entered the 20th century, there weren't any of the modern buildings I recognized. Still, the landscape felt familiar somehow. I remember where I saw this. Demon Slayer. If the Bount incident had happened during this era, they really might have ended up filming Demon Slayer for real. After a brief moment of nostalgia for the late Meiji-era landscape, I spread out my senses to scan the Karakura area. Oh? You're already here. No matter how many times I see it, that sensing ability of yours is terrifying. I turned around to find Urahara standing there, wearing a black cloak identical to the one Aizen had worn. Had he already anticipated that I would come to the town? Well, fine. This is actually better. Let's have a little chat. Indeed, let's. I have plenty to say as well. For a split second, Urahara's gaze flickered toward Aizen. These two were definitely in league with each other. Chapter 125. Actually, everyone is an ally. Wow, it's really the Urahara shop. Just like in the manga. It wasn't exactly the right sentiment for someone coming here for such a serious discussion, but I felt my heart race as if I were on a pilgrimage to a holy site. You might ask if Soul Society, Hell, and the Soul King Palace aren't already holy sites. Well, I see Soul Society every day. And as for Hell and the Royal Guard's realm, those are literal holy lands, no pun intended. Besides, I either created those places or had a hand in building them, so there's nothing particularly novel about them to me. In that sense, the Urahara shop, a place where I hadn't laid even a finger, felt remarkably fresh. I stood there for a moment, admiring the sign and the surrounding scenery, before stepping inside. As I entered, Tezsai, the former Grand Keto chief whom I'd met a few times before, greeted me with a deep bow. Dressed in surprisingly domestic attire, I acknowledged him with a slight nod and scanned the interior. It wasn't just a shop in name only. The place was properly stocked with all sorts of goods. Most of the items on the shelves were cheap snacks like dagashi, but it suited the atmosphere perfectly. Then again, since even the original story said it looked like a neighborhood candy store, it wasn't weird for there to be actual snacks. Got any customers? Oh goodness, retail isn't as easy as one might think. Even though these are snacks I've perfected after years of research. Well, being tucked away in a remote corner like this, its only natural business is slow. Mind if I try one? Of course, of course. Please help yourself. After contemplating my choices, I picked a round senbei wrapped in a piece of dried seaweed, a common sight in Japanese media. It didn't have the crisp crunch typical of modern snacks. Instead, it had a brittle, dry texture that crumbled away, releasing the aroma of soy sauce and roasted rice. I used to wonder why people ate these, but this is actually worth buying. I am glad they are to your liking. While I sampled the snacks, Aizen, who had followed me in, and Tezsai, the house-sitter, were forced to stand there awkwardly. It's not like I ate this just because I had a sudden craving for dagashi. I was doing this to ease the tension and soften the atmosphere. Looking at the reactions of Aizen and Urahara behind me, however, it seemed my efforts were for naught. The atmosphere hadn't lightened in the slightest. I let out a silent sigh and finished the rest of the senbei in one go. I didn't come here just for snacks. Shall we get to the important part? I will show you to the back. Urahara guided me further into the building as if he had been waiting for those exact words. He must have been incredibly frustrated. Here I was, trying to break the ice, and I ended up being a nuisance. Or maybe the misunderstanding between us is so deep that my attempts at consideration don't even register as such. Either way, it's not exactly pleasant. The interior behind the storefront was exactly as depicted in the manga. A 4.5 tatami mat room with a single low table in the center. And perhaps because I'd just been eating senbei, there was a bowl overflowing with them on the table, along with 3 cups of steaming tea. Is this hospitality, or is he messing? Why? Me? I hesitated for a second before taking a seat. Aizen and Urahara followed suit. After a brief moment of wondering where to begin, I moistened my throat with some warm tea and spoke up. I'm sure I don't need to explain why I'm here. You two already talked it over a few hours ago, right? Yes. We did. It was a bit bewildering, but the conclusion was positive. I do have a tendency to push forward without a backup plan once I've made up my mind. When I said that with a nod, Aizen's spiritual power wavered slightly. I could vaguely sense what he was thinking, and I almost let a smirk slip. Right. Anyway, you've heard the plan. You know what I'm aiming for and how I intend to pull it off. What do you think? Would you mind if I was completely honest? Go ahead. Don't hold back. I think it's a plan only a madman would come up with. Contrary to my expectation that he would be defensive, Urahara was remarkably blunt right from the start. Does it make me feel bad? No, not at all. Actually, I prefer it this way. That's a much sharper reaction than I expected. Well, I suppose it's only natural to react that way when someone says they're going to change the very foundation of the world you live in. Why do you feel that way? To kill the god that supports the world and then turn humans into gods to replace that support, it's a contradiction. If humans become gods, they won't sustain the world, they'll just destroy each other and themselves in the process. If humans kill God by their own will, who will kill the humans who have become gods? Other humans. In the end, nothing remains but ruin. I never thought I'd see the day when Aizen and Urahara shared the exact same opinion. The novelty of it kept me silent for a moment before I nodded. I see what you're worried about. So you're concerned about humans becoming something like me, or the Soul King, actual deities or beings comparable to them. Urahara hid the lower half of his face with his fan and nodded, while Aizen simply watched me intently. Right, I figured they'd have these concerns. I sighed internally and reached for another senbei. You've got it all wrong. At my firm statement, both of their spiritual pressures flickered violently. I wasn't just making excuses to get out of a tight spot. It really was a misunderstanding. When I say God, you two seem to be thinking of some grand, omniscient, and omnipotent entity. That's not what I mean by godhood or divinity. This is more than mere wordplay. I would think you, of all people, Master Mayo, would know that a god is not something that can be defined so casually. I know that. But I'm telling you, you're misunderstanding me. I scratched my cheek and rinsed my mouth with green tea. A human cannot become an omnipotent god. Even me and that Soul King bastard, we aren't omnipotent, we live as parts of the world's machinery. How could an ordinary human become an all-powerful deity? The Hogyoku? You think that would really do it? If that were the case, Urahara, the creator of the Hogyoku, should have been the first to become a god. That is Both men let out a low groan as I set my teacup down. They were clearly uncertain, right? No matter how absurd and out-of-place artifact the Hogyoku is, it cannot turn all of humanity into omnipotent gods. Well, fine. Let's say omniscience is somehow achievable. If you advance far enough past the information age, you reach something nearly indistinguishable from omniscience. But omnipotence itself is logically impossible. Are you familiar with the omnipotence paradox? Can an omnipotent being discard their own omnipotence? If they cannot, they aren't omnipotent. Can an omnipotent being create a rock so heavy that they themselves cannot lift it? If they can, they are no longer omnipotent. If they cannot, they weren't omnipotent to begin with. However, there is an interpretation that addresses this. It states that an omnipotent being can choose not to be omnipotent based on their own will. I've borrowed a bit from that concept. Specifically, the individual's choice. The heart that wants to act, the heart that intends to be. One's own will. Not belonging to anyone else, not following anyone's requests or orders, a self chosen by oneself. That is what I mean by God, the self. Every human has a version of themselves they want to become within them. But that is merely the me I want to be, not the self that I am. The components that make up the object called me currently come from the outside. That's why they say there is no me inside me. A good example is a resume or a self-introduction letter, where I was born, which schools I attended, which university I graduated from, and so on. When you look at a resume written like that, it's mostly filled with where, what, and which. It describes the object that is me, but it never actually addresses the subject that is I. None of those things originate solely from within the self. Why do humans waver and break? Inner conflict. Why does inner conflict occur? External stimuli. What are external stimuli? Everything except for one's own self. So, what if you were to firmly establish yourself within yourself? What if I existed within me? What if the true self was established within every human? What if one's existence was defined not by the world, but by oneself? What if people became the masters of their lives instead of their slaves? That is the God I'm talking about. In conclusion, my plan isn't going to suddenly make all-powerful gods pop out of thin air. It's simply going to make everyone's ego much stronger. When I revealed the truth of the plan, both of their eyes widened in surprise. They're smart guys. Surely they can grasp what I mean despite the abstract explanation. The light behind you. Oh, for crying out loud. Not again. I sighed and waved a hand behind my head. The room, which had momentarily brightened, fell back into shadow. I told them I'm not going, but these bastards keep trying to drag me along. Persistent assholes. I can't say a single word without this happening. What am I, a motion sensor light? Chapter 126. Unexpected checkmate. The misunderstanding that Aizen and Urahara had was resolved much more easily than I expected. Since both are incredibly intelligent, I expected them to interpret my words in an unnecessarily complex way, searching for hidden meanings and overcomplicating the situation. Surprisingly, that didn't happen. I say that because I've dealt with someone like that before. I wouldn't be saying this for no reason. Who was it, you ask? Oh, he exists. Someone currently suffering and toiling away in the Royal Guard's Soul King Palace. So how is that plan going to be carried out? The plan? Well, before we talk about anything else, we have to pull the wedge. As soon as I answered Aizen, Urahara snapped his fan open, covering the lower half of his face. Does that mean killing the Soul King? Or perhaps liberation? Ah, right. Urahara was on the side of liberating the Soul King, not killing him. To be honest, I want to choose the side of liberation just like Urahara does. How could I not? He is the man who left an indelible footprint on my life over 1,000,000 years. To me, who was merely existing without meaning, he was a friend and a mentor who gave my life a sense of direction. Who would want to kill such a figure? Who could even bring themselves to do it? Talk is cheap, but if I were told to kill him myself, well, even with a hardened heart, I think it would be a difficult task. Protect them for me. I only fought him back then because he made that request. If not for that, I probably wouldn't have stepped forward. I know, not that I wouldn't have, I probably couldn't have. But, still, it must be done. It has to be done. He must be killed. The last time I saw the Soul King, his sanity was hanging by a thread. He barely regained consciousness after losing himself and reaching the brink of death, so he's likely in a similar state even now. Even if I released him for the sake of liberation, he would either go on a rampage or die shortly after because his body is already broken beyond repair. Instead of watching that happen, it would be better to end his life with my own hands. At the very least, I should prevent the horrific tragedy of him killing the humans he wanted to protect with his own hands. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I never asked for your understanding, and regardless, I won't be revising my plan. Is there a reason he must die? A reason why you must choose death over liberation? I thought about Urahara's question for a moment as I looked out the window. Twilight was settling over the streets. Night would be here soon. It was almost time for Unohana to come home. If I started telling the story of what happened between me and the Soul King now, I would definitely be late. If I go home late, Unohana will be upset again. She'd understand if I told her I was late because of work, but we fought so much recently that we were using separate rooms. I didn't want to create another reason for conflict. After a moment of deliberation, I stood up from my seat. It's about time for me to head back, so I can't go into detail. All I can say right now is that the Soul King and I were friends. I'll come back tomorrow and tell you the rest. Understood. I can't hold you here if it means interfering with a couple's quality time. Urahara nodded as if he understood my request, but Aizen, who treated love as a triviality and prioritized grand causes and will above all else, seemed quite dissatisfied with my decision. But what was I supposed to do? If you're so annoyed, go try and convince Unohana yourself. Of course, before that, he'd probably get a blade through him with a, "Who do you think you are to keep my husband?" But it's not like I have to care about that. If you don't have the confidence to go that far, then keep your head down. When I left the shop to go home, Tessai, who was tidying up the store, handed me a few bags of cheap snacks. Perhaps because the first thing I ate when I arrived was a senbei, the bags were filled with them. To be honest, I didn't eat the senbei because it was delicious. I just ate it out of curiosity because it's a snack that appears often in manga. If you asked if I was munching on them because they tasted great, well, it's a bit of an ambiguous feeling. Still, my conscience wouldn't let me refuse a gift given with such goodwill just because it wasn't my preference, so I accepted them, thinking that if I didn't eat them I could just give them to Unohana. Well then, I'll visit at the same time tomorrow afternoon, so be ready. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. I looked at Urahara for a moment, who was masking his emotions with an airhead ahaha laugh, and then turned my back. Before reaching out to tear through the boundary, I paused and looked back at Urahara. Urahara tilted his head as if wondering why I was staring at him. I looked down at his feet, more specifically into the basement of the Urahara shop, where I felt a familiar presence and spoke.
The three worlds maintain a balance by keeping each other in check. How do you think that's possible? He's a smart guy, so he'll figure it out soon enough. With those final words, I tore through space and returned to Soul Society. It was also near sunset in Soul Society. Since the sun hadn't completely set yet, there were probably about 20 minutes left until the workday ended. As soon as we returned, Aizen gave a greeting about seeing me tomorrow and returned to the Squad 5 barracks, while I walked leisurely toward the Squad 4 barracks. Oh honey. I picked up my pace a little and bumped into Unohana, who was just about to head home. Good thing I timed it perfectly. I approached her with a broad smile. Good work today. You're the one who worked harder. I heard the stories. I heard you processed all the paperwork for the squads with vacant captain seats. Oh, it was only a few hundred pages. That's nothing. Yeah. Considering thousands of people die every day, fall to hell and are judged, a few hundred pages is a cute amount. I smiled awkwardly as the memory of the paperwork hell in the Nether King Palace flashed through my mind. Then I took Unohana's hand. Even though she hadn't held a sword in a long time, her hands were still firm and calloused. Unohana didn't particularly like these hands, but I loved them. They were the hands of a person who struggled to find her own answer, the hands of a human who walked a long path to correct her own mistakes. Ah, I got this as a gift after finishing the paperwork. Want some? It wasn't a lie. I just left out some of the truth. They were just snacks I received as a gift after finishing the paperwork and then going to the world of the living with Aizen to meet Urahara. Senbei? You never usually give cheap sweets a second look, so what brought this on? You like salty things. They offered them as a gift and I thought of you. Here, want one? With a broad smile, I pulled out a senbei and offered it. Unohana glanced around quickly before taking a bite of the cracker. Crunch. The senbei shattered and Unohana chewed and swallowed it. It has an interesting texture. Huh? Isn't this how senbei usually feels? Usually it's a bit more crispy. A bit more firm? Even the seasoning doesn't feel like anything I've tasted before. Was this senbei handmade by the person who gave it to you? I blinked as she pinpointed everything with uncanny accuracy. She could figure all that out from just one bite of a senbei. Impressive. How do you know all that? Well, I've been munching on them one by one while checking paperwork to keep from getting bored. Unohana's ears turned bright red with embarrassment as she spoke. My wife really is too cute. Even after being married for centuries and having a daughter as cute as a rabbit, she's still adorable. As I watched Unohana with a gratified smile, she wiped some senbei crumbs from her lip with her thumb. She pressed the crumbs between her thumb and forefinger, and as she watched the fragments crumble away, her eyes narrowed slightly. Is this that thing where gourmets fall into deep thought after eating something? I waited quietly until Unohana looked up at me. Did you go to see Urahara Kisuk? Huh. That's not the question I was expecting. How on earth did she figure that out? Surely she didn't sense the lingering spiritual power in the senbei. No, that's completely absurd. Spiritual power in objects fluctuates and disperses easily. She recognized it from the trace of energy in food. It would be easier to take a bite of a rice cracker and correctly guess which region the rice was harvested in and in what year. I've had a similar senbei before. It was a snack that Captain Urahara Kisuk of Squad 12 brought to a captain's meeting once. Its texture and flavor were so unique that I remembered it vaguely but eventually forgot. After tasting it again, the memory came back. You recognized him just from that? My memory was a bit fuzzy, so I wasn't certain, but at the very least there isn't a single shop in Soul Society, in the Siriidii, that sells this kind of senbei. And when I think of someone who would make their own senbei, coincidentally, only one person comes to mind. More than anything, she said, she realized it from my reaction. Are you planning something again? Again? People will think I'm some kind of mastermind. I tried to deflect it as a joke, but Unohana was already certain. She simply stared at me in silence. After blinking for a few moments, I let out a long sigh and scratched my head. I'll tell you about it once we get home. I thought it was top secret, but I got caught in the most unexpected way. Wait, did that bastard Urahara give me those senbei specifically hoping for this? Chapter 127. Understanding everyone has a secret or two they'd rather not have brought to light. Especially so if that secret happens to be a dangerous one. But when it inevitably gets found out, what is the best course of action? The answer to that question is surprisingly simple. And that's the gist of it.
Rather than piling up lies by trying to hide it, it's better to explain everything clearly so there's no misunderstanding. Of course, I take full responsibility for any fallout, but I simply judged that since it would come out eventually, it was better to give up on the secrecy and explain from the moment the veil was lifted. Why assume it would be found out? Because this was the kind of thing that couldn't remain hidden forever. To use an analogy. If you were planning to overthrow the regime, would it be better to get caught and end up on a wanted poster at the very end, or to have it come to light while you were still in the planning stages? Usually, people say it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, but this is on a different level. Forgiveness has its limits. That's why I chose persuasion over a simple apology. Of course, whether Unohana could actually accept this plan or not remained an unknown. So you intend to kill God for the sake of humanity, and turn the entire world into your enemy for the sake of the world? Correct. I nodded calmly, but Unohana seemed to find it difficult to process. She sat in silence for a long time before closing her eyes tight and letting out a long sigh. It didn't take a genius to see her reaction wasn't positive, and my heart sank that we had only just reconciled a few days ago after that massive fight and the separate room situation. Thinking we might go back to that, the situation made a sigh escape my own lips, but I steeled my resolve that I knew it would come to this, and I had proceeded anyway. I hope this ends well. It would be ideal if Unohana accepted it, but I knew it would be difficult if even Urahara and Aizen had misunderstood me to the point of trying to join forces against me. Could Unohana possibly accept it? It wasn't that I looked down on her, but I couldn't help being skeptical. I remained silent until Unohana spoke, and she seemed to have much to contemplate as she sat speechless for a while. Just as an awkward silence began to settle between us, the pitter-patter of rain began to mask the quiet. The sudden downpour didn't look like it would let up any time soon. The atmosphere is getting worse. I'm not exactly the superstitious type, but given the circumstances I couldn't help but feel even more tense. Preparation is one thing, nerves are another. Thank you for telling me. Her answer caught me so off guard I almost asked, huh? I had expected her to be angry, annoyed, or even grief-stricken. Perhaps she would burst into hollow laughter or try to seriously talk me out of it. But gratitude? Blinking as I tried to process this wildly unexpected reaction, Unohana gently reached out and covered my hand with hers. The warmth of her palm seeped into my hand, chilled by the late-night rain. The tension I didn't even realize I was holding in my shoulders melted away. I'm surprised. I thought you'd be furious. If it were the old me, yes, I suppose I would have been. Why would you do such a thing? Why didn't you tell me first? How long were you planning to keep this hidden? I would have said all those things. Those were all things I'd heard before, leaving me with nothing but an awkward smile. Seeing my sheepish expression, Unohana shook her head slightly. At least it's a relief that you know how you appear to others. Well, I suppose it looks that way. Actually, it's only normal to see it like that. You stay silent until you suddenly set off an explosion. Just as we're scrambling to clean up after you, you've already finished it all on your own. It's not just once or twice either, it happens so often. And since things usually end up in a positive direction, we can't even truly scold you. Do you know there's a rumor in the Seriidii that if a major incident happens, you can usually just bet it was you and be right? Hey now, that's a misunderstanding. I've never done anything shady in my life. You may not have lied, but you certainly withheld the truth. Ugh, that one sentence pierced right through my conscience. Talk about cutting to the bone. Unable to form a proper rebuttal, I let out a groan and scratched my cheek, sighing deeply. But I told you everything this time, didn't I? That's why I said thank you. It feels like you finally trust me. Seeing the faint smile on her face as she spoke left me speechless. Or rather, my conscience was stinging too much for me to speak. I'm a terrible husband, I'm sorry. Still, you wouldn't have told me if I hadn't asked, right? That certainty st. Added my conscience once more, but this time I had something to say in return. No, I would have told you before actually putting the plan into motion. Otherwise, a husband and wife might end up genuinely trying to kill each other. A husband pointing a blade at his wife and the wife pointing one back. What kind of hell would that be? No matter what happens, I couldn't let it come to that. Even knowing how dangerous this plan is, do you really have to do it? At those words, I looked at Unohana and exhaled a heavy breath. Her expression was thick with worry and sadness. However, because I knew those feelings stemmed from her love for me, I felt both apologetic and profoundly grateful. I must. It's something that should have been done long ago. I kept pushing it back because I was content with reality, and now here we are. Just what kind of being is the Soul King to you that you would make the world your enemy to liberate him? A younger brother, a friend, a comrade, and a teacher. He taught me much, and I taught him just as much in return. He was a frustrating fellow, but a magnificent one nonetheless. As I delved into my memories of our conversations and the horizon we saw that day, Unohana's spiritual power flickered violently. Wondering what was wrong, I opened my eyes to see her expression was quite dark. She was trying her best to hide it, but I could see right through it. He's a man. Didn't you see him once when we went to the Soul King Palace? I have been to the royal guard, but I was never allowed near the great inner sanctum where the Soul King resides. Ah, I guess I'm the only one who wanders in and out of there like it's my own house. I've gone so often I forgot. Scratching my head, I nodded. Anyway, that's how it is. No matter what anyone says, even if you, Yichiru, try to stop me, I don't intend to quit. He is a man who sacrificed himself for the world. He gave everything from head to toe, yet he remains a living corpse, staring at a world he can no longer touch. It's long overdue, but he deserves to be set free, and no one told me to do it, and he never asked me to, but I'm going to do it anyway. This is also my atonement. I have no intention of stopping you. I will stand with you. I looked at Unohana in shock. Though her expression seemed calm, her eyes were burning with an unshakable resolve. You won't listen even if I try to talk you out of it, will you? They say a married couple eventually grows to resemble one another, don't they? So that's a no. I gave a bittersweet smile and nodded. When do you plan to execute the plan? And what is your relationship with Aizen and Urahara? There's a lot to prepare, so it'll take a long time. At least 100 years. Aizen will be the strategist, and Urahara will be the research director. Since he was the former captain of the Department of Research and Development, he will be a great help. Then what should I do? Just keep living as you usually do. The time hasn't come yet. Understood. Then, how will you tell Haruno? I may have grown used to your antics, but this is far too heavy a burden for that child. If things go wrong, I know. I have to tell her someday. But not now. This is too much for Haruno to carry. It would be better if she found out later by accident, but if she learns everything now, she'll undoubtedly fall into confusion. I'll tell her once she steps down from being a seated officer and becomes a captain. Learning Bankai means finding one's true self and firmly deciding upon one's own path. Until then, I cannot tell her. Very well. We shall keep it a secret until then. With a nod, our conversation concluded. I was relieved that things had ended much more peacefully than I had expected, but a chill ran down my spine at the thought that we could have truly drifted apart if things had gone sideways. We spent the rest of the night without incident, and the following morning I recounted exactly what I had told Unohana to Urahara and Aizen. What kind of being the Soul King was, the life he led and the fate he met, and exactly why I intended to carry out this plan. If that is the case, I have no choice but to put aside my stubbornness. To think that even a god possesses a human heart. Or perhaps it is because he bestows love without asking for anything in return that he is called a god. The suspicions and misunderstandings between us were cleared. As a result, the four of us, myself, Unohana, Aizen, and Urahara, had completely joined forces. This lineup is truly terrifying. Chapter 128. The eve of the storm. After straightening out all the complex, tangled situations, I found myself with absolutely nothing to do. It's not that I was being lazy and ignoring work. I truly, genuinely had no tasks left to perform. That's because intellectual labor was Urahara's specialty, and strategic planning was Aizen's. You might ask, shouldn't there be more to do when you're planning the treasonous act of slaying the Soul King, rather than just planning some vacation? I thought so. Too, but the two men acting as the left and right brains of our lineup said, you need not do a single thing. Urahara Kisuke and I can prepare everything required for the plan. Please, I beg of you, just stay still and behave until the preparations are perfectly complete. They said it politely, but the gist was, you staying still is the best way you can help. Well, to be fair, situations did tend to get complicated whenever I stepped in. And when handling intricate matters, it's often more helpful for others to stay far away and keep quiet rather than hovering nearby. I understood. Besides that, another reason was that my movements naturally drew everyone's attention. That I in this soul society, I was treated as little more than a walking natural disaster. For the record, I only recently found out that I was being called a god of calamity. How did I find out? My daughter told me. Since Squad 9 is in charge of the press where all news converges, she must have heard it naturally. The shock I felt then was truly, ugh, those ungrateful bastards. After all the help I gave them, natural disaster? Really? Anyway, as Aizen and Urahara requested, I spent my days doing nothing and killing time. And just like that, 78 years passed. Now, only about 21 years remained until the start of the original story, but due to everything I had built up until now, the original plot had been completely shattered. First off, since Aizen joined my team, he pivoted his research away from the Aaron cars. Consequently, those twisted, deformed hollows didn't emerge. What did this mean? It meant that Shiba Kyan, who died in the original story, was still alive. Currently, Shiba Kyan is the head of the Shiba clan. Next was Kachiki Rukia. Well, there wasn't much to say. She was on good terms with Shiba Kyan and was a standard member of Squad 13. Just about the there was nothing particularly special beyond that. Finally, Ikemaru Jin. Actually, I agonized quite a bit over whether to interfere here or not. If it were a simple grudge it would be one thing, but Ranjaku was involved, which made it complicated. But still, what could I do? It had to be done. Go and apologize. You can use the research from those hollow experiments to restore the soul piece you tore away, right? You can't? Well, make it happen. Naturally, I made Aizen do it, not me. Before the great undertaking, we had to clear away any obstacles, large or small. When I explained it that way, he thought for a moment and then went to apologize. Aside from that, nothing else had changed. Everything else followed the original path. Right. I almost forgot to mention the Quincy's. Things had changed quite a bit on their side too. Since Yawatch didn't strictly insist on blood purity anymore, the practice of inbreeding had vanished completely. And thanks to the peace treaty from 1,000 years ago, relations with the Shinigami weren't bad, leading to a significant increase in the marriage rate between Soul Reapers and Quincy's lately. What this meant was that Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki, who would have originally met while hunting the white that Aizen created, ended up having a normal romantic marriage. In fact, it happened a year earlier than in the original. Even I was quite surprised by this. How did I find out about their wedding? Unlike the other families, the Shiba clan had been friendly with me from start to finish. We exchanged visits occasionally, and because of that connection, a wedding invitation flew my way saying, "We're getting married." I guess this actually works out. Oh, but when I heard that the bride, Kurosaki Masaki, was still a high school student, I briefly considered whether I should smash the whole wedding to pieces regardless of our plans. But since they said it was an engagement rather than immediate marriage, I didn't flip the table. Well, anyway, that was that. 78 years. For a human it's a lifetime, but for me it was as fleeting as a moment. More things had changed in that fleeting moment than in the previous 2,000 years. The world is changing so fast. Is this what they call a transition period or something? Just as I was letting out a long yawn with those thoughts in mind, I slowly opened my eyes at a familiar presence outside the house. It's about time he showed up. I waited while sipping tea, and sure enough, the one who came to find me was Aizen Susuke. Since becoming the captain of Squad 5, his workload had increased, and his complexion looked much worse than before. You look terrible. Have you been sleeping lately? The moment I asked out of genuine concern, Aizen glared at me with venomous eyes. How can you say that? Whose mouth are those words coming from? Who do you think made me like this? He didn't utter a word, but all those sentiments were condensed into that one expression. Right, well, health aside, as long as you're alive, it's fine. Isn't it? As I cleared my throat and vaguely shifted the subject, Aizen took off his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose. Well, seeing you here, it either means there's a problem or the preparations are finished. Which is it? The latter. All the groundwork is complete. All that remains is the execution. Aizen said as he adjusted his glasses. Those words, I paused for a moment and scratched my head that I wasn't about to say something like, I don't think it's a good plan after all, let's stop. Not now. I was simply deeply moved. The next century will be more intense than the 1,000,000 years that have passed. I chuckled and cracked my neck. With several sickening yet satisfying cracks, I let out a deep sigh of relief. Are you ready to fight the world? I was ready over a century ago. Is that so? Then that's all I need to hear. Squad 1 Great Meeting Hall. This room was built specifically for what is known as the Captain's Council. True to its name, this was a meeting where the captains gathered. However, the captains of the Gotei 13 were never exactly idle men. Thus, it was customary for a great meeting to be announced a week in advance via a written order detailing the schedule and time. But this time was different. The summons wasn't by letter but by word of mouth, specifically an emergency order using Tentikura. The captains had no choice but to drop whatever they were doing and rush over. Furthermore, since it was an exceptional summons that stressed at all costs and without fail, even Yucatec, who was rarely seen due to chronic health issues, was present. The only ones missing from their seats were the captain of Squad 5, Aizen Sasuke, and the captain of Squad 4. Unohana Yakairu.as. These two were usually the earliest to arrive and hold their positions on meeting days. The captains already in the room couldn't help but express their doubts. Where are Aizen and Unohana? Kuchiki Byakuya, captain of Squad 6, asked while looking at the vacant spots, but no one answered. More accurately, they couldn't. No one knew where those two were. After a brief silence, Shiba Ishin, who had been standing with his arms crossed, let out a groan. To be told to abandon assigned duties and participate. I don't think there's ever been a time like this. Has this happened before? At the words of Shiba Ishin, captain of Squad 10, Kairaku Shunsui, captain of Squad 8, standing right next to him, tilted his hat slightly and shrugged. Who knows? At least during my time as captain, maybe once or twice. Isn't that right, Yucatec? Ah well. My own appearances at the great meetings are rare enough to be counted on one hand. Haha, well there you have it. At Kairaku's words, Ishin made a wry face and scratched his cheek. That sounds like you're saying it has happened. Of course it has. How much time do you think has passed since the Gotei 13 was established? The world hasn't been so peaceful that such a thing would never happen. In the first place, the Gotei 13 was founded to protect Soul Society. Well, I don't need to say more, do I? Ishin clamped his mouth shut and frowned at Kairaku's words. If what he said was true, this meeting had been convened for something so dangerous it only happened a few times in the 1,000-year history of the Gotei 13. To Ishin, who had just celebrated his engagement, this was a profoundly heavy topic. Kairaku, looking at Ishin from beneath his straw hat, let out a breath and scratched the back of his head. Well, you probably don't need to be so tense. It might not be that big of a deal. Is that so? Because, at the very least, it's not like we've been surprise attacked without warning. That means we have time to prepare, and if so, we can overcome it this time too. Just as we always have. Kairaku said this while pulling his hat down low, contrary to his words intended to ease Ishin's tension. He was actually quite skeptical about the current situation. Seeing as old man Yama still hasn't taken his seat, something incredibly troublesome is about to happen. While he was thinking that, the doors to the meeting hall opened and Yamamoto Genryosai walked in. His expression was more solemn than ever, and a heavy spiritual pressure betrayed Genryosai's mood. The 10 captains already present were forced to swallow hard under the pressure weighing down on the room. Genryosai, taking the seat of highest honor, sat in silence for a while before letting out a deep sigh. You have gathered well. Before we discuss the details, let me say this first. The moment his low, sunken voice reached them, even Kuratsuchi Mayuri's expression stiffened. All of you prepare a final will and testament. Genryosai dropped the bombshell. Chapter 129. The meeting. Genryosai's single sentence was enough to unsettle even the captains who had weathered countless storms. It would have been understandable if he had spoken of a colossal threat approaching, or warned that this mission would be far more difficult than any prior. Everyone gathered here was a person of iron resolve, having reached this position by seeing that resolve through to the very end. They would have understood a call to stand their ground until the bitter end. They could have accepted a warning that they might die, but a will? To prepare for death rather than being warned of its possibility? The captains all looked toward Genryosai with similar questions reflected in their eyes, yet none dared to speak lightly in the face of a word as heavy as death. Though they were the ones closest to death, they were not death itself. Are you suggesting that every single captain of the Gotei 13 might die? If this is a matter of such gravity, there surely would have been precursors. I find the current situation completely incomprehensible. The first to break the silence was none other than the captain of Squad 12 and president of the Research and Development Institute, Kuratsuchi Mayuri. To him, this was a matter of logic. After all, his department was supposed to be omniscient regarding the happenings across the 3 worlds. Or rather, it had to be.
Within the Siriidii, across Soul Society, the world of the living, and even Hueco Mundo, I have synthesized every scrap of data, and nothing of concern was found. There was some movement from certain persons of interest, but to suggest that he who has remained dormant until now would suddenly cause a disaster requiring every captain to risk their lives is a stretch. It is logically difficult to reconcile. It was natural for Mayuri to exclude him, the Nether King, from the list of potential threats. He was a being who had protected Soul Society since before the Siriidii was even founded, for more than just a decade or a century. For such a being to suddenly go on a rampage, a whim spanning hundreds of thousands of years, it was irrational. Rationality aside, there was simply no reason for it. If one were to assume from the start that the Nether King was the source of the problem, one could cobble together a theory, but the connections were messy and forced, so Mayuri had dismissed the possibility that in fact, Mayuri's conclusion wasn't entirely wrong. The Nether King was moving for reasons entirely outside the scope of Mayuri's logic and deductions. The other captains nodded, sharing similar thoughts. There's no way Lord Mayo would do such a thing now. He only just attended my wedding. What kind of madness could have struck him? Based on the character he has shown us thus far, he is absolutely not the type of person to commit such an act. However, his external activities have significantly decreased lately. Could that not have been a form of preparation? I believe the possibility of simple seclusion cannot be ignored. But the timing is indeed suspicious. The old man has always been hard to read, but he wouldn't do something as pointless as this. Enough. Interrupting the captains, Genryosai stroked his cane and exhaled a heavy sigh. Since you all seem to have some faint inkling, I will not mince words. Our enemy this time is Tenjin Shaku, the being once known as the Nether King. None of the captains showed surprise at Genryosai's words. Every soul in this room had, to some degree, expected this. NNGH, TCH. Most remained silent, unable to find words, while some displayed visible discomfort. Even Zaraki Kenpachi, a man who never shied away from a fight with a strong opponent, showed a similar reaction. A name that crushed the fighting spirit the moment it was heard. That was the weight of the name Nether King. Why would the Nether King suddenly turn against us? There is no way he would become our enemy without reason. Shiba Ishin's outburst echoed what the other captains felt in their hearts. Though they didn't speak it, they all looked at Genryosai with the same questioning eyes. Meeting their gaze, Genryosai let out another deep sigh and recalled the events from a few hours prior. The Nether King had appeared without a sound or sign while Genryosai was handling paperwork in the Captain Commander's office, as he did every day. Genryosai, long accustomed to the Nether King's presence, had greeted him casually. Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryosai. Genryosai was about to prepare tea as usual, but the strange atmosphere surrounding the Nether King made him stop and look directly at the man. In 3 days I will bring down the Royal Guard Palace and kill the Soul King. The Siriidii will become a battlefield. Order all personnel to vacate the area. They might get caught in the crossfire otherwise. Wait, what on earth? Remember? 3 days. I will give you exactly 3 days to evacuate at your own discretion. This is my final warning and my notification. There is no room for negotiation, nor do I have any intention of negotiating. Having delivered his unilateral declaration, the Nether King vanished. When Genryosai opened his eyes in the present, 10 captains were staring back at him. Contemplating how to explain this, Genryosai stroked the cane that had been his companion for centuries with his thumb. Having braced his heart, he finally spoke. In 3 days, the Royal Guard Palace will fall upon the Siriidii. Surely, are you saying the Nether King intends to kill the Soul King? That's preposterous. Why now of all times? I am just as bewildered as you. No doubt everyone here feels the same. Therefore, as Captain Commander, I issue these orders. Those of Vice Captain rank or higher who have mastered Bankai and choose to remain in the Siriidii in 3 days' time must write their wills. All other captains are to lead their squads and all other personnel in an immediate evacuation to the outskirts of Soul Society. None of the captains nodded at Liberation. Shiba Ishin, captain of Squad 10, raised his hand. I'm sorry. I will be withdrawing from this. Ishin stood alone, his hand raised, his face a mixture of shame, guilt, and a myriad of other emotions. Yet no one in the room blamed or mocked him. Instead, Kairaku, the captain of Squad 8 standing beside him, simply patted Ishin on the shoulder in encouragement. Shiba Ishin, captain of Squad 10. Are there any others? I shall withdraw as well. I must begin the transfer of the Research and Development Institute's data immediately. Genryosai waited, but no one else raised their hand. Genryosai nodded and struck the floor with his cane, finalizing the arrangements. Then I entrust the leadership of the personnel remaining in the Gotei 13 to Captain Shiba Ishin and Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri. The remaining captains are to write their wills and deliver them to either Shiba Ishin or Kuratsuchi Mayuri by tomorrow. Dismissed. The meeting ended in a somber silence. Kuratsuchi Mayuri left the room while initiating a communication link, and Shiba Ishin apologized to the other captains before departing. After all the captains had left, Genryosai remained alone. He gripped his cane tightly and the Zanpakuto hidden within it, Ryujin Jaka, revealed itself. Come out. How long do you intend to eavesdrop from the shadows? Yawatch. I showed consideration so as not to throw your subordinates into further chaos. Do I not get a word of thanks? Yamamoto Shigekuni. With a voice tinged with mockery, Yawatch emerged across from Genryosai. Genryosai's eyes snapped open, glaring sharply at Yawatch. Though the relationship between Soul Reapers and Quincy's had improved compared to a millennium ago, that progress did not apply to these two, who still lived in the shadow of that era. One was the leader who had waged war. The other was the leader who had used that war as a pretext to wipe the name of Quincy from the world. If it hadn't been for the Nether Kings' mediation, that erasure would have been complete. Thus, the chasm between them remained, unbridged even by 1,000 years. After a long silence, Genryosai pressed the guard of his blade with the palm of his hand. Know this, Yawatch, the name of the Gotei is not so light that it would crumble at the appearance of a single man. Humph. If you believe that, why did you hide my presence from your subordinates? Is that not a contradiction? It was to avoid a pointless waste of time. Their spiritual pressures clashed sharply as they stood on edge, but only for a moment. Simultaneously, both men released their tension and exhaled. Enough. This is not the time to be buried in the emotions of 1,000 years past. For once, we are of the same mind, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Nodding, Yawatch pulled a throne from the shadows and Saturday. The opponent is a walking disaster. A mere handful of Soul Reapers cannot stop him. Of course, given who the enemy is, the inclusion of Quincy's doesn't necessarily create a chance of victory where none existed. However, I have a plan. Cooperate with me. I will decide whether to cooperate once I have heard your proposal. At Genryosai's words, Yawatch smiled and reached out a hand. Hand the Siri-IDI over to me. Chapter 130. The beginning. The promised 3 days have passed. It was less of a promise and more of a declaration of war, closer to a sentence, but regardless, the 3 days were up. Whether they had actually heeded the warning or not, the Siri-IDI as seen from the sky was unusually, almost unnervingly quiet, and I narrowed my eyes as I looked down at the Siri-IDI beneath my feet. I suppose they didn't all leave after all. Well, in a sense, that was to be expected. These aren't the kind of people who would abandon the Siri-IDI, a place they've protected for over 1,000 years, just because it was deemed dangerous. Perhaps it would have been better to explain the full situation. My motto has always been dialogue, not control. In that regard, this declaration of war was a complete reversal of my principles. Most humans are reluctant to accept change after all. Especially when that change is brought about by such radical means. At the familiar voice, I turned around to see Aizen, his glasses gone, rolling the Hogyoku atop his hand as he approached. He was so composed it was hard to believe he was a man about to start a war. Then again, with a lineup this absurdly stacked, he could afford to be leisurely. What about the chaos that will follow? At my words, Aizen chuckled and shook his head. Change always leaves chaos in its wake. We are the typhoon. We are not those who look back at the trail we leave behind. Right. So, are the preparations complete? Everything has been finalized. I see. I looked at Aizen for a moment, hearing the conviction in his voice before raising my head to gaze at the sky. Far above, at the very edge of the atmosphere, the Soul King Palace was visible within the distant vault of the heavens. I'm finally coming to see you. I can finally set you free. Quietly swallowing the whirlwind of emotions within me, I turned back around. Sosuke Aizen, Yachiru Unohana, and Kasuke Urahara. These figures, whose names alone carried immense weight, were waiting for my signal. Let's go. I'll see you all on the other side. At that single sentence, the 3 people waiting vanished like the wind. Soon a storm of blood would blow down below.
However, I couldn't help them. I wouldn't have the luxury for that. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, I soared into the sky. I pierced through the clouds, broke through the 72 layers of barriers, and arrived at the now familiar entrance to the Soul King Palace Omotesando. Standing there at the gateway was the warden, the ghost god general Kuriyashiki Kenpachi. He stood in a full combat stance, as if he had known I was coming. Oh? I was wondering what kind of guest would visit the palace, but it turns out it wasn't a guest but an assassin. It seems Jamin foresaw this and told you in advance. Though, with how obvious the preparations were down below, it would be stranger if you weren't prepared. Ha! Just as Lord Jamin said, you're a man who sees through everything. I felt it even when I saw you from down there. So, with that in mind, wouldn't you consider backing off just this once for the sake of our history in the Siriidii? Ha! There's no need to shed blood, right? Kuriyashiki tried to lighten the atmosphere with his sly voice and humorous gestures. Unfortunately, things had gone too far to back out now. It wasn't that I was doing this out of mere inertia, it was that I had already made up my mind and set things in motion, and I would not stop. Realizing this, Kuriyashiki looked at me, forced a smile, and then let out a deep sigh while scratching his head. Ah man. This is my first job as a gatekeeper, and it looks like I'm going to get wrecked right from the start. AK. And Pachi usually enjoys the fight. You're a bit different. What a hurtful thing to say. Of course I enjoy fighting. It's just that getting obliterated without being able to do a damn thing isn't exactly what I'd call a fight. You know that better than anyone, so don't play dumb. Then will you step aside? Neither of us needs to spill blood. Ha! At my proposal, Kuriyashiki scoffed and drew the Zanpakuto from his waist. With a harsh sound that seemed to tear through the wind, the blade emerged, though it only went as far as the guard. There was no actual blade. You've already released it? Yeah. I'm not a man with enough leisure to recite an incantation against someone like you. Bite them to death. Gagaku Kairo. The moment Kuriyashiki swung the sword, thousands of hidden monstrous creatures lunged toward me. Had his Zanpakuto's ability grown stronger since he joined Squad Zero? Or perhaps he had been training continuously, but it was far too weak to hold me back. Vajra! With a thunderous roar that felt like the heavens were being torn apart, lightning rained down in every direction, instantly sweeping away the creatures of Gagaku Kairo that had been lunging at me. Heh! To think the difference would be this vast. Kuriyashiki fell with a bitter smile, and I walked past his collapsed form, heading toward the great inner sanctum of the Soul King Palace. Because I was coming to take the life of the Soul King, the members of Squad Zero stood in my way to protect him, and among them was Tsuneyashiro Jamin, a man who could be considered my very first disciple. Master. It's not too late. Please sheath your sword and turn back. I came to the Soul King Palace precisely because it's too late. It is time for a change. When I spoke with a bitter smile, Jamin, who looked like he wanted to say something more, bit his lip and lowered his head. He must know well. No, because it was Jamin, he couldn't help but know. The original sin of the Soul Reapers, his own sins, the one who closed their eyes while embracing all of it was the Soul King, and the one who sealed him was Jamin. The Soul King would not have wanted this. I know. If it were him, he would have said, "This is a fate I accepted for myself, so I don't need anyone's help," and rejected my assistance. He was always a man who did whatever he pleased. The Soul King had been like that since our first meeting, visiting out of the blue, talking about things being invisible or whatnot, suddenly trying to kill me, then at some point dropping formalities, dumping a burden on me under the guise of being a disciple, only saying what he wanted to say before leaving, making selfish requests until the very end, and then dying as he pleased before I could even say a word. He was like a storm. A man who moved knowing exactly what he was doing and what he had to do. The same man who did the same thing I am doing now. After muttering that, I smirked and lightly shook the Vajra in my hand. So I'm going to be a storm just like him. Since he pushed everything onto me as he pleased, I'll perform my atonement as I please. What do you mean? At my words, Jamin's expression became clouded, as if he were on the verge of grasping something but couldn't quite catch it. Of course, the other 4 members besides Jamin were flaring their spiritual pressure as they glared at me. Standing here in opposition like this must be mentally exhausting. You can understand later. For now, let's settle the situation. As I spoke, I gripped one end of the Vajra tightly. Lightning began to spark wildly in every direction, tearing through the surrounding atmosphere. It might sting a little. Try to endure as best you can. Bankai. While Shimon Mayo had invaded the Soul King Palace, the Siriidii had to face a sudden, unexpected attack. In the south, squads 10 and 6, in the northwest, squad 13, and in the northeast, squads 8 and 5. All 3 locations were hit simultaneously. Dear me, this is quite the predicament. To think that you of all people would side with the enemy. Kairaku, who was guarding the northeast, gave a bitter smile and used the flat of his Zanpakuto to slightly lift his hat, which had slumped down. Through the gaps in the hat, which had been unsightly sliced vertically, the figure he saw was none other than the captain of Squad 4. Is it because your husband is the culprit? No, it was the former captain of Squad 4, Yichiru Unohana. At Kairaku's words, Unohana quietly closed her eyes and shook her head. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it in this situation. However, let me say this much. He is not moving to bring the world to an end or to kill everyone. Oops. Is it useless to say such things to someone who is already so blinded by love? Haha. You are free to think whatever you like. You will understand on your own as time passes. For now. As Unohana's form blurred, Kairaku gasped and turned his head. Kairaku's eyes widened at the sight of Unohana, who had approached him in the blink of an eye. Focus on this battle. Whoa? Kairaku parried the thrust of Unohana's sword aimed at his shoulder using the flat of his own blade. Clang. Though he managed to block it instinctively, his posture was unstable, and the force of the strike vibrated through his shoulder. Ting, tap tap. After retreating a few light steps, Kairaku felt a dull ache in his left shoulder and broke out in a cold sweat. A single thrust did this much. This won't be an easy fight. After a moment of thought, Kairaku shrugged his shoulders as if nothing were wrong and posed a question. It's a difficult thing to ask in this situation, but is there any room to settle this through conversation? Regrettably, there is none. I figured as much. Sigh. I really have no luck with women. The moment they were about to clash swords again. What? It was faster than I expected. With a thunderous roar, the sky split open.